Yep.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Fantasy Zone goes.
Oh, I do too.
Have you guys
rage.
played that game much before, or?
Not before this.
Okay. I mean, it's not an impossible game to go into blind, but it's a tricky one. I guess that's why it's not beat the game with beat round 4 as well.
Exactly.
Round 4 is very much possible, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it should be. Round 5 is the one where suddenly things kind of ramp up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets pretty hard at that point.
Of course, if
Like
you
we
have
were
the speed.
testing it for a day or two before we decided on it being the goal.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm back.
I was surprised to see that Donald Duck Lucky Dime Caper didn't make the list.
It might
That's,
get an appearance sometime.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe next time.
I mean, it's a good enough game to deserve it. It is tough as hell, though.
It's a good game, but it's not very bind friendly.
No. I can agree with that. Fun fact, Edenal, that was at Bangeras' place actually, when we had the meetup at Bangeras a while back. A long time ago actually now. But Edenal played Lucky Dime Caper while a bunch of people were heading off into town, and I stuck around with him. And he managed to softlock the game on the very last stage. Somehow.
Oh,
On his
wow.
blind playthrough. I have no clue how, but
I've done that once myself, where I actually you gain control over Donald on the continue screen, basically soft-locking the game, because you're falling forever and you can't do anything.
wow, okay, no, that's a completely different way.
Yeah, probably. I have a YouTube video that's somewhere. It's
Okay.
I don't know what happened. I was just spamming buttons as I died.
We went
I wonder
to
if you... Yeah, huh.
we went to the city, and like 2 hours later, you guys were still playing. And the moment we came back, he soft locked.
Yeah.
Something like
It's
that.
all your fault, then.
All right. I think I'm gonna drop off the call, and I'll be back once I finish. But
Yeah.
So you'll be back in like 10 minutes, right?
yeah, it's 10 minutes. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
2.5 hours, dude. It'll be fine.
What's
It'll
the
probably be
estimate?
more like 3 today, but yeah.
3 hours.
That's my guess. It'll take me about 3 hours. But thank you guys for doing the commentary, and I hope everyone in the stream has a lot of fun, because these are fun games. So
It should be pretty damn cool, yeah?
it should be good to watch.
For a fun system.
The best system, not just a fun system. Like,
It's the master system.
people say
It's the
that
master
PC is
system.
Master Race. No, Master System is Master Race.
Yeah, what Beecham said basically. So I'm gonna get ready too. So enjoy, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, see ya.
Alright, catch you later.
Alright.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Are you guys watching the Hitbox version of this one, by the way, or is there...
I'm
gonna
watching
watch
the race feed.
Yeah.
I'm watching.
That's the one
I'm watching the Hitbox version. I also have just a. I also have a speedrun TV up of a couple of the racers as well, so I can
Okay, yeah.
hop back and forth between.
Yeah, the lower the
Between the,
delay, the better.
Right, between the featured racers, if you will, and then the others.
Mhm.
So.
Interesting, you have a choice for Psycho Fox, which one you're gonna do. 7-3 warps or 2-3 warpless.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
interesting. I think 7-3 is the quicker one if you're good at it.
Yeah. I still haven't played that game, which is quite surprising.
Yeah, I actually haven't tried it either. Do you want to blind race it sometime?
Yeah, sure. I'm sure the cards are cheap to buy as well, so, but yeah, I don't mind doing an emulator, whatever, sure.
Yeah, I want to get my hands on a copy of that game anyway, so...
Sweet. I'll just go do one more announcement. And then, yeah, let's see.
So Feasel, do you know any of the games on this list?
Ninja Gaiden. I'm
Mm-hmm.
familiar enough with. Let's see. Other than that, I mean, I've seen some Alex Kidd. I've seen Ys. Let's see. Fantasy Zone a little bit. Not too much. I'm not too familiar with most of these.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I actually tried practicing, I think, up to Wonder Boy, and then I'm kind of passingly familiar with at least the concept of some of these other ones: Double Dragon, Master of Darkness, Ninja Gaiden, and I actually did play through Ys way back when in like high school. So
Okay.
didn't do the warp
I've yet
glitch.
to try that one. Yeah, the warp glitch. It's very specific from what I understood. But
Right.
I've only overheard Crazy Rasmus teaching the warp glitch to somebody else before.
Oh, okay.
It seems that it's surprisingly easy to mess up. Then again, it's a 30-second speed game, so
Yeah.
cost
Okay.
of resetting is low enough.
Right, yeah. I've watched Beatrim do it a couple times. Like, I think I kind of get the concept behind it. But if you were to ask me to actually do it, I don't think I could. I don't know that much about it.
Are there any games you guys are looking forward to in particular?
Oh, I have a quick check and see. I'm looking forward to Mercs because that's the early game decider.
Mercs is the
That's-
yes, Mercs is absolutely the early decider. You're right.
Uh-huh.
That's gonna be fun.
Fancy Zone because I'm a filthy VC cheater.
Wii U VC. Did you do that on that one on Wii U, by the way?
It was on the original Wii.
Okay, with the turbo function
Yeah.
added by default, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah. Kudos to those who's not doing on turbo because it's actually a challenging game without it. Trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
turbo does change it drastically. I do have a turbo controller for my Master System, and I played through it with turbo once, and it's just
Yeah.
yeah. That's why it's changed slightly.
No, but if we
To be
do
fair,
this
it's still-
with the ESA thing next year, I don't mind doing without turbo just for the giggles.
Oh, I'd
think
be up for
Rebels
racing
are-
now for the ESA if you want to, by the way. I think
Yeah.
Oasis might be interested too. Could have
How
a
was
four-way
it
race.
for
or something.
ESA 2015? Wasn't sure there was a lot of talk about the game because you were talking about it afterwards and did a stream once, and Oasis did some runs of it, which surprised me.
Yeah, I messed around with it a bit off stream because it was just not a very stream-friendly game, considering that I was mashing really loudly on my keyboard.
Yeah.
It's not
Right.
like there was that much to do in terms of commentating variety. No, I got a decent run. I don't remember what my PB is. I'd have to dig up my splits if I have them anywhere.
It was faster than this awful turbo run that someone else did on YouTube.
Oh god, yeah. No,
Yeah.
I beat that one for sure because that one was
You
rubbish.
definitely beat that one.
That wasn't that one even like a 6-minute plus run or something?
Yeah, I think it
It was like a
Yeah, it was-
602. Tempted to say.
Please have a
Given the
look.
fact that he had turbo, it should have been a lot faster at least, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 603.
Yeah, that's no good.
No
Like
good
as a
at all.
non-turbo time, that's not great. Yeah, that game is tiring to run though, without turbo.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you guys have a lot of experience with mashing games, but experience with mashing certainly helps.
I'm terrible at mashing myself, so
Gunvolt is my most recent game that involves mashing. It doesn't involve mashing all the time, but yeah, unfortunately there's some better players than me, like Cool Kid, who can defeat a sub-boss for Gunvolt in 2 cycles, but my inferior mashing skills can only do it in 3 cycles, so I
Yeah.
need to improve it slightly.
Yeah. The only mashing game I remember playing before I played Fantasy Zone is I think it was Summer or Winter Olympics on Amiga The one that Oasis brought to one of the
God.
ESAs.
Oh yeah.
Did any of you try that one?
Was this 2013 or 2014?
I think it's
ESA.
2014. I think it was last year's ESA.
I think I played
get
one of your
chopped.
games in like middle school once. So
But that game was it was an Olympics game, so there's just
Yeah,
different
yeah.
types of sports, but every single sport was exactly the same. It's like mash K, mash L, or something like that. Mash
Yeah.
2 buttons
Yeah.
as fast as possible. And the faster you mash them, the faster you go. But then there was a game where you had to sprint for 10 kilometers. Or well, like the 10-kilometer race, essentially.
right, yeah.
Which takes 5 minutes or something, so you're mashing for 5 minutes. Fingers are dying at some point.
God.
And then you
race
move on
goes
to the
down
next
after
game,
minutes.
which is like a 100-meter sprint or something. Well, we're getting close to the starting time.
Yeah.
I'm actually taking a look at some of the racers' PBs here, and yeah, it actually does look like Crazy Rasmus might have the best one, if I'm reading this right.
The thing is
So-
that there's certain games where if you haven't played it, it could cost you a lot of time.
Right.
Like Alex Kidd comes to mind, because that one has a goal that you beat the Stonehead in the castle. Okay, that's not the very end then, right? Stonehead is not the very end, but that's close enough to the end that getting there is going to be tough.
Yeah, it's 2/3 of the way through the game. That one.
Right.
Yeah, roughly. Because from what I remember, there's one more castle level afterwards, and there was like an open world. Well, not open world, but surface level, so to say.
I would say beating Castle of Illusion is also another easy feature. Blind at least.
Well,
Mhm.
the game does at least have infinite continues, right?
No.
So you Castle of Illusion.
Oh, hey,
I'm pretty
you're
sure.
sorry,
starting
You get
here.
like you get like 9 continues though.
Okay.
Oh, and they're off.
Yes, alright,
Okay.
we are underway here. Maybe, eventually. There we go, okay. Even with the hitbox stream, there's still a bit of lag, although it's not as much.
Yeah, it'll never be perfectly synchronized, but
Right.
no. So this game, until today, I actually hadn't seen it before. Hadn't heard of it before either. I had to Google what this is all about, and the first thing I noticed is that it looks a lot like Alex Kidd, graphically at least.
Okay. It's
Was this
game... Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright, what I was gonna say is gameplay-wise, it's sort of like Bubble Bobble in that you have to kind of shoot the enemies and then collect their, I guess, corpses, if you will. The main difference is that the stages in this kind of wrap around both ways, like it's just one huge stage. And if you're not paying attention, you don't realize that, oh, the stage is actually a lot smaller than you think. It just wraps around both ways infinitely. So, I guess this was originally an arcade game, and then...
That's right, yeah, with completely different music and I think different backgrounds as well.
It looks
if you-
incredibly arcadey as well. So
Yes.
If you leave the corpse too long, they become little time munchers and they will eat towards the timer, so you have less time.
yeah, it's surprisingly forgiving from what I've seen. That you do get
Yeah.
a fair amount of time to actually pick
You
up
get a
the
lot of
corpses,
time.
but,
I don't think I ever actually ran out of time in a stage when I was practicing.
Well, I just saw it happen on Tenebrae's end. His timer is now very short.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, there's not a lot of time he has left there.
Yeah. He's close to the end at least, but this is going to be a tricky one. Oh, I think he might have actually
Oh.
run out. Nad bar is time up. There
Yep,
you have it.
time
Time
up.
up. Oh dear.
Ouch.
Yes, it can happen. Still have to be careful
Yep.
with it.
See, the snails, I never totally figured out how they worked. Like, I think you have to either shoot them, like, when they're facing you, or just as they're turning. It seems to be how they work, but...
Yeah, the
Yeah.
hitbox is not forgiving. Tend
Right.
to be like more around the eye parts, so if it was going down you have to hit where their eyes is.
Right. Or, sorry, the
One more.
Den, as the game calls it, but...
One of the more frustrating enemies in the game. Along with these snappers, as I call them, don't know the official name. You see in stage
Yes,
3,
in
I
stage
think.
3 here. Yep.
This game doesn't have an ending, by the way, does it?
It's
Because
just,
just
Yeah, it
Yeah,
loops forever from
loops.
one.
Oh, does it?
After
Okay.
level 50.
Yeah. There's 50 different types of different types of maps, and then if you've beaten all 50 of them, then it just starts looping around.
Interesting.
There's quite a few games like that on the Master System. There's another one that comes to mind is Transbot and My Hero as well, all of which are
Oh, yes,
fantastically
My Hero.
fun games.
Yeah. Yeah, My Hero is a fun game. Could be
Yeah,
a
My
good
Hero is
one.
fantastic.
Could be a good one for Master 15 too.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a tricky game too.
Yeah, it is. But you're right. You get in that sense, it's very much like, well, Kung Fu is the obvious game that comes to mind. But like you are very briefly reunited with your lady love, and then here comes a minion, and he kidnaps her again, and then the game.
Yeah,
just kinda
exactly.
starts over.
Yeah.
So yeah, if Teddy Boy stays on the two of the white platforms for too long, it eventually disappears. So they gotta keep on moving, and the blue tiles will actually disappear if you keep on shooting.
Yep.
So Bogaturn and Crusader, that's how you pronounce it, are both on level 5.
Yep.
As
On
far as I
round
know.
Teddy Boy also a game with no continues, correct?
I think, well, through cheats there is a continuing option, but normally there's no
Okay.
continuous, as far as I know.
Okay. But like standard, there's no. Okay. That makes sense.
So the goal for this part of the race is to complete level 5. They're not going up to level 50, because that will take a lot longer
That
than
would take
it needs to
hours.
be. Some games in this race will be full game runs, some others will be like partly game runs, like do level 6 or do level 8. We'll get
Right.
to that much later.
Do the levels later on actually get bigger as well, or do they kind of maintain the same scale and just have more variety in enemies or something like that for Teddy Boy?
I don't want to say variety enemies. I haven't gone too far in this game myself. But because of the master system and possible map size limit,
Yeah.
So we have a Crusader and Poggington now both moving on to Hang On.
Yeah.
As
The goal
did,
here is just
Tenebrae as well, I think.
okay. And,
Oh, cool.
the goal
Seems
here
pretty
is
even.
Or no, maybe I'm thinking of a different person.
fun fact for this, both Hang On and Teddy Boy Blues were launch titles for the Sega Mark III back in Japan.
Yes, aren't there Master System variants that actually have at least Hang On and possibly Teddy Boy as well actually built into them?
I'm pretty sure Hang On is built in, right?
Yeah, Hang On was built in the American releases.
Right. Okay.
Teddy Boy, I know, as far as I know, was only card releases, I think.
Okay.
I might have to look on eBay and see if there was any actual physical cartridges, to see if they were for sale.
There's
Okay.
definitely a lot of different versions though, because the Master System that I've owned and currently still also own have Alex Kidd built in, but I know that you can have Aztec Adventure built in as well. For
Yeah.
instance,
Okay.
yeah, there's
Very
a lot
interesting.
of games that were built in by default.
I think there was one
There's
for
also
Sonic
versions
the
without
Hedgehog.
anything built in. So. Sorry, what's that, Greenling?
I think there was one for Sonic the Hedgehog for Master System 2 models
Really?
built
Oh,
in.
maybe
Oh,
later
yeah.
on. Interesting.
I'll have to get one of those then.
I think it was when I was first looking up on Master System consoles back on eBay when I was looking at 60Hz mods back in the day. I think there was some selling with Sonic the Hedgehog built in. But nowadays I'm using the Genesis Model 2 with the Mega Adapter 2
Yeah.
add-on.
Mm-hmm. It's slightly easier because
Yeah.
lets you play Genesis games and Master System games.
Yep.
With
Yeah,
just
the
one
only
console
downside-
instead of carrying them.
Yeah. In the U.S.,
Yeah,
I don't
downside-
know that a converter
That's
ever
not
came
too
out
much
for the
of-
Model 2 Genesis.
Yeah, there's two converters, one of which was released in the US, I'm pretty sure, but then there's a really small one, a super convenient one,
Oh, okay.
and that one's Europe only.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, because I know there was a converter for the original model Genesis, which I think I actually have kicking around somewhere.
Yeah, like
Oh.
the giant one with the plastic
Yep.
bit that prevents it
Yep.
from fitting on all kinds of stuff.
Yep. Right. But it sounds like you're saying in Europe there's another one for that fit the Model 2
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This
Genesis
one fits
slash
anything.
Mega
This
Drive.
one-
Yeah, that one we never got. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that was great. You don't have to break off any plastic bits anymore to make it fit on top of your console.
Right. So the
Almost
goal
bought a
here
Gabby
with
Bit
Hang On
challenge.
is to beat course 1, which is not too bad as long as you kind of take it slow, Rad Racer style. If you don't try and do too much, you're given plenty of time as long as you don't crash, and you actually even can crash a couple times, and you'll still be okay depending on where you do it, how well you did in the early sections of the course, and so on. So.
So is this set up
Do you-
with checkpoints like Rad Racer?
Yes, but you do if you can see the on the top right of the screen where it says left. That's basically your distance to the next checkpoint. But like Rad Racer, if you run out of time anywhere, you have to start back from the beginning of the course or the beginning of the game, as it were.
Right, and that's going to be a huge loss. Probably one of the worst deaths. I mean, that I could think of in a NES game race would be like dying in a Rad Racer level, because that's just minutes of time lost.
Yeah.
John UK89 is the head at the moment.
Yep, all 6 players are on Hang On.
Yeah, I just noticed that the section that says how much distance there's left is only up until the next extended play.
Yeah.
I thought for a moment that Podgington was actually really close to the ending already.
Oh no, Crusader's down.
Oh, Crusader, why? You just reset, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like Rad Racer, there is, as the time runs out, you kind of limp to a stop. And if you're close enough to the checkpoint such that you limp over the line, the game does have mercy on you and it allows you to continue. But,
Oh, that's good.
but looked like Crusader was a little bit too far away for that, so.
John's on to columns.
Alright.
So for columns, they can pick whatever map they wanted, right? Which doesn't matter at all, from what I remember.
Yes, I think you had to pick original mode, but in terms of like what the columns actually look like, there wasn't anything specified, so I presume you could do whatever you wanted there.
The goal for columns is to get 300 blocks. And you can clear blocks by getting 3 of the same color horizontally, diagonally, or vertically.
Yep.
Simple as that.
Yep, and similarly to Tetris, periodically the game speeds up. In this case, if you start at quote-unquote level 0, I don't know why I put that in quotes, but it speeds up every 50 joules. But starting on, it looks like John UK here started on level 3, so he'll stay on level 3, again, similar to Tetris, until he makes it to 150 joules, I believe.
There's no benefit in this case to starting at a higher speed, right?
Not particular, maybe slightly, but in terms of this goal, no. And the reason I say maybe slightly is because, again, like Tetris, you can free fall the column if you're confident and that's where you want to place it. You can just hit down and it'll drop instantly. So, in that respect, a faster natural falling speed will probably confer a slight advantage, but you're right, overall there's...
Yeah, it's negligible in this case.
Right. Also, yes, he'll get his next speed up at 200, not 150. I forgot there's a level 0.
So back in the NES 20 race, I think, there was Tetris as well, in which case... In which one person needed how many hours?
It was
beat
over
Tetris?
6.
It was a
hours.
long time.
That was a long time. Any expectations for Collins? Do you think we might see that scenario happen?
Oh.
No idea. Let's hope not.
I didn't know about
Probably
the
not
Tetris
6
situation.
hours now.
Alright, we got Rasmus on to columns. Beatrim as well.
Seems like this should be one of the shorter games, actually, I guess. Columns.
Should be.
Should be if you
In
really
terms
like.
of the, yeah, in terms of the overall Master 15, I'd say yes. It's probably the longest of the first 3, I would say.
Mhm.
Albeit not by much, by a minute or 2, I'd say, but
Yeah.
it's still probably, I don't know, 5 to 6 minutes. You could probably cut it down even. You could probably cut it down even more than that if you really dedicated yourself to just, you know. I guess Columns the Grandmaster level of play, but you know.
Now, I remember playing Columns a whole lot as a kid, but I don't remember if it has an actual goal in it as well. Is there a way to beat the certain stages, or do you just keep on playing indefinitely, essentially?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I think in the original game, which is what the competitors are playing, I think you just keep going until you lose.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough.
I don't even know what the difference between original and Flash is. So
Yeah, it's simply been too long for me to remember. It seems like John is doing quite well for himself. Podgington is not far behind though, in terms of block clearing.
Oh yeah.
Score-wise, he's actually ahead, funnily enough.
yes.
I wonder if he's... I've mostly been looking at John UK, but I wonder if Podgington has been setting up big combos or something with his block dropping.
If you're going for speed, though, I don't think combos is going to help you, is it?
I'm not sure that's really the best
It
thing.
shouldn't,
Yeah.
though.
If you have a
He
really
does seem
good
to have
puzzle,
a
yes.
way fuller screen.
Look at that, 6. 50 difference now between John and Podgington.
Hmm.
Check out what's going on here. Yes, we have a. The font on this is really annoying. The screens are small enough. I can't tell if that says 201 or 281. Okay, it looks like it's 20. The 8 curves in a little bit. So
Yeah,
we
the 0
have-
does look a lot like an 8.
Yeah.
I
We
have to
have
double check that one as well.
And John has
And,
finished his 300.
John UK has finished up Columns. Moving on to, I believe, Psycho Fox is next. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yes. Psycho Fox, aka Kid Cool, but a much better game.
So I've only seen a little bit of Psycho Fox before. I think it's one of those games that I just haven't gotten around to playing. What's up with that bird?
So
Heavy
the
tossing all
bird
the
is the bird is a kind of companion / additional hit that you can take. If you find the bird, you can throw it at enemies and it will kill them. And if the bird is on your back when you get hit, it will absorb the hit, but you lose the bird.
I see.
However, annoyingly, if the bird is not on your back when you get hit, you still die. I cannot tell
okay.
you. I cannot tell you the number of times I have gone to throw the bird at a very close enemy, missed, run into the enemy, and died.
Yeah, because you seem to be throwing it in a bit of an arch, so...
It's it's
Be very
kind of a
easy to miss.
strange angle that you throw it at. See John UK here hitting the warp zone to World 7.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 stages per world, and World 7 is the last world. He's basically in the last 3 stages right now already.
Yep.
The main
So,
issue with this game is that
Hmm.
the physics are incredibly hard to master.
Yes. Yeah, so you were saying this before the race, that I can see this being a very cool speed game to watch, or even to play if you can get it to that point, just because I imagine at the end you would just be running full speed through all the stages and never stopping, and it would look really cool and really skillful. But to actually play the game, Bangaera's right, the physics are really wonky.
It
Like,
feels
getting-
one thing I
like
noticed-
there's
getting to the skill point where that would happen, it would take a while.
It literally feels like your character weighs about 700 tons.
Did Podgington reset, by the way?
It looks like it. He's back down to 58 blocks.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like
now
I noticed
behind-
that he was suddenly down to 0. So
Yeah, he's now behind
That is-
Beatrim and Crusader. That's unfortunate.
that's tough. Yeah, because he seemed to be
That
very
is.
close to the ending as well.
Yeah.
Earlier on.
There we go. Beatrim's on to the next game.
Actually, it does look like looks like Tenebrae might have also reset
next-
Psycho Fox, and he's gonna go for the warp zone now. It looks like probably the smart move. So there are
A question about
actually
the bird, by the way. Oh, go ahead.
okay, so there are actually 4 different characters you can kind of switch back and forth with a limited number of times. We're probably going to only be seeing 2 of them in this race. The Psycho Fox, and then this Tiger that you see everybody... Oh, never mind. Beatrim just switched to the what I call the Psycho Tiger, whose ability is it can, I believe, run faster and jump higher, I want to say, than the other characters.
Yeah, the Hippo specializes in power, so he can destroy special blocks, but his other stats are really bad. And the Monkey, I think the other one, has specialty in higher jumping, but everyone uses the Tiger because of his faster running speed, and I think in theory longer jumps.
Right.
One question I had about bird, real quickly, is if you throw the bird out, and I mean it comes back to you, if it touches an enemy on its way back, does it still kill the enemy as well?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Oh, almost for Tenebrae to see the bird fly actually hitting the enemy on the way back. I want to say, yeah, it technically would.
Right.
Because I haven't seen it happen, like, properly yet.
Because even when bird
would-
flies on his own, standing there, it does hit enemies.
Yeah,
Kill
exactly.
him.
Mhm.
Yep.
But bird flies becomes a trait and goes away when you fight against a boss, so during boss fights you only have 1 HP.
And any other, there's a temporary invincibility power up you can use too. That also goes away on boss fights.
It's 3 hits and, yeah, seizure warning for those who are sensitive to red and blue flashes.
There you go. So John UK moving on to the first great equalizer here. Mercs, I believe, is next. Yep. Mercs, kind of like a Commando-esque game for the Master System. You get 1 life to make it through the whole thing, and the game over. Well, that's it. You do get a life
moderately
bar.
short though, right?
Yeah, you do get a life bar. It's fairly short. It's, I don't know, between 10 and 15 minutes probably.
Yeah.
But
And for boss fights you can spam the Mega Crash smart bombs because you get more bombs back when you start next stage.
Yes.
So for the first boss just use 3 bombs and it's all over.
yeah, that's basically the strategy that you want to do here. Yeah, Deep Freeze mentioning in the chat they never heard of Mercs. Interesting, there is really not a lot of information on the Master System version of this game in particular out there. I kind of, when I was trying to practice this, had to kind of cobble together what I thought the power-ups did from the Genesis version, which actually plays a little bit differently. So I may not actually have everything correct in that regard, but
Yeah, this game has 7 levels, 6 normal levels, and the 1 really short and easy final level. That's
Right, basically
non-existent
the final
difficulty-wise.
right. Beatrim here on the boss of Psycho Fox. So there are a number of weapons that you can collect in Mercs. I imagine the players are probably going to be going for one of 2 of the weapons. One is like a 3-way spread weapon, and the second one is a flamethrower. Which, come on, flamethrower. You can, like, light dudes on fire in this game. Which is great. It's also one of the stronger weapons in the game, too. Basically, depending on more or less how confident you are in crowd control, will kind of dictate whether you opt for the flamethrower or the three-way shot, I think.
Rasmus told me the other day that for the three-way shot, if you do it in a certain rhythm, you can get more shots on the screen, very similar to Contra.
Interesting.
And Rasmus, let's see, is he? Yeah, okay. Rasmus' second boss fight is his worst part of the game. He says he does not know when he's going to die. Sometimes he actually loses runs to that part of the game.
Okay, yeah.
So thought he got through that tough part.
We see John UK here with the three-way fire here, so...
Right, the poor man's S-gun.
Yep. Poverty Contra, as I think of it more as a rich man's commando, personally. But... So the POW that John UK picked up a few seconds ago, I believe if what I've cobbled together, that actually somehow increases the power of your weapons, but I don't know that for a 100% fact. The power or maybe the range, I really don't know.
Are there any particularly dangerous sections in Mercs?
Level 6, there's a laser trap section, and you got to be careful with your life bar as well, because it can go down very quickly if you're not paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
And because there's no continues, you do not want to get a game over by level 6, because that's practically a 9-minute loss.
Yeah, there's also there's a boss that's kind of a multiple section train boss, that if you're not careful, that can be dangerous just because it's multiple sections. So.
There's no pits to fall into that would basically kill you off in one go, for instance, or
no,
or areas like that.
There's nothing of that sort, but
that's good at least.
Yeah. Yeah, Tenebrae here still kind of struggling on Psycho Fox.
He's no longer on screen, but I'm hoping that Podgington has finished columns, hasn't he?
Yes,
Take a
he's
look
on
here.
Yes.
Psycho Fox right now.
Yep.
All right, good.
He's just getting ready to hit the warp to stage 7. Okay. Let's see here.
Oh, Beechun's got no HP. He doesn't have a life bar, he's got to be really careful.
Uh-oh. Yep.
Yeah, I just noticed that right now.
Yeah, that's...
Hopefully there's some
Definitely
Just
HP.
hoping that there's some health on the left. Doesn't
Nope,
look like
that's
it.
not it. Oh dear, he's got to be really careful. This is a big, kind of moderate time loss. This is not stage 6, this is like stage 3 I'm thinking he's on.
Would still be unfortunate if he gets hit.
Yeah.
No. This is going to be a very close call.
Yeah, very,
He might be
very
able to
close.
get, yeah, he managed.
Oh,
he managed
okay,
to
he made it.
Oh, nice.
I don't remember how much life you get back between stages, if any, though, so...
It looks like he's
Full
refilled his
HP.
health bar.
Okay,
Yeah.
it does refill the health bar, yep. There are, yep, okay, so Crazy Rasmus just grabbed a power-up that slightly increases your maximum health, so...
I guess the game is generous enough with invincibility frames as well that if you end up in a bit of a bad spot with a lot of enemies on screen, you can wipe them out quickly without taking too many hits.
Yeah.
Allows you to ignore a lot of enemies as well.
Mm-hmm. Alright, allows you to just kind of keep moving up, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So John UK here is now on the boss that I was talking about earlier, where It's a multi-section boss, and you have to deal with these rockets that come in even before you can fight the boss proper, so...
And Rasmus is not too far behind as well.
Yes, indeed.
Looks like Tenebrae's on the
So
last
catching
goal.
up, I guess.
Tenebrae's on the last stage of Psycho Fox, it looks like.
Psycho Fox, yep. Psycho Fox is kind of a spiritual sequel to an NES game called Kid Cool, which I think Toad mentioned that Psycho Fox looks like a terrible game. Kid Cool actually is a terrible game. The developers learned a lot of lessons, I think, from Kid Cool and applied them to Psycho Fox, and so wonky physics aside, it actually is a much, much better game.
It's interesting though that a developer went from NES to Master System like that.
Yeah.
Superior system.
Obviously,
Master
yeah.
System.
With superior colours.
Yes.
Yeah, you can actually have colors, right? Instead of brown and grey, brown and blue, right?
And built-in RGB by default. Bam.
The downside is that you only get 2 nodes to choose from. Bleep and bloop.
So coming right up on John's screen, these are the laser traps I was talking about.
Yes, those hurt. If you're not careful, you get hit by one. Played it a little safe there. Probably the smart move.
It seems like Rasmus is very close behind him.
Yeah, he's really catching up now.
Yeah.
Which is surprising because John UK, I have not seen him waste time anywhere thus far.
Alright. So the one drawback to Psycho Fox versus Kid Cool is Psycho Fox, from what I can tell, has no checkpoints in its levels whatsoever. Whereas Kid Cool did tend to put 1 in each level, although if you game over, you do the whole thing, so...
Looks like if you do well in the Merc stages, the boss fight just becomes a damage trade.
Yeah.
Come on, Rasmus. Okay, Rasmus got through, and so did John. Okay, so the last stage coming right up is really
Yeah,
easy.
John's
Just
in the last
destroy
stage.
2 propellers. There's no threat at all.
Yeah.
Well, Rasmus got hit. So.
Okay, those actual projectiles I did not know about. I'm so used to seeing Rasmus doing this without taking any damage. So I thought there's projectiles.
Basically it, though.
Yep. I thought at some
they
point
are so close behind each other.
Very close.
It's a race, guys.
Yep. Good race. So we're moving on to Wonder Boy. If you've ever played Hudson's Adventure Island, this will look slightly similar.
Only slightly.
Hey, I've seen this game
Slight-
before.
Yeah. They both are basically the same game, and then Wonder Boy kind of did its own thing, became more Metroid-esque, while Adventure Island for a while continued in kind of this vein, this style of game, but with dinosaurs. And then, interestingly, the very later Adventure Island games kind of went back. They kept the island hopping character, but the style of the games, the later games, did turn into kind of more Metroid-esque.
Yes, it sure did.
Collect items, that kind of thing.
So the goal of this, Adventure Island, is Alex Kidd, is that you have to pick up fruits along the way to keep your time bar up, and you can't get hit either.
Well, you can take certain hits, like you can pick up a skateboard power-up from what I remember. If you take a hit, then you only lose the skateboard.
You get a very invincibility power-up as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's anything like Adventure Island, you can run into rocks and they won't kill you, but they will knock you possibly into other obstacles that will kill you.
And they steal some of your time as well.
Right.
Yeah, the trip. That's right. The Master System version, I think, has 3 extra worlds more than the arcade version as well. This is a very long game if you want to do this warpless.
The interesting part about picking up the skateboard is that you lose the ability to go left. You keep moving forward at all times.
Yeah, you can go right or go right a little bit more slowly, or go right really fast.
Which becomes very interesting when you start to encounter moving platforms with cycles.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and to complete this game with the good ending, you need to pick up every single doll in every single level.
Oh, really?
It's pretty much impossible to actually do that.
I wondered what the dolls actually did outside of gave you more points and therefore slowed you down in a speedrun.
You need to collect like 48 of them to unlock the final level.
Mm.
So, do you guys know why they made the transition from, well, this being Wonder Boy to Wonder Boy being what I would imagine most people associate it with? Because it's such a drastic transition.
I really don't, honestly.
It's just Hudson that got bought by another company or something.
Yeah, something about Hudson was involved. That's all I remember.
Okay.
And to make this more confusing, they released Wonder Boy 3 on the TurboGrafx 16, and they called that Dragon's Curse, but in Japan they called that Adventure Island.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, have fun.
That's, yeah.
Browns are quite a bit of a big enemy in this game, the brown background mixing up with the slightly yellow platforms.
Yes.
There was no power-up beyond the skateboard, was there? Well, I mean, there's invincibility and
there's an
the skateboard.
invincibility, but no, I don't think so.
Well, there's the
No.
bee that makes you warp a bunch of levels. I don't know if that's in this game though.
Right, yeah. I know there's I know in Adventure Island there's a
It's fireballs. It's fireballs.
yeah, there's
The
the
Hudson
fireballs,
Bee.
thank you, Kiesla. Which are, from what I can tell, not in this game.
Okay, you have 3 different weapons in Adventure Island, like a rock, a rolling rock, I believe.
Not
Might
in
be
the
a different
original. You might be thinking of Joe and Mac. I don't know. There's a wheel in Joe and Mac. Like,
So World 4, World-4 levels have different background music. It's set in the forest as well, and at the end there's a boss fight. You gotta hit the head, I think around 8 times.
Yep.
And Rasmus is in the lead.
yeah, Rasmus has pulled into the lead here. So just beating World 1 here. Moving on to World
And the
2.
goal for this race is to complete World 2. So he's got 4 more levels to go through.
Yep.
Do you guys know if Rasmus has played Alex Kidd extensively before?
I don't know.
Because I know that Beatrim has, and that seems to me that seems like one of the main games that can kind of change things up a lot.
Mm-hmm. I'll admit, Alex Kidd is one of the games I'm really not all that familiar with outside of watching Beatrim play it a couple times. So.
Well, I still played it yesterday, so the game's as
That's a
tough
good
as I
question.
remember it being.
Yeah, as far as actually practicing to potentially participate in this race, Wonder Boy is as far as I got, so.
Hmm. So is there any, looking at the lineup again, is there any particular reason why heavyweight champ James Buster Douglas is on there and not George Foreman?
Or Rocky, for that matter. I was kind of wondering the same thing. They're all sort of the same game.
They're all the exact same game, yeah.
But yeah, George Foreman does, include hamburgers. Which,
That is true. Everybody does have to take a break and have a burger in between the rounds.
That's right.
Oh, that's close for Rasmus. Thought he was going to hit the second bat there, but he's doing alright. John is in 2-2, Breton is 2-1. Hoggington's on Mercs.
Yeah,
Stage
unfortunately,
3.
his Collins reset cost him a lot of time from the looks of it. Still plenty of opportunities to catch up, though.
Yeah, there's still a lot of games left to go here.
Yeah.
The two that you don't see now, Tenebrae is on Mercs as well, and probably about at the same place that Poggington is, and Crusader is still doing Fox, Psycho Fox.
Okay.
I'm not sure he knows about the warp in Psycho
Well,
Fox.
Crusader was going in blind for most of the games, didn't he?
Outside of,
So I
I
would
do have to
imagine
say,
they-
this does seem like outside of East, of course. This does actually seem like a pretty, at least doable slate of games blind.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And I do think it was helpful for the organizers to note that trying to do East blind is a very bad idea, because it is.
Yeah, East is a really short game than you expect, but you need to look up on the internet how to do it, and if you have never even looked at it or played it before, good luck.
Right.
Because you'll be automatically lose 2 outs at the minimum.
Yeah.
Do you know who found the wrong world, by the way, in East? Because I know the first time I heard of it was from Crazy Rasmus. But I don't know if he was the one to run into it as well.
I saw a video on YouTube that was up in 2010-ish, so
Okay.
it might came from that one there.
Uh-huh.
For Wonder Boy, there are checkpoints. You notice there's numbers along the levels. That's basically the little section. So there's a start, there's a number 2 sign, number 3 sign, and a number 4 sign. It's practically there's 3 checkpoints per level. Rasmus is on the last level for this race goal, which is completing World 2.
Looks like Crusader's now on Mercs. He's finished with Psycho Fox.
John started his last level for Wonder Boy. Returns on World 2-2. He actually just finished World 2-2, so he's going to be on World 2-3. Rasmus is on the last section of 2-4, so he's going to be fighting against the boss very soon and jump to the next game.
Grab the doll in 2-2. One of the things I do think would throw me off trying to speedrun this Wonder Boy is adjusting to the idea that I don't have to grab every single fruit and the dolls and all that, because that'll just cost you time at the end, as everything counts down.
Unless you're 100%ing it, of course.
Well, yes, sure. Crazy Rasmus now on to the next game. Believe it's Double Dragon?
Looks
That's
like.
right, yeah.
That looks like Double Dragon. So this version of Double Dragon actually quite a bit closer to the arcade version than the NES version that I at least kind of fondly remember as a kid. But which sort of did its own thing. It wasn't a particularly faithful port of the arcade version. This one is actually quite a bit closer to that. So
You're going to see a lot of jump kicks in this game. Not only because the enemies wake up very quickly, it also deals pretty good damage too, so it's a good way to kill everyone in this game.
yeah. See what I like to call the random Rick Astley posters there that Crazy Rasmus just walked by. The BBC posters.
Does co-op change the game in any way? I've played Double Dragon solo before, but I haven't played it co-op yet. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't think it can have more enemies though, because this is the Master System in a way, so I think that's going to be up to 3 enemies on the screen. Not saying in a cocky way, I'm just saying in a technical way.
Right. Just that's what the Master System can handle, right?
Without lagging like crazy. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, it looks like Crusader game over and on Mercs. Yeah, he's back at the start here.
Yep.
Oh, ouch.
That's not good.
I think it was on
Yeah, like we
stage
said,
4 as well.
Like we said, early decider here, so... John UK passing the Rick Astley posters.
They do look a lot like him.
They really
They
do.
are actually Rick Astley.
It wouldn't necessarily surprise me depending on when this port came out, because this would have been roughly around the time that, I guess you could say his first wave of popularity before he became a meme.
Yeah, this is pre-meme, so...
Issues back. So... But this was, mid-'80s, which would have been about the time he was actually a popular music star, so...
Mm-hmm.
I want to say there are posters that look sort of like him in one of these other games too, but I forget which one.
Looks like Beatrim's moving on to the next game.
It is an interesting fact from the Speedrun.com forum that Beatrim found that the worm itself is a world worm, and if you run it on a Japanese mode, it changes the number continues from infinite to as low as 2.
Yep.
So right now we're playing the US version, which allows us to use infinite continues.
Yeah, you kind of found that out by accident, I think. When people were like, Double Dragon is impossible, and he was like, what are you talking about? It
It's
turns
still
out
weird
that,
though, to change it based on the hardware. It's like, oh, it's in Japan, let's make it harder.
Well, there is a history of that happening with games, though. Even in the Mario series.
Usually on the ROM itself, rather.
True, but yeah, not
hardware.
usually based on the hardware that you put it on.
Right.
Was it not simply a matter of, the code detecting what hardware you had? And switching the number of continues based on that?
Yeah,
Something like that.
that's what it sounds like
Yeah.
it does, but that's a pretty rare method from what I can tell of actually,
Right, generally a game gets released in one region and then they kind of see how it does, and when they release the next version of it, they decide, do we want to change this or that, but it's that they made that decision ahead of time for all the regions. It's kind of weird.
Right.
Do you guys know what Rasmus is trying to do, by the way? Because he was standing there weirdly in the corner.
There's a little trick again that you can.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, he's trying
back
to
kick.
knock enemies off the edge there.
Oh, I see.
The enemies knock forward towards the player and they fall into a pit. You can do this for a boss as well. Or you can make the boss do a jump kick into the pit. Here's the boss right now. Let's see. Good AI? Oh, he's not good.
No,
Okay,
okay.
he's gonna do that method.
Listen,
It cost him a couple of lives, but it's probably still worth it in the end. It's because
Yeah.
these enemies seem
Yeah.
to take so many hits that they take forever to down.
And the goal for this race is to complete level 3, and Rasmus is on level 3 right now. It's still a pretty lengthy level.
right.
And there's a pretty cool trick partway through the level that I will explain later, once we get to it.
And yeah, Jay, the Master System did have FM sound, but that was only released in Japan, and it only made a difference for a handful of games, from what I remember. Came on the cartridge as well.
Right.
Yeah, the international release had to make a mod to support FM sound, and they only worked on certain games. I think on certain ROMs too, like a Japanese ROM or something like that. But yeah, FM basically is like the sound chip that sounds similar to Genesis, and the PSG is what you usually hear on a Master System.
Right, the PSG is what I associate with the kind of Master System sound,
Yeah,
if you will.
the signature high-pitched beeps.
Yep.
The telephone dial beeps.
By the way, one of our off-screen players, Poggington, now onto Wonder Boy on round 1-2. Made up quite a bit of time relative to his PB on Mercs, it looks like. Wondering if he got through it in one credit.
Okay, so you may have noticed on Radman's screen, you just crossed over a bridge, and on the lower half there's a lake. And there's a little glitch in this part of the stage that if you KO, if you knock back enemies to the far right, they will screen wrap and spawn on the far left, and the far left is that lake.
So they just drown straight away.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
They basically wrap around the screen
That is-
and go off of it and die. Good stuff.
Interesting design.
It's hilarious, yeah. Well, the lake is on the lower half of the screen, so you can't do it on the upper half, because that's where the solid bridge is.
Yeah.
Right.
The wrestler is kind of cheeky, he can do infinites with those slams. With an OTG grab off the ground.
How close is Rasmus to the ending of the game now? Or to the ending of the race goal, I should say.
I want to say just over halfway through. There's a few more lengthy sections. There's like a cliff section, and
Yeah, there's
one
like a
part looks
cliff
like
slash
it's on top of a
bridge
train.
section.
So now this is what I call the cliff section, because there's a little pit to the far right. Similar to level 2, you can do a bait back kick to make him fall into the pit.
He's tossing heavy rocks at them instead. Which
They
seem
don't
to do
look so
roughly the
heavy
same
to me.
damage as a jump kick.
I think realistically a rock should deal more damage, but I don't know what it's like
should.
in game. But the rock has the advantage because you don't have to wait for enemies to walk from one side to the other. But since they're right near the edge, as they are now, Rasmus might as well just do the backward kick or forward kick to knock them towards the edge. Okay, so he's got the wrestler coming, 2 of them. He might as well use the back kick. But hitboxes is a thing.
Now, how do the controls in this version actually work? Does one, is it like the arcade where one button you attack left and one button you attack right, and it doesn't matter which direction you're facing? Or is it?
I haven't played this one, so
Okay.
other than that, sorry about that.
Okay, that's all right. But that's
Okay,
one of the. Oh, there he goes. Got him off the cliff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we have
So
this
now
bridge
this is
section.
the last-ish section before the boss fight.
But that was one of the weird things about the arcade versions of Double Dragon. What was weird to me, that instead of having like a dedicated punch button or a dedicated kick button, like your left button attacked left. And it didn't matter which way you were facing, but the way you were facing, you know, determined whether you punched left or kicked left. But
I haven't played this version much, but I don't remember it being the case for Master System. Fuel, you were going to say something?
I think I like the idea of one button attacking one way and one attacking the other, just because it lets you fight enemies on both sides of you at the same time a little more easily. We can probably tell just by looking to see if, you know, punches are always forward, kicks are always backwards. But I mean, the jump kick seems to be such a strong move that everyone's just using that all over the place.
It probably doesn't matter much, because you're just jump kicking everything.
Right.
Okay, so now he's fighting against the boss. After this, he's just going to jump to the next game.
Yeah, this does not seem like a game that's very doable with only 2 continues, considering how incredibly easy it is to take damage.
Very much.
Yeah, it looks like you have to play very defensively if you're doing a 2 credit or even a 1 CC playthrough of this. But you do get a full life refill after completing a stage. As far as I know. And now Rasmus on the next game.
Yeah, looks like he's jumping straight into Fantasy Zone.
So now the challenge is that you're not using... system error, software error.
Uh-oh. Well, that's no good.
So he's now 55 minutes into the game. Hopefully his things are not too tired to mash even more.
Yeah, this is another potential great equalizer here.
Although, to be fair, there's still a bunch of save strats you can use as well. The very fastest strategies are the very risky ones. If you play it slightly safer, then it's not too bad.
You get to use a laser, which is the best non-turbo button-based weapon in the game. Because you just have to hold it rather than mash and mash.
Right.
It's interesting, though.
The power-ups in this are interesting in that they are timed, it seems. Like, you get a laser for 15 seconds, and then it runs out, and then you are sad, because you have to mash a lot.
So you already used a heavy bomb for the very first boss fight. In Fantasy Zone, you can buy random items using the coins that you collect. You get the coins from killing the enemies off. And they're typically temporary, except for stuff like the heavy bomb, which carries over to further maps as well. Now, certain bosses are actually pretty damn difficult to beat without using a power-up like the heavy bomb. But with the heavy bomb, you can one-shot them.
Oh, didn't get okay, 2 shots, not too bad.
Okay, he might have prepared for that because he did have 2 heavy bombs there, so I'm guessing he knew that.
They do get more and more expensive as well as you
you purchase more, then they get more.
Price inflation.
Yep.
Master System version only has 6 bases, so you have to destroy these big units, which are called bases. And normally, past versions have 10, but the Master System has the least with 6. And after you destroy those bases, it spawns a boss.
Well, you have to.
But you can actually go in both directions if you have a need.
Yeah, the screen wraps around.
Yeah.
One thing to note, though, is that even if you've destroyed all of the bases and the enemies, you have to pick up all the coins as well, or have them despawn, because otherwise the boss doesn't spawn, which is very unfortunate, because I mean, a lot of the time when you've got a power-up like the 7-way shot, fantastic weapon, you kind of want to breeze through the stage and hit as much as possible and take out all the enemies, but then you still have to do this cleanup of getting whatever bouncing coins are remaining.
Right. So Rasmus on the last boss for this race.
Yeah,
Master System exclusive, and he's done. Nice.
Yeah, that was remarkably quick. Yeah,
That's
very
a
well
very
done.
good run for game 1 now into the race. That's really good. Because you can die easily there. Because faster jets means it's harder to control, and a slight touch from a small projectile or a big enemy, it's instant death. You lose all your power-ups, including your jet. It's a very
start from scratch.
big momentum killer.
Yeah, and considering that power-ups become more and more expensive as you buy them more often, a death is, well, extra costly, basically. You can't really afford to buy even a jet sometimes.
Alright. So he's on to George Foreman, heavyweight champ. Released in the US, I believe, as James Buster Douglas, Knockout Boxing.
I didn't see the super punch happen.
I think he got hit out of it, actually. So he's just gonna reset, give this another go here.
So in George Foreman, fast mode is exactly the same as slow mode. Is there any kind of difference in this game, or?
I think it's the same. I think it's the same with George Foreman. Because I think sometimes Rasmus chooses slow mode, sometimes he chooses fast. I don't think there's any difference.
It's fantastic. I noticed that.
Now, did you actually do an analysis and actually figure out that the two are exactly the same, or is that just kind of anecdotal that, you know, you can't?
Well, I
see?
tried actively to find differences. I looked into like tiny things like the audience or something, whether the sprites were moving differently or something like that.
Okay.
Nothing. It's the exact same game. I found no difference for it.
I wonder if there's just something that's not obvious, like in the Capcom Classics Collection version of Final Fight, there's a difficulty select, and you can pick like 8 different difficulties. And what that actually does, yeah, I have no idea. Like, you know, unless there's something on some deeper level I'm not seeing. Like, it's nothing obvious. You know, the enemies don't have any more life. I can't tell if they're necessarily more aggressive. They don't seem to do any more damage, so... Yeah, I don't know. I'm at a loss. I mean, I imagine it does something, but... You know, I can't tell you what.
I've noticed one difference compared to George Foreman, by the way, that there doesn't seem to be a real uppercut move. Unless Rasmus simply hasn't been using it, but he seems to be using mostly jabs, which are relatively low damage. And more difficult to stun lock with as well.
Right. Yeah, I really don't know myself. There does seem to be like a body shot move, but that.
I like this countdown.
Yep. Yeah,
Oh yeah, regular caves do happen. I think Rasmus had one, or I think Featuring had one a few days ago, and
I have seen it happen.
For a skill point.
What about skill points?
You know, before you start a fight, you can use your skill points to upgrade your fighter. I think regular KOs, you got 1 extra for doing that.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah. So when Rasmus started the second fight, he normally set his power to level 3, but we also had 1 spare, so he added 1 more to his super punch.
Okay. Right.
So he had 4 maximum super punches.
Well, if you get a stun lock off, then you only need 3 super punches in total, just to get the guy on the very right-hand side of the screen.
Yeah.
Power does speed it up a lot, so I'm wondering if that's a decision he'll regret. The difference between having 1 power and having 2 power is huge in that game. Between 3 and 4, it's negligible, almost, but...
Yeah, I know when I was watching Beatrim practice this, he seemed to basically throw everything he could into power first, and then go from there. Maybe he put 1 extra into super punching in the interim, but... excuse me.
But yeah, it certainly seems like the general strategy is exactly the same as in George Foreman. Walk forwards, super punch, spam attacks.
Yes.
So I'm guessing that this one has 4 fights as well in total, or...
I really don't know. I know the goal for this is to beat the 3rd fight. I don't know how many more there are after that. So.
Looks like we got Podgington moving on to Double Dragon.
Yep.
That's
and
good.
Beaton's just done Fantasy Zone.
Just finished Fantasy Zone. And our off-stream competitors, Crusader and Tenebrae, both still on Wonder Boy, for the curious. So all 6 players actually not doing too badly here.
Yeah, with 3 players being very, very close to each other.
Yes.
Given how many games there have been, at least, and the type of games that have popped up.
Right.
And the potential time loss you could happen if you mess up really bad. Like game over.
Yep. Just as a fun note, B-Trim actually playing the James Buster Douglas version of this game.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Is there any kind of difference whatsoever?
Any other differences besides that, but just thought it was interesting.
Opponents are the same as well.
Yeah, opponents appear to be the
Santana.
same. Yeah.
I read somewhere on YouTube about one of the games, and it said like when one of the former championships no longer became a championship, they made newer copies with this fighter instead.
Oh really?
Yeah, something along the lines. Which could explain why there's at least 2 or 3 clones of this game.
Right.
Although George Foreman had a bit more originality by adding burgers.
Yes.
It at least has the very best intermission screen.
It is. It really is.
Fun fact is that there's, in George Foreman at least, and I'm guessing in these games as well, there's a potential glitch where you can get a technical knockout after 2 knockdowns.
Huh.
Which saves a buttload of time, of course, because you don't have to get through the... You don't have to sit through the cutscene where they're getting back up on their feet again.
Nice.
I've yet to figure out how that happens. But it's one of those tricks that could produce a faster task than is currently out there.
Williams, is it just me or Williams just really good of a fighter with his footsie game, i.e. his punching and timing? Because sometimes Rasmus can TKO him in the first round, other times he can't.
Yeah, he seems very fast sometimes, this Williams guy. He does spam a lot of punches as well, so it's very difficult to get close to him.
Yeah. Very quick recovery between punches too, makes it a very good defensive opponent. Oh, let's see, is he gonna... No, this game rarely gives you regular KO, so an 8. Oh dear. Okay,
I think I've only
that's the
seen
second knockdown as well.
Oh, that's painful.
Oh.
He has to be very careful now.
Ouch.
Like, if he lands a good super punch, then he might down Williams with a single punch as well.
I don't think he's got any
But
super punches left. That's the trouble. But
Ah, now you regenerate it though. Oh yeah, he doesn't have any super punches, you're right. Well, this could be dangerous then. AI has a lot of power, so even though he has more HP, he can definitely not take as many hits. Right. Time's running out as well. Come
He
on.
got it. He got it.
oh, that's just
No, that is cruel. He was about to fall
Not
over.
fair.
That is so unfair. Wow, that's unfortunate for Rasmus.
He's possibly going to lose this fight now, because the AI always regenerates buttloads of HP in between rounds.
Oh yikes!
Unless
yeah,
he gets some really good combat in.
Down.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked down very easily at this point.
Yeah. Oof.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
nasty.
Not good.
John UK, meanwhile, got the technical knockout.
Oh, John UK's ahead then. So if we got a new leader.
he got it in
folks.
round 1 too. He got it in round
That's
1, so
really
that's
good.
a big time game for him.
And that's it. On to the next game for him.
Yeah, which is Castle of Illusion. Oh,
Castle of Illusion.
Bangara's favorite game, right?
Hey, yep. Well, on the Master System.
Yeah, obviously.
Good game.
Not the Genesis one with the rubbish music.
Yeah, the goal for this game is to complete the game, and roughly it's around 50 minutes long if you've done really good. Just
Yeah,
give
the
it a quick
speedrun is approximately 50 minutes. We can tell soon enough whether John UK is familiar with the run or not, depending on certain routes that he takes.
Okay.
Seems like he
anyone's
knows it.
gonna do the crazy jump in this first stage though.
Oh, the leaf
Oh,
jump. Ah, well, you never
The
know.
leaf jump.
Okay, no, he missed the leaf altogether.
Well, that's not
Oh,
that's
no.
the first one. It's the next
That's not the
one.
crazy one. No, no.
Yeah, there's a crazy time saver for those who don't know in the first level, but it's not always consistent, apparently.
It is. It's just really hard.
Yeah, it's very
Okay.
difficult at times. Probably.
Okay.
In general, this game is quite tricky. Some of the stages are very doable, but there's a couple of sections that can be very nasty. So, was there
There's
any
also-
manipulation found for the first boss fight, by the way? I don't quite remember.
There
Whether you
is
could
some
make it stop,
manipulation, but it's not 100% consistent.
Okay. Because you can make
If
him
you
stop
face
either on the
away-
left-hand side or the right-hand side.
Yeah, if you face away from him quite far away, then he's much less likely to do 2 cycles.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyway,
At
the
least
goal of the
that's what
game
I-
is... The goal of the game is that you collect these gems. Because Mickey's girlfriend has been captured, and in order to free her, he has to collect a couple of gems. There's 6 of those in total, if I remember correctly. And then
Oh,
there's a
yes.
final stage.
I thought it was 7 because there's 7
7.
colours in the rainbow.
There's 5 stages, and 2 stages have an extra to pick up.
Ah,
Okay.
Oh, yeah, true, you're right. I think John
There's a
UK's
few
video feed just
interesting-
froze.
Yeah,
Yep.
his stream is.
Okay.
There's a few interesting glitches in this game. The most useful one is that this game does not have ceilings, which means anything you see on screen can be jumped on if you can jump high enough, and you can skip whole sections of the game by jumping over a wall and ending up on the other side. And then a different glitch is that moving platforms don't. You can clip through moving platforms if you're in attack state.
Just want
So
to
I
mention
just
that
saw,
he was walking through a wall just a moment ago. That is not an actual glitch or anything.
That
That's
is that
just
is intended.
Okay.
Doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it's a
Okay, I was
shortcut.
wondering about that. I was actually just about to ask that if that was a glitch or if that's just a secret passage. That.
Yeah,
But it
it's
sounds
just
like
it's a
it's
big shortcut. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a very big shortcut.
The first 3 stages of this game are not that tricky. I would say that the third up until the third and the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth stage are going to be the toughest by
The
far.
clock tower is the first main challenge.
Yeah, for sure.
Obligatory clock tower
But
level.
there, with jumping over a wall, you skip over half of that level.
Yeah.
All the hard parts.
I wonder if they're going to go for that one.
It's
Crazy
easy.
Rasmus appears to have
Oh.
reset heavyweight champ.
oh no,
Well,
that's
he got defeated from what I saw, right? So
Okay. Oh, is there a limited number of continues in?
I think you only get 1 life, from what I remember.
Okay.
ouch.
At least that's George Foreman.
Okay.
That's a trick later on in the chocolate stage, John the UK playing, that involves a corner boost that allows you to land on the ceiling. That's correct?
Yep. So if you jump into a wall, the first pixel of the wall, you get a slight jump height boost, and that allows you to get on top of the ceiling in the stage.
Let's see if he uses the cheesing strat for the boss fight as well. The chocolate stage is one of the fastest boss fights, simply because there's There's a cycle that you can kind of shorten if you time it right.
So he's attempting the corner clip now, and he just
Yeah.
got it. And that saves like, well, he didn't save a lot of time because he had to attempt it a few times, but that
Yeah, but
probably
still.
still saved like 5 seconds.
At the very least, he's going to be even after that.
So this guy is like the Yellow Devil in Mega Man, but normally if you hit him, he disappears again and then goes to the other side. But if you time your hits correctly, he skips that cycle, and you can just keep hitting him.
Okay.
Yeah, the way to do it is that you hit him right after he punches the wall, which makes another block drop down that you can throw at him.
Yep.
And then he just punches the wall again.
Okay, yep.
You can keep on doing this, which saves loads and loads of time.
Like a minute, at least.
Yeah, probably. Because every single block forming the enemy boss's body moves individually. It
He
just
would
takes
have
forever.
to go left. He would have to go left and right 4 times.
Yep. Now he only does it once, which is a big time saver.
Beatron just lost against the third match.
Yeah, it does look like there is a limited number of continues at the very least. You just
Yeah.
matched. So
John UK is now in the first tricky stage. There
Yeah,
is
just enemy
an
placement is a
interesting
lot more
flip here.
cruel.
There's an interest.
Oh, you mean the cake jump? Yeah. So that small chest contains a small piece of cake, from what I remember, and somehow you can sometimes actually hit it while just like trying to jump on top of it, like that. So you just pull it off.
oh, yeah. There you go.
How quickly that happens just seems to be completely random. But it saves a big. It skips a big chunk of the stage. You don't have to go all the way around.
Yep. You're actually abusing a secret area. You go the wrong way, and you end up way further in the level. Oh,
Oh,
missed
he just
that
jumped
jump.
into a bit. Yeah, he was either going to jump into the plane or fall to his death. So
Yeah.
he went for the faster option.
It looks like John UK isn't very familiar with the speedrun,
Not with
so
these
he might
stages, at
lose
least.
some time here.
Yeah.
It looks like he studied the strats to do the quick boss fights and stuff and the route, but hasn't actually
Mhm.
put effort into optimizing the route
Yeah.
itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've been watching quite a bit of Crazy Erasmus streams and Beatron streams for this game especially.
One thing to note is that, well, he just picked up one of those gems, one of those emeralds. If you beat the stage but you forgot to pick that one up, you have to redo the stage entirely just to get that gem.
Oh,
Otherwise, you
Yep.
can't reach the ending. I found that out the hard way, unfortunately. Yeah, he's very close to the ending of this stage now. There's just going to be a moderately simple boss fight. Unless he goes for the secret first. Okay, he didn't.
There's an interesting strat you can use on this boss fight where you hit the boss and then land on the edge of the screen at the top. Again, because there are no ceilings. And that way, if you get lucky with RNG and the book spawns on the same side twice, you can get an early hit in.
So in the chat, people were mentioning Ys and how the page implies it's not necessarily that the glitch is hard, although it's not something you're going to be able to do if you don't look into how to do it. It's more so that if you don't use the glitch to beat Ys in like 30 seconds, it's probably a multi-hour game, especially blind. So that's why trying that one blind is not a good idea.
Yeah, and it's very easy to mess up the glitch even if you do know it. That's
Right.
from what I've heard. I don't know how to do it, but from what I've heard, it's quite precise.
Right. Like I've said, I know, like, I've watched Beatron do it a few times. I don't think I could do it myself, given that. But it's... like, that aspect of it, if you know how to do it, yes, it might be difficult, but if you screw it up, it's maybe a minute lost per attempt, so... you know, it's more so that, you know, even if you take 15, 20 tries, whatever it is, to actually get it, that's still far, far quicker than trying to actually beat the game the normal way. Even if you're
John
John
UK
UK
is on.
struggling
He
HP
just
wise.
died.
Yeah, he did.
thanks.
The good thing about the clock tower is that you can pick up an extra HP item, giving you
Yeah.
4 instead of 3.
Mhm.
I think he was probably trying to damage boost through the toilet paper
Yeah.
rolls there. Whatever the heck they are.
So you can see
Rasmus-
the purple emerald at the top of the wall there, but you can't actually reach it, so you have to go all the way around to get it.
Yeah, and then you have to redo a section of the map again as well.
So Rav has just done the boxing game now. He's just beaten match 3. He's on
Mm-hmm.
Mickey Mouse.
So yeah, he's just starting Castle of Illusion. Let's see, Beatrim's still heavyweight champion.
I think
Tenebrae
BG
still
might
on
get game
double
over.
It's a very
So-
close call. It's round 3. Yeah, he's having a rough time.
If John UK goes for the skip now, he can skip over half of the level. But it's quite interesting because you have an enemy that can give you 2 different patterns, and if he gives you one pattern, you can't actually do it, and you have to reset the level. You have to reset the room, and he didn't get it this time.
Yeah. Oh, he's resetting room.
Meanwhile,
He's going to try it again from the looks of it.
our off-stream competitors here, Crusader on Double Dragon, and Poggington is on to Fantasy Zone right now.
Yeah.
And there we
Ah,
go,
he
he
got
got
the
it
skip,
third
yeah.
try.
Nice.
Took a couple of tries, but it still saves time with that amount.
Yeah, it still saves major time, and there is a big possibility you die in this stage if you don't.
Yeah. These sections are really nasty, where you're being pushed to the side and you have
Yeah.
to pick up a screw.
The timing is super tight.
Yeah, and you kind of have to kill that enemy because otherwise you're never really going to fit through properly.
And now the next boss fight can be done super quick, but it's extremely dangerous to get early hits in.
He went for it, and
He's already on 1
Plus-
HP, and this is not an easy fight.
Whoa.
well, if you do it normally, it's not too bad. It's very easy to mess up, though. That's for sure.
So what are you actually trying to do here? Get the gears onto the
No, you just
On
have
the-
to jump on his head, and
Oh,
there
okay.
is like a 1 frame opportunity where the clock is low that you can
Mhm.
actually jump on it without it swooping down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so in a task is very easy to pull off, of course, but in a real-time run, getting that jump right is... You can get it once maybe per fight, and then if you get it a second time, you're already pretty lucky. There's no setup for it or anything like that. There's also the gears walking along the ground. But,
And if you mess up, you take a hit, and you don't have a lot
Yeah.
of hits. So
exactly.
Well, it looks like Beatrim's having some problems right now. This is his second knockdown that I've seen. I think he's about to hit the 10 count. Oh, reset.
Oh, ouch.
That's unfortunate. He was 4 rounds into that fight as well, so that was pretty deep. Yeah, meanwhile, John UK is entering the very last stage, which is a quite long stage too, this one.
there's a bunch of speed tricks you can do here by jumping over the falling weights, but all these are extremely precise and usually not worth it in like a big marathon setting like this is.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of HP to work with, so it's probably best not to lose too much. The game introduces a new mechanic in this stage as well, where you have to pick up lanterns to light up the area. For some reason, if the lantern is standing on the ground, it just doesn't provide any light.
And they make you pick
Well,
them
don't your
up
lanterns work
because-
that way? Don't you have to pick them up in order for them to?
Flashlight, sure, but no, actually not even a flashlight.
They make you pick
Nope,
them up
game makes no
by
sense.
having you do a jump that is too high, and you need something to jump off. So they make you
Yeah.
grab
Mhm.
the light.
It
And then there's
changes
a
the...
very interesting level design here, where they make you use the same key twice. which I haven't really seen in many other games, if at all.
Yeah.
It's very clever
if you pick
use
up the
of
key from the
storage.
wrong area, then you block yourself in. So you have to be very careful with this. You see that there's several ways of entering that area by destroying several different grey
Oh
blocks.
yeah.
If you destroy the wrong ones,
There-
you will not be able to leave again.
There is a funny glitch with doors where you can actually pick up the door and throw it, and it flies like all over the screen. But I'm not quite sure how it works, but it's really funny if you see it.
This stage features a handful of very short auto-scrollers as well. And it even makes use of that left edge of the screen pushing you as well. So there's a couple of sections where you have to crouch and just wait until the screen catches up to you before you can try to progress.
Let's see, can Rasmus do the corner boost? Oh, first try. Nice. Pogachen just reset on Fancy Zone. I think it was on stage 3. That's unfortunate. Big trims on heavyweight boxing.
Still heavyweight champing. Yep.
It seems like Rasmus knows about the fast strat for beating the chocolate boss as well. The only thing you really
by
have
the
to do
way,
is just
still
wait.
Double Dragon. And Tenebrae is onto heavyweight boxing now, so.
Johnny UK is another spot where you can use the ceiling to skip a whole section of the level. But this one's quite tricky because it requires the ghost to be in a correct position. And he seems to get it rather quickly.
Oh, got it. Nice.
So he's about to start off the second last boss, which is followed almost straight away by the final boss.
Yeah,
But first you
and
have to
this
beat the
is
dragon.
not an easy boss fight.
Yeah.
But there is a way to trick him. You can actually... Normally the game requires you to jump on top of the little ledge and then throw the ball at him. But if you time it correctly, you can actually just hit him from jumping and throwing the barrel.
Mhm.
Is it because one of his sprites, when he's actually facing down, has a lower hitbox? That's what I was thinking, why it works.
Yeah, his head has to be in a certain position as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is very precise to get the right hits in.
You have to time it right as well because he's spewing his fireballs all over the place.
Yeah. He's
Right,
amazing.
it does look like the fireballs might be in a pattern, or...
They're position based.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
And
even
then
if you stand on the
it's very
platform, you're not going to be
important
safe there.
that you do not die on this boss, because there is a glitch. If you do this all on your first life, you enter this, where you can pick up the next item, and it makes your entire your Mickey,
Oh, he died.
your hitbox, an entire hitbox. But he died, so
Oh,
now he has to
yeah.
beat the final boss legit, which isn't easy.
Yeah, so what you would normally do is that you pick up the lantern and you just barely jump into the boss with it, without actually
Oh, really?
touching the boss with your own body, and then you can just damage the boss all the time like that. You never have to throw the lantern and pick it up again.
Oh,
But
wow.
if you
Because
mess
this
up
one's
once,
easy this fight, but the little balls do not bounce where you think they would bounce. They bounce in like weird positions.
Right.
But
But
it
yeah,
looks
he's
like he
done
got
with
it.
Castle of Illusion.
Okay.
Didn't know
Well
about that
played.
glitch until today.
On to Wonder, Alex Kidd.
This is going to be a tough game. If he's not played this, if he's not practiced this extensively, then this could be a bit of a wall, possibly. Yeah, in general, Alex Kidd is kind of tricky to control. He's very... Yeah, there you have it already. He managed to just run straight into the bird. It's very difficult to slow down properly and not just run straight into enemies.
Mm-hmm. Oh, as he runs into the enemy and I see the little angel silhouette, now I notice the similarities to Teddy Boy. as you,
Yeah, you'll
point
see
out.
that there's going to be an enemy in one of the upcoming stages that looks exactly like an enemy from Teddy Boy as well. I would imagine that it's just made by the same developers.
Right.
Oh, he's going for some speed traps. Playing the Japanese version from the looks of it. where he's eating a rice ball instead of a hamburger. They changed it for the Western release.
Hamburger was
what
only
is with
bundled for Master
his
System 2.
anti-hamburger stance here?
So yeah, you collect these money bags throughout stages, and every now and then there's going to be a shop as well where you can buy items. These items can be like an object that lets you fly, invincibility, temporary invincibility that is, or a bike. Later on you can get a chopper as well. The bike lets you just go straight through enemies. You can break blocks with it. It's ridiculously overpowered in this map, and you're very likely to have the money for it, so there's no reason not to get it. The boss fights are rock, paper, scissors. That's basically all there is to it until later on in the game, then they change slightly. Their pattern is completely fixed. And so, yeah, otherwise it would be hell. When playing this game casually, these boss fights are ridiculous because, I mean, they're just essentially random, whether you beat them or not. And when you beat them, they transform into either a hamburger or, in this case, a small rice ball. You have to be careful with the question mark blocks because they can either contain power-ups, but from what I remember, they can contain death as well, and that just kills you. It starts chasing you through the level, and as soon as it touches you, you die. Fun fact about the giant red squids is that you can break their tentacles one piece at a time and kill them off as well. But there's no reward for it. I used to think that you could
go
enter the
inside
jar.
bars. Yeah.
Oh, now there's a huge wall of text for John UK, and he's going to get himself a helicopter for the next stage. There's also a boat vehicle that you can use. Oh, he skipped the helicopter. Interesting.
I think he either buys one later. I don't. Well, that's the one you get by default in the next stage,
Yeah.
automatically.
This is a weird stage because it keeps looping, and you have to fall into the water to actually complete it. But since it keeps looping, you can also collect infinite money if you want to. Sorry, you were saying?
I was just saying, I had this game on Xbox Live Arcade as part of the Sega Vintage Collection. It allows me to choose different versions, like Japanese, the American, Master System 2, which supports hamburgers. And when you crash, I noticed that in the Japanese version, he still uses the helicopter sprite when he falls down to the ground, not falling into water, but falling down to the ground. But in the American international releases, you don't see the helicopter sprite when you crash on the ceiling. You just go straight down without that machine. Yeah. What else? The goal for this race, though, is that we're getting up to Stonehead's castle. So there's going to be a castle stage, and you'll be rock, paper, scissors, Stonehead. And after you complete that boss fight, because you got to kill him afterwards, we jump to the next game. And I think that's like roughly level 8, 2/3 into the game.
Yeah, so he's, John UK is currently making use of a ring power-up, and that one lets him just shoot these kind of laser beams that break all breakable blocks in their path, which is extremely convenient for this stage because it's filled with all these blocks. And it takes forever to punch every single one of them individually. From what I remember, there's a power-up in this map as well that lets you see what the AI is choosing in the rock, paper, scissors fights, so that you can adjust your own decision as well. But for a speedrun, there's no point in getting that, of course.
Yeah, when you get game over, there is a hidden code during the game over sequence that you need to press certain buttons to spawn a continue option, and it uses up, I think it uses up your score or money to actually continue the game.
I actually never knew that. Makes the game a lot more beatable.
Oh yeah.
By the way, just random fact, the Sega Master System / arcade game Teddy Boy does not have an entry on the English Wikipedia.
Really? Huh.
Really?
I think it's called Teddy Boy Blues if you Google search it. and there's
That
a
was
little
fun.
article talking about the arcade version
Let's take a
because
look
it
here.
features some girl, which is in Japanese.
There is a note about the
Looks-
subculture. Yes. Okay. Yep.
Looks like John is game overed,
Oh yikes!
and
yeah,
he did not
you are-
continue. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he lost like 4 lives or something on that stage. That's just the way the game works. It's brutal in certain areas.
Well,
It's-
meanwhile, Beatram's making up some time. This is his game, so this is his chance to
Yeah,
make up the
yeah,
time.
for sure. Alex Kidd is Beatram's game as well, so he's definitely going to be catching up there. Crazy Rasmus, meanwhile, is at the final boss. Oh, and he's pulling off the trick that was mentioned earlier by Bangero, where you jump into the boss without actually throwing the
Oh, yep.
lantern. He managed to get a good couple of hits in there.
And done.
Yeah, so
Nice.
he's almost even with John now.
That's right.
Same stage, same game.
And Rasmus is going to have an advantage when we get to Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah,
Big
definitely.
advantage.
It's
Yeah.
probably the smallest advantage of these games.
Yeah, that's true. Anyone who knows that you can, max out your Ninpo and, get your unlimited Ninpos can pretty much tear
Yeah.
through that game.
Right.
True.
right.
Yeah.
It's an interesting mechanic in that game, I have to say. I don't know. Like, it
I
almost
wonder if they-
feels like it almost feels like some sort of like debug code, or like some kind of debug option that they just left in.
Right, yeah. I mean, when you see the same thing in Iron Sword, it's a glitch with the magic overflow glitch, and it's, you
Yeah.
suspect that it might be a glitch in that game, but I don't know.
Vanity
Right.
Stone similar to you buy all the engine parts, and it allows you to use your primary weapon forever, so you can use Seven Way Shot forever as long as you don't die. Can I also share one more fact about this game, Alex Kidd?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you play the Master System version, imagine button 1's your B button on NES and button 2 is your A button. So the controls for this game is that your button B, aka button 1, is jump, and button A/button 2 is your attack button, which is usually the reverse for traditional platformers.
Yep.
When the Master System 2 bundle, where the game itself was in the console itself, they reversed it back to traditional methods. So your A/2 button was your jump, and your B/1 button is your attack.
That's. I wonder why they
Weird.
did that.
Oh,
That's kind of
okay,
weird.
that yeah.
I wonder if there was just a different team re-releasing it who decided to change things up.
Yeah, I think it came up a few years later. This was the copyright screen even said 1990 for the Master System 2 edition. So I think after hearing some feedback on controls and
Mhm.
also the trend for other games, they thought might as well just do it normal like everyone else.
Yeah. Ooh, meanwhile, Tenebrae,
Oh,
still in the boxing game, just got a TKO on himself, unfortunately.
ouch.
It's against Williams as well. It seems like everybody's having a rough time against Williams. He definitely... I mean, he's got max power and he's got huge recovery as well, so... It's not an easy guy to deal with. Oh, if you look at the stage John UK is playing, by the way, the bouncing enemies, those little balls, I'm pretty sure that those are the exact same enemies as in Teddy Boy. Which is odd, because, I mean, it's not unusual to see similar enemies between games, but I think this is the exact same sprite.
Yeah. And both John and Rasmus are on the exact same boss. And Rasmus is in the lead, just like
Yeah, he just took first place. Now they're starting off the mountain stage again. This is one of the toughest ones. I would say that this one might even be tougher than the castle stage that they're doing at the end.
Beatrim on the clock tower boss right now. Make sure.
Oh, and Rasmus just triggered death. I don't know if he's going to chase him from off screen. Looks like he doesn't. But that guy can
He's
be
got an
very,
extra
very
life.
dangerous. Yeah. And now he's fighting Scissors Head. Playing rock, paper, scissors with him.
Right.
John UK dying once again in roughly the same spot. That's the part where he... Oh, he game overed again. Oh, that is
Did he
rough.
get enough?
That's the same spot where he game overed the
No.
first time as well. So.
Ouch.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that is painful. I mean, at this point he's going to get through those stages moderately quickly, but still. Looks like Rasmus knew about the fixed order for the second fight as well.
Mhm.
Once again,
So
in a
if you
stage where you
lose the
can
rock, paper, scissors, what happens?
you die. You
Oh.
turn into stone and then you just die. And you can retry.
Right. So that's some high stakes paper, rock, scissors.
Oh, nice. Rasmus got the quick kill on that boss. You just drive into him with the bike and then you mash the attack button while he's like slightly off screen. For the boat section here, you just want to sink as quickly as possible. There's no use in going on with that boat. From what I remember, it's the same as the helicopter stage, where it just keeps on going indefinitely.
And Rasmus is one of the few players in this race who's actually playing on a real Master System, and Master System has a very funny quirk that the start button is not on the controller but on the console itself. So the
Yeah.
most dedicated Master System runners who play on a real console will probably have a console right next to them to hit that start button as soon as possible. There is a mod to modify the controller to support the start button, but of course
That's
that
a mod.
requires modding. Yeah.
Some of the platforming in these stages looks like it's not all that difficult, but just the way that Alex Kidd controls makes it a lot harder. He's kind of floaty, and it's very, very easy to overshoot your target, or to undershoot your target. Momentum and acceleration are both very odd in this game.
Is it, if anyone here has played both, is it kind of like Psycho Fox in that regard?
I wish I'd
Well,
played
say this-
Psycho Fox now.
It looks visually, Psycho Fog has a much bigger depth for like a small to a very long jump. Alex Kidd's not that much, I want to say.
Okay.
Jumping in itself in Alex Kidd is fine. It's mostly just the horizontal movement that's somewhat messed up. I don't know what it's like in Psycho Fox precisely. But like the stage that John UK is on now, for instance, that one's a pain in the ass to
Yeah,
do properly.
it's
Very easy to miss jumps in that one.
definitely. And
Oh, Rasmus tried to go for the
Oh.
fast flame strat. He didn't get it, unfortunately. It's pretty
Ooh.
precise. Seems to be trying to go for it again. And he managed to pull it off. That saves a lot of time
Nice.
if you get it. And it's worth retrying for sure. Interesting strat he's using here, though. He might... Oh, he actually managed to fit himself in between there.
Oh, there we go.
So John's getting some money now, so he can afford for a continue. I'm guessing later on, if he doesn't play too well later on, just in case. But Rasmus is on the last part of this part of the race. Once he defeats Stonehead and kill him for real, he can jump to the next game. Beatrim's on the second last boss, and Tenbury's on the first fight of the boxing game.
Yes, he had a couple of game overs.
Yeah.
Yep. Meanwhile, Crusader is on Fantasy Zone, and Poggington is on, I believe, the second fight of Heavyweight Champ.
One thing to note about the fight that
Team
Rasmus is
White.
doing now is that the boss fight doesn't end as soon as you know, and the rock, paper, scissors part. His head starts floating around and just tries to punch you. And his patterns... Okay, I guess in this fight his pattern doesn't change, but in later fights you can get like multiple patterns as well. Very easy to get hit by this. Birdie seems to be done.
Okay, that's interesting. So the damage dealt to him actually carries on after losing a life.
Yep.
That's interesting.
That's interesting.
And good as well. So
Yeah,
you sort of
for sure.
time those 3 hits again. Nope, he already dealt 2, so it's just got to kill him. Just one more. Next game
Ooh,
is
John.
Sonic.
Oh, Sonic Hedgehog.
Yes.
I
Best Sonic-
remember watching.
The best Sonic game of all time.
I was gonna say, I remember watching Adam back before he was a mega Twitch celebrity, when he used to have like 10 people watch him play Sonic Hedgehog Master System. So,
Missed the 2011 days, Adam. But yeah, I remember you playing Sonic
they'll
Chaos.
be back. They'll be back.
Awesome.
oh, you back? Excellent. Look forward to it.
He managed to get 23 seconds on the first stage. Optimal time is 18 seconds. So you can just zip all the way through that map. It's ridiculous. You saw him do it as well, but then there's an extra trick where you have to turn around at the correct time, just so that you hit the flagpole instead of the right edge of the screen. Saves you another second. Let's see if he goes for any extra lives. Yeah, he does. Every single stage in Sonic 1 has an extra life in it, usually hidden somewhere. One thing that Rasmus doesn't seem to do is roll underwater, roll off ledges. Rolling off ledges just lets you build up ridiculous amounts of speed, and especially in the underwater sections there. Well, where you're like barely underwater, it saves a buttload of time. With that ramp, you have to be careful that you don't hold right, because you can actually overshoot and softlock the game by going off screen.
Oh,
Does this game have out of bounds glitches?
Sonic 1, you mean? Whether it has out of bounds?
Yep.
It has a few very small zips, but it does not have any real out of bounds, no.
Okay, not like the Master System. I mean, not like the Genesis version. I mean,
Yeah. No, it's very different in that regard.
Interesting.
This is
So
a bit
there's-
of an unusual Sonic game because it's a lot more focused on platforming than and going very fast through it. Changed as soon as they introduced the spin dash and such.
So what's the story about this versus the Genesis Sonic? Was one a backport of the other, or were they completely independent releases? What's the deal?
They're very different games. I don't know precisely why they released it on both platforms. I guess it's mostly because they wanted to have Alex Kidd as the mascot originally, but it didn't really work out. And then as soon as Sonic came out, it was just
Yeah, big
very
things.
well received. And shortly after the Genesis version, they released the Master System one as well. I think they were in development at the same time, by different teams, I would imagine. And
Thing is,
there's a bit of overlap
teams.
between them, but
yeah, but you're right about very well received, especially in the U.S. is an understatement. I would actually argue, not even necessarily to be contrarian, but I would actually argue that yes, Mario has had the more long-lasting influence, but that at his peak, Sonic might have actually been even more influential than Mario was. Because, like, Sonic basically proved that, you too can make a mascot that can compete with Mario. And so for, like, 3 or 4 years after that, you had everybody, like, every developer tried to create their variant of the animal with the cool attitude that was, more quote-unquote mature than Mario.
Right.
Sonic
yeah,
definitely spawned a lot of like very similar games in terms of what they were trying to do with the character. And one example would even be Awesome Possum. It's a horrible game. I would not recommend that anybody plays it, but you can see the influence of
Right.
Sonic.
I'm
and
not
whatever.
arguing that,
Like,
a lot of the games he influenced were necessarily very good.
most
but
of them are
the-
garbage.
Right. But the, like how game development went for several years after that is undeniable that, Sonic had a lot to do with that. So. See, happy
Rasmus
one-time
is trying-
auto-scroller here.
Yeah, this is the first auto-scroller in a Sonic game, and it's 2 minutes long. It's 1 minute 59 seconds long if you know the speed strap to it, because there is an actual speed up in the auto-scroller.
this is before Sky Chase, right? For Gen Sonic 2. Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Sonic 2 on Master System came out before Sonic 2 on Genesis as well, from what I remember.
That's
I think that was the
right,
first
yeah.
introduction of Tails.
That's correct.
Yeah, there's a handful of areas where Sonic 1 lags. One of those areas is if you break down the bridge. Like every single segment of that bridge just falls down and kind of collapses when you walk over it.
Right.
Ah, you went for the extra life there. Seems like a suicide jump. You have to jump into the water, but then it turns out that there's a box hidden there with a life.
Yeah, because of course there is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very fun element to the game that you can kind of go hunting for those extra lives. Some of them are very obvious, but some are well hidden. Oh, one thing I haven't mentioned yet is that if you collect more than 50 rings and you finish the stage, you will be teleported to a special stage. Like this bonus stage. And you can get extra continues there and like extra lives and stuff like that, but you absolutely do not want that to happen. In this Bridge Zone 2 that Rasmus just completed, he got the 159 by the way. It's very, very easy to collect more than 50 rings. Just by playing it normally, you would just stumble upon that many rings.
Trying to get rings, yeah. Right.
Yeah. He remembered the extra life on the Bridge Zone boss. One of those typical cases in a 2D platformer where you have to go left instead of right.
Mm-hmm.
This boss is random, sadly. Spawns either on the left-hand side or the right-hand side. If you knew where he would spawn, you could save a good couple of seconds, but... ah well.
Yeah, you got the 2 cycle, looks like. Nice.
Yeah, well you pretty much always get it in 2 cycles there.
True.
You can speed up the second cycle though. Oh well.
Mm.
But you see a lot of elements in this Sonic game that have carried over to later Sonic games as well. The Bridge Zone music, he's past the stage jump, but the Bridge Zone music was kind of reused in Sonic Adventure.
Yeah.
And at the end of the stage you save animals as well, right, from the capsule. That stuff, that's in Sonic Adventure. You know, a game that came out 10 years later. I think there's a bunch of other Sonic games that have the same type of capsule. Sonic 2 on Genesis already has that too.
Yeah.
This game is also out on Game Gear, but there's a few subtle level design changes because of the lower resolution. A gameplay mechanic change in one of the jungle stages that makes it a little bit easier, and most importantly, boss fights. For example, the very first boss is a lot easier to actually hit him from the very top, and I think the final boss especially is a lot easier too. A completely different, slightly different boss fight in general.
Yep.
Mm.
Ooh, he lost a life.
Yeah.
Oh, Flash.
Yeah, it's very, very easy to die in Jungle Zone. The
Right.
game
So
controls
he-
fantastically. It controls absolutely amazingly, but it's just easy to miss jumps regardless. A couple of tricky sections.
So the mechanic change you were talking about is in Jungle 2, correct? Where
Mm-hmm.
You go purely upwards. Yeah.
right. If you, I think in the Game Gear version, if you fall down, you just kind of fall down the stage. But in this version, if you fall off the bottom of the screen, you just die. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Something along the lines, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fun thing about this map, this stage is also that the camera only scrolls up when you're standing still on a platform, or like standing on a platform, not jumping. So
Oh,
in the
good.
speedrun, you have to do the stage kind of blindly.
Sort of blind, yeah.
Because you're going to be doing a lot of stuff off screen. There's a couple of platforms that only spawn when they're on screen and they're not actually there when they're off screen. So you have to
that's
slow
good.
down every now and then, but a lot of the map is just done blindly. You have to know exactly where to jump.
Mm.
It's a very fun map, but it's extremely unforgiving. If you make any kind of mistake, then you can very easily lose a life.
Mhm.
Wow, this looks really tricky. But we made it.
Nice.
Yeah, 56
Okay,
seconds is like 14 seconds off the close to ideal time. You have to be jumping non-stop in that. The boss fight that John UK is on is a weird one, because Robotnik's flying back and forth there, and he goes down, like on the left-hand side, as he's doing now. And you can hit him a bunch of times there. On the second pass-through, when he shows up on screen again, he's flying like 1 pixel lower for whatever reason, and it's actually possible to hit him now. It's not possible on the first pass-through, it's only possible on the second pass-through.
Interesting.
And it's...
Yeah, no, but the, yeah. Second
Yeah,
part,
in the Game Gear
actually
version, you
first
can just
one.
keep on jumping into him. Master System version, no, it's like... I don't know if it's precisely 1 pixel, but it's a tiny, tiny amount. And you have to jump into him, obviously, without any kind of setup and just hope for the best. Looks
Okay,
like
Rasmus just-
Rasmus, yeah, finished Jungle.
Yeah,
He's done with that one.
Jungle's pretty tough,
Yeah,
especially.
that's where I always got hung up as a kid. Alright, so Rasmus moving on to totally not Castlevania.
That's better than
AK.
Castlevania.
AKA
Master
of Darkness.
The goal for this one's
Alright,
to
I'll be right
complete
back.
the game.
Oh, full game. All right.
Yeah, full game.
It's also one of the longer ones. I think, if not the longest out of the 15 for this big race. Because
Yeah, it could be.
PB-wise, Beat Trim's PB is like a 2250, and Rasmus PB is like 15 seconds slower, as far as I know. But because this game has a bit of RNG and possible chokes, I want to say roughly 25-minute race time for this.
Master of Darkness does not have much RNG. I can't remember any really troublesome RNG in it, at least. All of the stages are completely
might-
fixed from what I remember. The drops are fixed, etc. Only the final boss has a bit of RNG in it.
Yeah, that's right, and the 4-3 boss, the one who uses 3 magic projectiles
Yeah,
and disappears
yeah.
where he spawns. That's right.
Yeah, that's true. That one has a bit of RNG, yeah, that's true.
Does this character not have a weapon? Is he just punching?
He
got,
starts off with
like-
just a simple knife, which does almost no damage. But you'll find, like, now he's got... I'm not sure if it's a hammer or a cane. I've always thought it's a hammer.
Oh, I
But
see.
that one does a lot of damage and has better range. You can get a kind of dueling blade as well. You can get a gun as a secondary weapon. Which is surprisingly bad, actually, as a weapon.
No whip.
You also
though.
can get an axe as a primary
Yeah.
weapon, which deals 1 circle of damage, which is actually one of the better ones for the speedrun.
Yeah.
Because instead of 16 hits, it'd be down to 8, which is quite a
Mhm.
lot.
But yeah, there's a trade-off between the damage you do and the range of each weapon as well. So for certain situations, it might be better to have this cane or hammer or whatever the heck it is, as opposed to the axe.
Yeah, the cane.
Oh, I
has
just
more
remembered.
range.
What's that?
The cane has a lot more range than the axe, but does slightly less damage, I believe.
Yeah, it's still fantastic damage though.
That's right.
Like, this is an all-around great weapon to use. The weapon with the longest range is going to be the dueling blade. That one can reach very, very far, but it doesn't do that great damage. So it's typically not
I
that good
believe-
to use.
The knife does 1, the sword does 2, the cane does 3, and the axe does 4 damage.
You could probably label it as such, yeah.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right,
Throughout the
so-
game, you have to be very careful with what weapons you get. All those masks contain either weapons or just like random gems that give you points. But very often, right before the final boss fight of the zone, you can get like a knife drop. And if you
Every
pick that
zone.
one up, it replaces your weapon, even if you had an amazing weapon like the axe or something.
There's a troll knife like an inch before every boss fight.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
And
Wow.
unless you already know the stages, you don't know that it's right before the boss fight because there's so many
Right.
transitions between different screens that. Yeah, like that's a knife pickup there at the very end that Rasmus just passed by,
Okay.
and now he's gonna kill Jack the Ripper with an axe.
Makes sense. Sounds legit.
The structure
Very
for
easy
this game
fight.
is structure is usually 3 levels per act. The third act has a boss. It carries on for the next 4 chapters, but the last chapter is chapter 5, and it's only 1 act, so it's 1-1 to 1-3,
But it's a
2-1
maze.
to 2-3, so on. But then last level is 5-1. It's technically 13 levels altogether.
Now, are there multiple paths through each level?
No.
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 Okay.
It's completely mixed.
There is one level that has a very big intentional skip though.
Yes.
Okay.
It's very obvious that it's a big skip as well.
Okay.
Yeah, this game is
World 2 is-
surprisingly good.
Yeah, this game is fantastic. It's not that difficult because the game is kind of generous with HP. You can still die very
Yeah.
easily if you don't pay close attention. Typically, you're going to be dying by just falling into pits rather than slowly losing your HP. It has a couple of weird areas, like the one that Rasmus just entered, where there's just weird enemies spawning all the time, and you have to wait for all of them to die.
There's also a bit of a delay between attacking and when the weapon actually does damage, so you have to keep that in mind when you swing your axe.
Yeah. The bats, there's bats throughout the entire game. That's like one of those recurring enemies. They can take on different patterns as well. It's fixed which bat takes on which pattern, but it can still be a pain in the ass to deal with. One of the patterns is that they just go straight for you and then turn around and start chasing you as well. Alternatively, they can just start circling around, and I think there's sine wave bats as well. So it's kind of the standard types of enemies. But hey, in this stage, even the furniture is attacking you, so...
And the fake Rick Astley picture was attacking you too, I'm sure, and
Yep.
Mona Lisa.
Yes.
Yeah, there's chairs flying
This
towards
is the
you,
other game that
paintings.
has the Rick Astley picture in it. They go love their Rick Astley for some reason. I say.
For the most part, you kind of want to have bombs as your secondary weapon, because they deal pretty good damage, and you can throw them above you, which is convenient for when you're climbing staircases and such. Later on in the game, there's going to be a wooden stake as well, which deals the highest damage, and you throw it in a straight line, and it passes through everything, which is ridiculously convenient for certain areas. Lets you skip a couple of sections as well.
Yeah, and it makes the final boss a joke.
Yeah, it makes the final boss
Right.
way
Definitely,
easier than
yeah.
Without that weapon, the final boss is actually pretty damn tough.
Well, we've passed the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, I wonder if Beatrim is going to be. He might be spot on with his estimate then.
Does anyone have any estimates of their own PBs? Any of the racers? I don't know if anyone's tried doing all 15 of these back to back.
Rasmus PB was like around under 2 hours and 30 minutes, definitely.
Yeah.
And same for
That
Beatrim,
sounds
but not every time they do it, they were like around that pace. Sometimes they were like over 10 to 20 minutes behind their PB. Because certain games, like the boxing one, or even Mercs, if you die later on in the run, are big
Yeah,
time
that's
wasters.
like 10 minutes lost right there, yeah.
Right, John, Rasmus, and Beatrim have all had game overs so far in this race, so they're
Yeah.
not going to be anywhere near their PBs.
Yeah, they're doing very, very well though in all of these games.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like some of these games are a lot tougher than they look as well. Oh,
This
man.
boss fight
Beatrim
is a
just
bit
showed that.
tricky.
He just screen killed himself.
Yeah, Beatrim just like he barely did land on a platform there, and that's a life lost. Oh, I nearly forgot about the boss fight that Rasmus is doing. That one is very random too. It just bounces all over
Yeah,
the place.
this one is really tricky.
Right.
This is actually probably the toughest boss fight in the entire game, I would say.
Because it also does a lot of damage if it hits you.
Yeah. And when you take damage, you get stunned out of your own attack animation, so you can't just kind of trade hits with it.
Beatrim taking out death as well.
Yeah, he's still got 5 lives though. He's been
Yeah.
collecting some extras, so.
Is, going for it there. So, interesting note about the checkpoints in Sonic for Master System is that if you pick one up and then die, unlike the Genesis games, which keep track of your time, the checkpoints in this just always reset your time to 1 minute and 30 seconds elapsed for whatever reason. Just like a weird quirk of them. I don't know if they just didn't have enough space to store your time when you died or what, but
Another thing, MTI, you also have to destroy it again after you continue, because if you die again without destroying a little monitor, you go right back to the beginning.
oh, that's solid, solid gameplay.
Yeah.
So, Crazy Rasmus is close to the skip. Intended, though. You can see there's two parts
yes.
of this tower. And
Yep.
in the middle, there's a nice little chute that falls down. And you can destroy a wall here, just skip the entire
Okay.
going
Seems
down
right.
section.
Oh, I see. That's convenient.
Whee!
That is very quick.
That may have been why I thought there was, why I thought there might have been multiple paths through each level. Because I thought I saw, like, little offshoots here and there, but...
Oh, and then here you destroy a wall to end the levels.
oh, okay.
Oh boy. Take note, blind runners.
Yeah.
It's fairly obvious, though. Like,
Mhm.
if you get there, you pretty much always try to... There must be something there, so...
Right, yeah, it's like, okay, now what?
I had to step out for just a second. What did I miss?
You
Looks
missed
like Beatrim
Rasmus
is,
doing the clock tower skip.
I did the skip, I'm guessing, yeah.
Yep.
And Beatrim is having fun with the jungle zone boss.
Yep.
One tricky thing about this fight is that, you know, there's those random bombs rolling around, but even after they've exploded, the smoke from it can still kill you as well. Like the very last frame of the smoke can just kill you.
Oh, good.
So it's
Oh boy.
kind of tricky to position yourself properly in that one.
Well, he's got through that boss now, so he's on the next game.
Beatrim moving on to Castle of Darkness. Poggington still on Castle of Illusion for the two people off-screen. Tenebrae also on Castle of Illusion, about to fight the book boss, and Crusader is still heavyweight champing it up. So just knocked down Mr. B. Santana.
Yeah, he had a tough time with Mercs, so.
Excuse me.
I like this part of the level where you have to use down the pendulum to jump on the
Yeah.
higher platform. That's a
Mhm.
very
It's
weird
pretty interesting
design
design, I
choice,
think.
but yeah.
It's kind of unusual. You don't really see that often in games.
That's crazy, Rasmus.
Yeah,
And
Rasmus
the,
has been playing this game a
obligatory-
lot recently, so.
Okay. And then the obligatory clock tower level.
Yeah, there has to be one.
Yep.
He's very close to the boss fight now, though.
Yep.
Still going for the extra HP, though. It's nice that every single drop in this game is completely fixed. It makes the routing a lot more convenient.
Right. Now, are there any, like, surprise drops a la Castlevania? Like, when you kill an enemy, it'll just be like, surprise dagger! Is there any of that in this game?
Nope.
I don't
Okay,
think so,
nothing
no.
in this game.
Just from the
Fortunate.
masks.
Just from the... Okay.
Yeah. This is a fun boss fight because he's spinning around like crazy, but you can actually hit him while he's spinning if you time it correctly, and then he'll just freeze for a moment and take the hit. So you can kill him off before he actually finishes spinning too. Which he's barely gonna get, I guess.
Bam.
There we go.
Yep.
John takes a dive.
Yep.
Oh, that's a tricky part, 2-1. That seems other runners down to that part of the stage.
It's very rough that you spawn at the very beginning of the stage, that there's no checkpoints or anything. The game does have infinite continue, so if you game over, then you can just restart the same zone. You still go back to the very beginning of the zone, so game overs are still very, very costly. The part that Rasmus is on right now is the biggest pain in the ass in the entire game. There's these
yeah, as
eagles
if that's weren't enough. You get eagles.
Yeah, they just dive at
And
you at
jumping
such
dogs.
crazy speeds. Yeah, there's enemies all over the place, and regardless of what weapon you get, you're gonna take some hits.
Yeah, the game is so generous with HP that it really doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's mostly the fact that you're losing some time from it, though. And here, he's gonna pick up the wooden stake now. And this thing is ridiculously good. There's a big shortcut, well, not a huge shortcut, but there's a decently big shortcut that you can take there. Just punch open the wall and it lets you
Oh, he's got the
skip
blade.
1 or 2 rooms.
Yeah, so there he picked up the blade, probably by accident.
I'm not sure if it's by accident, but that's a fine weapon anyway. It lets
It's
him
got
kill
good
the.
range.
It might let him destroy the blocks faster. In this section, this is the very end of the first zone, and you want to break open a bunch of blocks, and this should
Oh
let
yeah,
him
you
kill more.
destroy 2 blocks at once.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Very
The downside
interesting.
is that you're going to be stuck with that weapon at the start of the next zone as well, so it's not that good. Although there's a decent replacement here in the axe.
There we go.
Okay.
So yeah, it probably saves time.
Yeah, it's not going to be much though. If it saves time, then it's less than a second, I would guess.
So an interesting thing is the secondary weapon. If you pick up the same one, you get more hits out of it. Like you get 4 per thing or 8? 8. probably.
Depends. No, it's 8. It's 8. I think it's 8 for every single
Okay.
one too.
So if you pick up another one, you have 16. But if you pick up a different power up, it reverts to 8. So you want to keep the stake for probably the rest of the
Yeah.
the world.
Alright,
you know?
for-
Oh,
Oh,
here's
okay.
the part where you can save a lot of time with the stake. So there's an enemy that spawns in the bottom right. You spawn in the bottom right, and Rasmus just killed him off by throwing a stake through the wall, basically.
Yep.
You have to kill that enemy to make a staircase appear, so that you can leave the room. And there's an endless wave of enemies spawning otherwise, until you kill that one specific enemy.
Yeah, which
There's
tricks
a
you
couple of
because
those rooms.
before you had to kill off all the enemies that spawn, and now you have
Yep.
to kill a specific enemy.
You just have to kill the
Yep.
one. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, the master enemy.
But yeah, that's the reason why you absolutely want to have those wooden stakes for this section. They save a lot of time. There's going to be one more room like that. Which is also the last room of this zone, from what I remember. Yeah, have to destroy or whatever you want to call it,
I think so.
mini chandelier or something.
The chant.
Yeah, I was going to say candles, but
Yeah, he's now entering one
This
of
is
the
the
last stages. Getting some extra wooden stakes by tossing a wooden stake. The wooden stake
Well,
one-shots
2 for 8.
practically every enemy. I can't think of any enemy that takes multiple hits from that
Well,
weapon.
bosses.
Yeah, but I mean like standard enemies throughout the stage. I think
Yeah.
everything just dies on it. It goes through enemies as well, so you can hit just an entire row of them if you want to.
It does the same damage as the X, as far as I know.
Yeah, probably. Except that it's throwable, so it's ridiculously good.
And piercing.
Right. Honorable J plastic wooden stake.
Yeah, plastic
He is right,
wooden
but it
stake in
doesn't
the
look very
19th century. This room is a bit of a pain. You have to wait for those kind of balls to start spinning in the other direction and then hop on top of one of them so that it brings you up again.
What a busy background, too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The way to walk downstairs is to obviously just walk sideways, but also hold down at the same time. And that makes you crouch, which is slightly slower than regular walking. So you want to minimize the distance as well, without overshooting the staircase. Can be quite tricky sometimes.
And it is nice that you can jump off the staircases. This game,
Yes.
in a way, is more advanced than the NES Castlevanias in that regard.
That leads
Yeah,
to a
that's
couple
very
of
nice.
shortcuts too. Being able to jump off of staircases. It's very, very convenient.
Okay, so
And this
this
boss
is...
is random.
That's right. I like the sound effect though. It reminds me of He-Man for some reason. When it disappears.
That's a good spawn for him.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, you only got 3 hits in though. I think he can get in 4 from what I remember. Yeah, those balls fly all over the place randomly, and then he just reappears in one of 5 spots, I think, right? Can be the top left corner,
Yeah, I
can be the
think
top
so.
right corner as well.
Oh,
So if
I only
he
got 2
spawns-
that time.
Yeah, he should still be able to manage it.
Yeah, I think I should retime those frame perfect hits
Yeah, you
to
got
get
it.
the 4.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
So
he's
the
in right
axe
now,
is
so he's-
extremely convenient for this fight, that's for sure.
So next he's on the very final stage. Stage 5-1.
And I don't know if you saw the text that scrolled by, but oh, what do you know? Dracula's involved. Like I said, totally not Castlevania. Round 5, in the wake of Dracula.
So yeah,
so
this
round
level
5
is
a single stage.
horrible
And it's
blind.
special. Yeah, and Rasmus is... He shouldn't be blind, he should know the route. This is an unusual route though.
So it's just
Oh,
like
He actually
a
managed to
maze.
fall into a pit as well.
That was
Yeah,
interesting,
this is
yeah.
a maze, but
That's
It's a maze with a
before-
twist.
and he's lost the axe. Ouch.
the axe is
Yep,
the first weapon,
now
you get,
he's
so that's
down.
not an issue. Losing the
Okay,
stake
He
is a
doesn't
bigger
have
problem.
stakes
though.
though.
Yeah, that could be troublesome. I'm not sure what this route is taking. This route is that he's taking. It seems like he might be lost, which would be odd.
He's done this game a couple of times the past few days.
Yeah.
It might be just the brain fart moment. He forgot something. Like, oh, gotta go over this way actually.
Well, we'll see how it works out for the final boss now. He should still have enough stakes, I think. And just he won't be able to use that many for the first phase of the boss fight.
Yeah, definitely want to save him for the second part of the fight. Get
I think he
16
can get-
there.
I think he can get
does have 60.
another pickup. Alright, he's not going for any more. That should be a potion. And then the last weapon is a knife, right before the final boss. So you absolutely do not want to kill that final master. Beating
This
this
game
boss will-
really likes doing that, doesn't it? As you mentioned.
Yeah, it loves doing that. But yeah, there's 2 phases to this fight. The first phase is that there's wooden poles coming through the ground, and there's like platforms dropping from the ceiling, and he's just flying back and forth, shooting laser balls at you or something. Everything you touch does quite a bit of damage. The easiest way to beat him is that you just throw stakes all the time while you're at his height.
But you want stakes for the second phase.
Exactly, so you don't want to use up all of them. Still got 10 left, which should be
More than
enough.
20.
If he does it correctly, this should be a breeze.
Yeah, as long as they're timed correctly. Because I think that it's possible to waste stakes as well. Second phase is that there's bats randomly coming from the ground and stuff. He splits up into 4 Draculas now, and only one of them is real. The screen scrolls like crazy, and at some point he transforms into one Dracula again and starts like moving around the screen, making bats show up, things like this. But by throwing stakes into him,
Nice.
you just kill it
Easy
off.
enough. Easy every
Yep.
time.
So that's Master of Darkness done for Rasmus.
And
John
Jordan
UK
has
is-
to see- Rasmus actually speedruns the next 2 games, so he's got a very good chance of getting the win.
Yep.
Meanwhile, B-Trim has made up some nice time here on UK. He's only a stage behind.
Yep, for sure.
But,
Ninja Gaiden Master System is, even though it shares the same name as the NES ones, it's very different.
It
You
very
can
much
already
does its
tell
own
that the
thing.
the running speed is like 100 times faster, and enemy placement and such is very different as well. It's just a completely different game.
Yeah, it does use some elements from the NES Ninja Gaiden 3. Like, what you'll eventually see later on is he can grab onto ceilings and kind of overhangs. And the range of the weapon kind of reminds me a little bit of the Super Sword upgrade from NES 3. But you're right, it is very much its own game. And it's pretty fun, actually.
Yeah, it's
Has
really
this
cool.
unique ability as well to do a flash attack that deals damage to all enemies on the screen, but it uses up quite a bit of your life.
Yeah.
And the other difference is that boss fights have lengthy damage invincibility, so unlike the NES trilogy, these boss fights are a little bit longer than usual, but a flash attack can actually negate damage invincibility, so you can use up to 3 times before you can't use anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, Rasmus is breezing through this game. That first stage normally costs quite a few lives already, because there's a lot of tricky bits that you have to jump past. You can get infinite Nimpo as well, which allows you to use your special weapon, well, as often as you like. That's going to be ridiculously overpowered once you get the Fire Shield, which just negates all incoming projectiles and kills off any enemy you touch.
Yep. And
Game
to
also
get
has a
the
wall
infinite
jump.
Ninpo, getting the infinite Ninpo is just a matter of getting your Ninpo, which is the number, the second number on the left, the N. Just a matter of getting that up to 999, which is the max.
Yep.
And then for whatever reason, it never goes down if you can get it that high.
You saw him do a bunch of wall jumps earlier on as well. That skipped a couple of rooms. That's an intentional. That's designed by intention that way. Wall jumping is extremely useful in this game because it can save your ass in a couple of situations. Like if you accidentally fall into a pit, into some kind of pit, then you can sometimes work your way out of it again by just wall jumping through.
Right.
As opposed to dying straight away. This boss fight is weird.
Yeah, it's a very
Stationary
weird
guy who
design
sends
choice.
Yeah, this is an odd one.
Yeah.
Quite disturbing one too. Is the abilities
It slowly
thing, all the
collapses,
pain.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell kind of area is that anyway? There's random people running around and there's spike coming through the floor.
There's 8 levels in this game. He's through level 3.
Yeah, the enemies are... Some of these guys are actually pretty hard-hitting as well. Like those samurai-type units, they attack as if they're on steroids. Like if you get close to them, they will just spam attack. They do not stop. They don't care about invincibility frames or anything either.
Oh yeah, that's right. But
So
some
interesting note about this game. It has the between act screens where it also lists the name of the game. There is a prototype / beta version of this that you can probably find if you search for it, in which it spells the name of the game Ninja Gaiden, Ninjya Gaiden. There's a screenshot of it on Zany Video Game Quotes, which has not been updated
Which is
in several
technically
years, but
That's actually technically the more correct way to spell it.
that's probably the Japanese pronunciation, I'm guessing, or if you were to Romanize it, that's how it would come out, I imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
guess,
Yeah,
yeah.
ninjas... Yeah.
Yeah, it was my guess, but I just found it amusing myself.
Yeah, it's one of the few games where that's the case, that's for sure. Here he's trying to do a damage boost through with the spikes that grab onto the platform. This game does not have that many damage boosts, as opposed to Ninja Gaiden 1 on NES, for instance. But it does have a couple of them. Yeah, here you can also see that the wall jumping mechanic is used extensively.
This
and the design
boss
of the maps.
Rasmus is on is very interesting, as in, if he goes off screen, he stays there and you soft lock. And it's very possible to have him go off screen if you're hugging the wall and he charges at you. He pretty much clips through the wall and can't get back in.
You can see that Rasmus now has infinite Nimpo, and he's got the fire shield, so... You know, all those falling projectiles, all the enemies running at him, you don't have to care anymore. Just run through. Naturally, it's not the fastest to have the fire shield for every single situation. For instance, he'll have to ditch it in favor of a different weapon for the boss fight of this, so... But still, for most of the level, it's perfectly fine to keep around. Even the birds from hell that rush at you at max speed are not that much of an issue.
Do the Twitch viewers can actually hear in-game audio? Because I can explain to them that both Ninja Gaiden and Master of Darkness share very similar sound effects.
They.
Yeah. There's a power-up in Master of Darkness that allows you to kill all enemies. That shares the same sound effect as Ninja Gaiden's flash attack.
Which also kills all enemies, so...
Yeah, that's true.
I think he's trying to damage boost here as well. Off a falling
there's-
projectile.
Crazy shortcut coming right up.
It's difficult to time though. Yeah, you got it. Nice.
Oh, nice.
And another damage boost as well to get even further up. That skipped a fair chunk. It's not a gigantic skip or anything, it's not like you suddenly skipped half of the level, but it skips a couple of rooms. Or a couple of
Yeah.
screens, more like.
Guessing he's going to do this level with the fire shield, unless there's the other power-up coming right up.
Well, there's still one segment coming up before the boss fight. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's the next boss fight I was thinking of, where you have to switch. You have to switch over.
Oh, okay. Because I remember watching his recent runs, he uses the homing shots right
Yeah.
here.
Which should speed things up. But then you don't have the fire shield for the start of the next map. That's probably
Yeah.
the main concern.
And
Yeah,
so
with the
power
fire
up
shots you
has
can hit this
scenario.
guy while he's in the air. He switches pattern, yeah, he's just switched pattern at around half HP. He starts bouncing around differently. Becomes a bit more difficult to deal with. Rasmus might actually die.
He might die here if he's not
Considering that he's-
careful, yeah.
Yeah. He got it. He was at 1 HP for a long time there.
They clutched it out. Off the featured stream here, we have Tenebrae on Alex Kidd in Miracle World early on, and Crusader meanwhile on Castle of Illusion.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
Crusader caught up a lot then, didn't he? Oh wait, no, never mind. Castle of Illusion was right after Heavyweight Champ.
Yeah.
How far into Castle of Illusion is he? Right now.
That I am
second
not
level.
super. Okay, yeah, I'm not super
Okay.
up on my Castle of Illusion. He's on the ice cream in the background level.
Yep.
Or
The candy
what
level.
Candy, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I guess that's the second level. Oh, excuse me.
Okay, so Beatrice in second place, fighting against 4-3 boss. John's in third, Hoggeton's in fourth, I think. Was Castle Illusion before or after Alex Kidd? I think
It's before.
was...
It's
yeah,
before Alex Kidd.
Just making sure.
So the plot of the Master System Ninja Gaiden revolves around Ryu basically saving a girl who is only ever referred to as the geisha. She doesn't even have a name. So Good job there, Tecmo.
Yeah, I don't think plot was their biggest concern when they were making the game.
Probably not, no.
Yeah, so the fire shield lets you run through spikes as well. Like you don't even have to care about those.
Now he's got the
This boss
next
is a bit of a
key
weird
weapon.
one.
Yep, no, he has the homing fireballs.
Yeah, which is incredibly good against certain boss fights. It makes this one a lot easier
Especially
because
with
he's at
maximum
this
OP.
awkward distance where you can't slash directly at him.
Not max OP, I mean maximum info. Makes the
Mhm.
rest of the game a little bit easier, but because he doesn't have fire shield, he has to be careful with some of the regular enemies. You don't want to get damage knockback and fall into the
Mhm.
pit.
This level suddenly has zombies. I don't know why.
I don't know what
These
they
enemies
look
just don't make any sense. They don't fit in with the rest of the game at all. This stage is kind of challenging because there's this variable lava level as well, like in the bottom. And this is one of those sections where if you fall into a pit, you can sometimes wall jump your way out of it, despite the lava being a constant nuisance. I quite like that in the design of this game, that jumping into a pit is not instant death, but you can sometimes work your way out of it.
Not the fireballs that split or the fireballs that follow you are the worst when I was playing this.
Yeah.
Kept on
Yeah,
dying
yeah.
a couple
They
of
are.
times.
Yeah, because they're in the nastiest spots where you're trying to, jump across certain gaps, or which spawn additional fireballs as well.
Yeah.
It's amusing that you can
Nasty.
destroy those fireballs with your own fireballs, though. Fight fire with fire. Oh, he's not picking up the fire shield, which is the fastest way to do this. Because the next, the upcoming boss, he's nearly at the boss fight now. That one's slightly faster with the homing fireballs, from what I remember.
Yeah, there's a possible chance you can get a free hit per cycle, and casually playing through this part, it's kind of tough if you don't know what you're doing or what causes a boss earthquake to actually doesn't do that range. But ideally, you want to be the very edge of the screen, so that when the boss uses an earthquake attack, it doesn't destroy the entire. I can't even say words correctly now, but yeah.
You want to make sure that the boss is not in the middle of the map, of the screen,
Yeah.
because then he can destroy the entire floor and you fall into the lava.
That's right.
He basically shows up where you were standing previously, and then drops his spikes and punches the floor. So when you're fighting him without the homing fire attack, you have to slash at him from close range, and then he's going to spawn in that area again right afterwards. So it's a bit trickier.
Yeah, you also want to try and run away as well, so you can reach to the safe side and make sure you don't get any hit from any falling debris.
Yeah.
These regular enemies coming out are kind of annoying now on Rasmus' screen. They actually take 2 to 3 hits depending on the enemy. I think the bird trainers, I call them bird trainers, have like 3 HP. The samurai warriors have 2 HP. It's
I'm
when
not
it
sure
gets
if
a
you
little bit tougher.
Yeah, not sure if you can see it on the stream, but he's being pushed back by wind all over the place, and then there's arrows flying towards him. This section is a bit of a pain in the ass. It's kind of slow to get through normally.
And you see here more Ninja Gaiden 3 NES influence with the spikes protracting and retracting on the walls. That's
And the
very
platforms as well,
7-3. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I'm
those are
I'm
enemies
pretty
that-
sure that this game came out after Ninja Gaiden 3 as well on NES, so
I believe
it's probably
so,
used as a direct inspiration. Yeah.
Okay, so those guys have 3 HP. I thought they were bird trainers. They actually throw boomerangs. I just had a bad memory. My bad.
To Pazzy160 in chat, by the way, Rasmus and Beatrin came up with the idea of having the Master 15 race, and they play Master System games extensively. Whether that gives them a weird advantage in the race, I wouldn't say so. Not necessarily. Oh, Rasmus is struggling with some of these jumps now. Not sure why. It's getting very close to the end now.
Yeah.
There's going to be one boss fight at the end of World 7, and then it's followed by the very final boss fight straight away. There's no actual World 8, even though it's technically split up into that.
Right. The World 8, quote unquote, is really just the final boss fight, which is a two-phase fight. But...
Yeah.
One thing that
Casual
impresses
play-
me about... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, casual playthrough for the last world, it's only challenging because if you don't have the homing shot and it's not infinitely pro, you're going to have a hard time trying to dodge all attacks unless you know how to dodge them, and you take 2 HP per hit instead of the usual ones.
The final boss fight, though, the one that's coming up right after this one, is split up into 2 phases as well. There's going to be a section where the boss is slashing at you really quickly, from what I remember. And then right afterwards his head comes off and it just starts flying around and generating lightning.
Yep.
If you get close to this boss, he will attack you very, very quickly. You want to maintain your distance if possible. But even then, he still spews some fireballs at you. And you can wall jump over him. That's the best way to deal with him. With this power-up, the boss fight is just very doable though. Without the power-up, it's a pain in the ass. Especially phase 2 is very, very tough.
Right, because he tends to kind of hang out above your sword slashing range for a lot of it, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, exactly. He's floating around way up high, shooting random projectiles at you, creating lightning, and then every now and then he drops down and he gets within slashing range.
So lightning deals 1 damage. Is he going to get hit from the actual physical part? I don't think so. Oh no. Oh, it's only 1. I thought it was 2. Okay, so that's it. That's it for Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah, so Rasmus is done, and now he's got like 30 seconds left for ease. And then he's completely done.
Let's see if we can get a first try.
See if you can first try this. Yep.
Beacham is not far behind though. He's progressing nicely through Ninja Gaiden as well. Not that he's... At this point it's probably going to be impossible to catch up, but he's definitely put up a very admirable performance.
John has just moved on to Ninja Gaiden. Just
Okay.
finished.
Well, just read the IRC chat and it sounds good news for Rasmus.
Yeah, so Rasmus is buying mirrors, and he has to position the screen in a very specific way beforehand. Buys a bunch of mirrors and that just puts him in the credits.
Yep.
I have
that's
no clue
basically
why.
it.
Yeah. But that's it for Rasmus.
got it.
Rasmus is done.
That's his official time on SRL, 2 hours, 35 minutes, 52 seconds.
Not bad at all.
Well done.
Yep.
Not bad, especially for one game that didn't go too well, which was like roughly 10 minutes wasted. It's pretty good.
Right. So yeah, if you're wondering what Rasmus did there, so are we. But essentially what he did was he got the screen to a very specific set of X and Y coordinates, which changes some values. And then he bought a bunch of mirrors, or bought one mirror and then tried to buy a couple more mirrors. And the game is like, you already have a mirror and you don't have any money. And after you do that 2 or 3 times, for whatever reason, the cursor on the buying screen lets you kind of move it to the right. And you just pick that invisible right option and then boom, you're in the credits. So...
It's magic.
Yes, basically. And then a miracle happened.
Yeah, Tenebrae is getting close to the ending of Alex Kidd now. It's the castle level. Very tricky one. Largely because of just the way that Alex Kidd controls. Hopefully he hasn't locked himself in here. Okay, he should still be able to make that. Running gives you some additional jump height in Alex Kidd. Alex Kidd also has a screen wrap glitch, where if you pause at the correct frame as you're transitioning from one screen to another, you can actually skip a screen altogether and like keep on teleporting downwards. Unfortunately, that one isn't useful in any of the levels shown off during this race. It's mostly applicable to the very last level. Still a very interesting glitch. Oh, and he nearly got killed by death there. Crusader seems to be on his last life for Castle of Illusion right now. Haven't seen how many continues he's used so far.
A fun thing to note about the pause button on the Master System being on the console means that if you press it a bit too hard and you bump the console, there's a good chance you will freeze your game.
Oh, good.
You'd have to hit it pretty hard for that, though. You sucker
Well,
punch
if your
pause
console is a bit iffy
Okay, yeah.
and old, it happens more often than you might want.
Perhaps the bigger thing is that the reset button looks exactly the same as the pause button.
Oh,
If you're reaching for it somewhat blindly.
it's right next to it.
And it's right next to it too, yeah.
Design.
At least it's not close to the power button, but still.
You have to be really silly to press the power button. At least on the first one.
Yeah, for sure. Alright, so Tenebrae is only a few minutes behind Podgington right now.
There we go. Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello there.
Oh, good.
Congratulations on your victory.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
The only thing I want to say is fuck M. Williams and heavyweight champ. That fight was so bad.
Yeah, that was a rough one, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw Beecham got the same treatment.
Everybody got the same treatment. You were not the only
Oh,
one
really?
to die
Yeah.
in that fight. No.
Yeah.
It looks like
the game was
Didn't
the
John
real
make it through?
heavyweight champ.
yeah.
John, I think John might have been the one to make it through first try, I think. But
Yeah.
practically everybody had a tough time with the fight.
Yeah.
He seemed to be extremely aggressive, the AI, on that fight.
Yeah, he is. Sometimes he can be a complete pushover, and you can just like knock him out
Yeah.
within a couple of minutes. But sometimes, most of the times, it doesn't behave at all.
Yeah, we already
Yeah,
noticed that people either had, you know, a round one victory on that fight, or it was like 4 rounds of suffering and
Yeah,
eventual death.
Right. Yeah.
yeah. Like during practice, I've never gone 3 rounds with him, and that's the first thing that happens.
Yeah, the thing is that if you get to round 3, it's probably a kind of bad sign.
Yes, it is. Okay, if you get to the second sign, the second round, it's a bad sign.
Mm-hmm.
Even so, yeah. But yeah, that's fun. That was a lot of fun.
What was your favorite game?
My favorite game. What was that? Sonic was a lot of fun, actually. I had a fairly decent run of Sonic now. So that was good. Ninja Gaiden is always my favorite, but I had a really bad run this time, I'm afraid. But,
It looks,
Oh, it's okay to us.
yeah, it looks okay.
oh, yeah, that's all I want, I guess. It could have been better.
Good job.
That's all.
If you had told us that it was
Section
world
with
record, we would have
spikes.
believed you. So.
Yeah. Let me just take back what I said. It's totally world record. Yeah, and I got a new PB in columns too, I think, which is which
Okay.
was fun. I went really fast for some reason. But yeah, it was all fun. Like I had some trouble with Teddy Boy at the start as well. Game over on round 3, as expected,
Yeah,
really.
at the very beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
In general, it was very
Yes.
interesting to watch you and John Yukoi go quite back and forth.
Yeah.
With,
He
John
was-
had a bit of a lead early on, and then you were gradually catching up with every game. Eventually overtook him.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Are there any...
I-
oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that it looked bad for a while when I was struggling with heavyweight champ. I thought I was gonna have to stay there way longer than I did. Luckily, I got out of it. But,
I
it
would
looked
say
bad
about
there for
half the players game overed in heavyweight champ.
Yeah.
yeah. That happens.
So are there any games based on this race that you're more interested in picking up as well? As a serious project, so to say?
I'm probably gonna do a full run of Fantasy Zone eventually,
Okay. Yeah.
and
cool.
I'm gonna have to beat Dream's time in Master of Darkness, and I've been wanting to get a good time in that game for a while now.
Yeah.
Beat
You were
my
getting
time.
close to it a few days ago, weren't you?
Yeah, I think I'm only 15 or 20 seconds behind him now. So I'm getting
Nice.
close. So I think I should be able to get it. Other than that, I don't really know. Fantasy Zone definitely, and I might
Yeah, that's,
I might
It's
get
an
a
easy run to
revenge
learn
of
for sure.
heavyweight champ too. Because I've done a couple of attempts of that, like full game attempts before, and it's a fairly quick run, sub 10 minutes. So I think
If you pick
I
up
might-
if you pick up the heavyweight boxing game, do you want to race George Foreman and the
Sure.
heavyweight boxing game plus the Rocky game, which is also a direct copy of the exact same thing?
plus which one?
There's
What's
a
the
Rocky
third
game
one?
that's.
Oh
Rocky.
yeah, Rocky. Yeah, but
Yeah.
in Rocky you can't defeat Ivan Drago. It's impossible. Like you can't do it. I've done it. I've tried so many times. It's absolutely impossible.
Oh, ouch.
It's the hardest fight. Yeah, sure, we can race it. Do the triple. We can add in James Buster Douglas just for good measure.
Yeah, sure. Why not, right? It's amazing to see how similar those games are.
It's
Yeah.
practically the same game.
Yeah.
The whole series of
I mean-
games is
The same menus, same setup for the fights and such.
Yeah.
I would call it a rip-off, but it isn't because it's made by the same people as well.
It's
Right?
the same company, yeah. They were from
Oh, actually, I didn't see the credits for the boxing game. Did it say that it's made by Team White? Because that's what it says at the end of George Foreman.
I don't remember.
White.
Yeah, Team White. It's the Master System version of Dare Force, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
We were gonna add George Foreman to like as an alternative because it's the exact same game. But
Yeah.
the thing is, it looks way different, and well, it's a sprite change basically.
Yeah.
It looks
yeah.
different, and
And there's
you
hamburgers.
there's hamburgers too.
Yeah,
And you get
that's
three
the best part.
three power-up points after each fight instead of 2, which you get normally from
Okay.
on Heavyweight Champ, unless you get a knockout. That's the only way
Yeah.
you get 3.
You get through it, right? Yeah.
Do you get more if you get a knockout in George Foreman's?
I think so, yeah. From what I remember, you
Okay.
do. You get one extra as well.
Wow, you get really OP in that game.
I mean, the OP-ness is that you can stun lock everything, not so much
Yeah.
in the stats.
That's-
Because recovery is useless as a stat, for instance.
Yeah,
Unless you
yeah.
expect to get knocked down. You only want to go for power and some speed.
Yeah,
Speed only because it improves your walking distance or your walking speed, and power is huge. Power is incredibly important. Actually, that reminds me, you went for an extra super punch instead of for additional power at some point. Was there any?
Nope. Wasn't me.
Was that not you?
Nope, I don't
I
think
could have
so.
sworn it was. I thought it was on your end. My bad
No,
then.
it wasn't me. I always go for max power unless I get a knockout.
Yeah.
And when I get a
No,
knockout, I usually go for speed.
Yeah, the additional super punch is somewhat nice, but it's not enough of a. It's not a big enough of a deal to be worthwhile. Power
No,
is just too damn important.
Yep. Like the only thing the super punch is useful for is to get them against the ropes, so that you can
Yep.
mash them down, basically.
It's the opening
Other than
move
that-
for the fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, it takes way too long to charge up anyway. So
Yeah.
okay, so it seems like John UK. He fell behind a bit. I thought he started Ninja Gaiden a lot longer ago.
They were even neck and neck by 4-3 on Master of Darkness.
Beatrim. Yeah, Beatrim had kind of caught up at that point.
Ah, I see. Yeah, because he's run the game recently, so makes sense. John UK seems to have specialized mostly in the early games, where he did very
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, I don't think he had practiced the later games too much.
Yeah.
Master of Darkness and Ninja Gaiden, especially.
He still knows about Infinite Nimbo at least, so
Yeah. They all should.
that's one thing that you don't really want to miss. But to
No,
be fair,
yeah.
it's also something that you can find on your very first playthrough. So.
I was gonna say it's not something that's difficult to figure out. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Beatram's getting very close to the ending now. And Tenebrae is getting close to the ending of Sonic as well.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh dear.
Oh,
Painful deaths.
yes.
At least there's a checkpoint. He didn't die too long after the checkpoint.
Right. Yeah.
Still.
He did. He was fortunate enough to grab the checkpoint. So.
Yeah, this is one of the worst levels in the actual speedrun of the game as well. Worst just because of one trick, which can completely arbitrarily kill your run.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
What game are you talking about now?
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Fun.
Oh,
Jungle Zone
yeah.
1 is hell.
Yeah, it's rough. Are you talking
Once you
about
get past
the
that level,
fish?
it's fine though. But yeah, it's the
Yeah.
bounce, the fish bounce. It's horrible.
Yeah.
I noticed that nobody went for it as well throughout the race.
Oh, Beatram's just game over. Ninja Gaiden's back to 7-3.
Oh, he was right at the end. That's
Yeah, it's a
painful.
really rough screen.
Kept on messing
Well, I
up
mean,
the
it's-
temporary platforms.
It's
Yeah.
the start of 7-3 at least, so it's not that bad, but that's still unfortunate. Tenebrae is somewhat struggling with the Jungle Zone. And I think Podgington doesn't know Master of Darkness that well, considering that he didn't go for a crystal pickup just now to kill all the enemies on screen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he has played through the game only a couple of times.
It doesn't go for the potion either.
So Adam, do you remember your like roughly how good your PB in Master of Darkness is?
I'm tempted to say like 23 minutes or something, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, so
Because I didn't grind it that much. It wasn't a fully optimal run, that's for sure.
yeah,
I remember having a pretty good run though. Tech-wise, I think there wasn't anything special in it anyways. It's basically the same exact route as you used, essentially.
yeah, okay.
I can try and dig up some splits for it again, because I might be able to find something. Wish I'd just saved the VODs instead. Would have been good to have that. What is your PB right now?
2305.
Okay. That's
Beat him
good.
as a 2250.
Hmm. Yeah, I wonder how low they get.
Can probably go down to a low 22, maybe
Yeah.
maybe a high 21.
I think it's going to depend a lot on 4-1, for instance. And that's a
Yeah.
spot where you can probably save a lot of time with the eagles and all that crap flying at
Yeah,
you.
definitely. Also,
I do remember having
the
a route for
skull
it before.
boss.
Yes. Oh, that one's a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
But yeah, when I got my PB, I do remember having an actual setup or kind of strat for those eagles. There were certain spots where you could stand to kind of avoid them hitting you really badly and knocking you back all the time.
yeah. I'm
I'll have
starting
to look into
to
it.
find like a
Yeah.
proper route for that first screen, but still difficult. There's speedrun done with Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah,
it's
so
only
it's East
starting the
time.
game now.
It should be finishing up East shortly.
Yeah, don't blink, you'll miss it.
Yeah, you got
Yep,
done.
saw in the
You guys
chat.
got done already.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we already see his time pop up on the winner's board.
Such a bizarre glitch.
Yeah.
We were talking about this way earlier on, by the way. How did you find out about the glitch? Did you?
The glitch has been known for a while, as people have been using it to using a level up glitch that is part of it. Like, there's one like setup for it where you get max level immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I basically just showed that glitch to Nidua, and within like a week he had found the credits warp. Basically,
That is crazy.
that's the essence of it. Yeah, because he
Well,
set
that was
up
fun,
a.
except for one game.
Except for one game.
Hey, Beacher.
That one game.
Yeah, that one game. God damn. That's
I had a
really
full
lame.
game over after like round 4
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It
in
was
my
unfortunate.
rematch. It was that game.
Yeah, but don't worry, you
So-
were not the only one to have to find that game a bit of a pain in the ass at the end. That
I'm
last
sure.
fight was rough for everybody.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So,
But yeah, about 3 hours. That's
Yep.
about what I thought.
Yep. So for people not watching the race chat, Beatram's official time 2 hours 55 minutes 3 seconds, according to SRL.
I'm gonna
Beacher,
get
how much
something
time
tweety.
did you?
Like around 20 minutes.
Beacher, how much time did you lose to James Buster Douglas?
I don't know, like 20 minutes. I just reset my splits, so
Ah, okay.
like I lost 30 overall. I think I lost about 20 of that. Maybe 15. But it felt like 20.
Yeah, it's It's rough.
It was full game over, a couple resets, and like a 2-round on the first guy in the end.
Mhm.
It wasn't pleasant.
Nope.
Well, fortunately,
I-
the games afterwards were.
Well, they were
Mostly
more
torture.
up
Those
my
went pretty
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
I was actually on. I think tying record pace on Castle of Illusion even without doing the risky leaf strat up until
Really?
the library jumping off the A. I failed that.
Ah,
So. Oh,
So-
I
Very
ended I ended the Dessert Factory with 251 in game in Thailand.
nice.
So that's probably pretty close to a PB.
Mm.
On that
Yeah,
one.
you had very solid runs in general.
Yeah,
I was-
Fantasy Zone was actually okay. I just ran into
Mhm.
trouble early.
Hmm.
I gained a little time back there from. Where did I lose time? Teddy Boy. I game over it on Teddy Boy.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Round 3.
All right, where was that? Find that link.
Well, Tenebrae seems to be very blind in Master of Darkness as well. Not using any of the shortcuts where you just jump off a staircase.
Yeah.
And also grabbing every single mask item.
Yeah, if you like, I tend to do that in general with games, so I had to train
Yeah.
myself pretty
Mhm.
hard on.
Yeah,
that.
just to go for
Right.
the ones that you truly need.
Yeah.
That was the same for Ninja Gaiden too, for you,
Yep.
weren't it?
Yeah. It's
You
really
want to
hard.
get all the scrolls. According to the manual, picking up scrolls make you go faster. It's
Well,
it says
kind of
that.
true, right?
No,
It's kind of true.
Wow.
You get Infinite
Scrolls.
Limbo, you get the fire shield, you go faster.
yeah, in a way.
John's on Ninja Gaiden. That's good.
Yeah, he's been on good pace.
Yep.
He was one of the few who didn't have to spend 10, 20 minutes on heavyweight champ.
Yeah, but he's had a rough time with some other games. So.
Yeah, he was saying he was gonna have a bad time with Alex Kidd before the race
Yeah.
started.
Alex Kidd, the unfortunate thing with Alex Kidd was that he got to the mountain stage and lost like 6 lives in one spot. Like fell into the lava, got hit by a flame, this kind of things. Oh, Podgington is not going for the shortcuts.
Jobs ahead. That's good.
So Podgington just didn't go for the big shortcut where you just drop down that whole section in the middle.
Yeah,
I've not seen this area of the map in ages now.
yeah.
I guess it's not that much slower still, but
Well, it's one of him to get that health.
it's all planned.
Yeah, must be.
I used to get lost in that level a lot, and then once I started playing it more, and like not really routing, but kind of routing, enemy kills and that kind of thing, I was like, wait, I just go to the right here, right? Yeah. What? What's all this for? But yeah, you're supposed to go through those other screens. It's just like, huh? Yeah, if we do another one of these, the next one will be on a Sunday afternoon, actually.
I'll definitely join in on the next one as well.
Okay.
Because one of our community members is basically generally unavailable on
On
Saturdays.
Saturdays?
So
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately. We didn't
It probably
realize
won't
that.
be until after New Year's, definitely.
Right.
We don't know when though. Haven't really spoken about it.
Well, John UK nearly killed himself off during that fight. He managed to make the boss spawn very close to the middle there.
Oh, yikes, yeah, I see.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
spawn in the very middle, then you will die. Pretty much, because he destroys all the entire platform.
Right, he destroys everything. Yep.
Yeah. The Taz does some really cool things in that boss, where he basically makes the boss kill everything and then just wall jump and keep alive that way. It's pretty entertaining.
From what I
Doesn't
remember,
really-
the Taz does not use infinite nib mode, does it?
No, it does not. It doesn't need to.
I don't know.
I-
Fire Shield does
I'm-
save a lot of time.
It does. It does. I think I can improve the Taz if I ever learn how to. With some new strats that I've found throughout the years.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be by much. Because a couple of years ago, I found a quote unquote new Taz made by some Japanese guy that I found on Nico. And like it's 20, I think it's 20 seconds faster than the Taz video Taz.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a lot of new strats from that Taz, but I still have some that the Taz doesn't use.
Mr. Scudder
Full
blind
farms.
and it looks good.
It's very possible.
He looks like it, considering that he's breaking every block. And he fell into the first eagle. Yeah, that game is rough to blind.
It is.
Even if you're not blind, it's still a tough game.
Right.
It's gonna take an hour or two. The entire game, that is. This goal probably, well, way less, but still.
Now there are, if he's going into this blind, you mentioned there is a power-up somewhere he can get that kind of telegraphs the enemy's rock, paper, scissors motions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's in the mountain stage, though, isn't it? From what I remember.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
in the
Okay.
volcano, Mount Cave,
Okay.
or, yeah, whatever it is.
Can't you get one in the castle too?
You can, but
Yeah, it's a bit too late.
that's 2 bosses too late, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, but it kind of is. It's also way out of the way. You're likely to see the one in the cave. I'd say he's not totally blind, but just not well practiced. That's what I would say.
Let's see if he knows to buy the bike, at least. Okay, good. Because map 2 without a bike is... It's not hard, it's just incredibly slow compared to having a bike.
Yeah. It's way too slow.
I'm guessing he doesn't know about the fixed order for the rock, paper, scissors fights, though.
Yeah, that's gonna be kind of concerning.
Yeah, that's... it
Looks
can
like
be a
he's
life
looking
sink,
it up.
unfortunately. Yeah, it looks like he's doing
Oh,
something
probably
at
doing-
least.
Okay.
Which makes
probably-
sense, honestly.
Yeah, that's probably the smart thing to do.
How far is John in Ninja Gaiden right now?
Last screen.
I
stage.
believe that's Act 7.
Last screen before the bosses.
Or
Yeah,
stage
the
7.
boss
I don't remember
rush.
if they're called acts or stages in this version. But the last full stage.
The spiky one.
Ooh. Oh.
The terrible screen of terribleness. Number 2.
He's nearly
forget what the
boosted
first one
into the.
Oh jeez, yeah.
He's nearly boosted into the hits like 6 times now.
Oh,
Yeah.
Every time I see him hit spikes, he's nearly falling in.
Yeah.
Let's look at the pattern, John. There you go.
Yeah, fortunately, John's got the homing fire missiles,
Yeah.
so the
good shape.
final boss fight should be just fine.
As far as the order of the games, well, we wanted to do shorter goals first, and then along with that, there are a few little ordering things that are done in that the mascots are done in order. Is Sets actually playing?
Nope, I don't think he is. Unless he joined outside of the SRO.
I just saw that chat message and so yeah, if you look at it, they're not directly next to each other, but the mascots or pseudo mascots that Sega has had, the games are in order of them being mascots. That was intentional on my part, at least. Unintentionally, the first 2 games, which I'm guessing you guys have talked about, is the first 2 games were the launch titles in Japan for the Mark III. Oh,
For
we
the
didn't
Mark
know
III,
that.
A little over
Just-
30 years ago now.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy how long the system has been out already.
Yeah.
Alright, looks like John UK finished Ninja Gaiden.
Yep. And
In his-
there
It's
you go.
basically done already.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, it's done.
it's basically
Yeah,
like
watch John's menuing.
4
It's
seconds.
unbelievable. John's menuing. Let's see if he can keep up to pace. Like he's just a god with a menu. Look at that. It's
He's
hard
so
to do
good
it
that
that
he just
fast.
beats the game with it.
And there it is.
Yeah, he's really
well,
good at menu.
Is he playing on an SMS pad actually?
No, he's playing.
Because I
with
noticed that he
mouse.
was using a flash card. Okay. Because if it's an SMS D-pad, then yeah, menuing is hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can-
Almost
yeah,
anything is hard.
Pretty much.
So John's official time: 3 hours, 10 minutes, 6 seconds. Good for 3rd place.
it's a very good time.
Yeah,
very solid
absolutely.
time. If it wasn't for Alex Kidd, I wonder what his time would have been. Because that was his big time sink, I think.
He would have beaten me probably. Maybe.
It's difficult to say.
Yeah. He was on really good pace for a long time.
Yeah. So between Tenebrae and Podgington, who do you expect to finish first?
I think Tenebrae can catch up. But it is hard to say. I know that they've both beaten the game at least once, so
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to
Well,
Ninja
Master
Gaiden.
of Darkness, but
Yeah. Okay,
And they all know
it's
Ys as
gonna be
well, right?
interesting.
Well,
Yeah.
Poggington is in 4-2 with 0 lives.
Mhm.
And
That is true.
Tenebrae is approaching round 3, so he might catch up by a round, so to speak, if he stays alive here and doesn't get that troll knife.
Yeah. That would actually be a pretty big deal. Well, even if he gets the troll knife, it's still doable. Well, he's only got 4 bombs.
No,
That's gonna be tough.
like you it's doable,
You almost can't beat the boss, yeah.
but you basically can't. Like it, you
It's
have
a pain in
to
the ass,
avoid.
that's for sure.
You have to avoid getting hit, and it's a nightmare.
Alright, well, Chris Gator is doing his first fight there. First rock, paper, scissors fight.
All right, he looked it up.
Yeah, he must
Yeah,
have,
he
because
must
he
have.
stayed with the rock. Yeah, and he's going with scissors.
Good,
Sorry.
good.
Smart move on his part.
Pretty much necessary, to be honest.
Yeah,
It's those fights are silly if you don't know what option to pick, because it's
It
completely
basically
randomized.
makes it a really bad game unless you're a kid and willing to do it over and over again. Like it really does. It makes
Yeah,
it
I agree.
absolutely terrible unless you're patient or someone else tells you.
Because there's no
Right.
skill factor in it. It's just
Yeah,
luck.
but then it's great.
Are all of the participants playing on the original system, or is somebody emulating?
I think Chris Scotter is emulating.
It doesn't look like emulator.
How would you be able to tell?
Usually
looks so
capture cards
blurry.
are a little blurrier.
Okay.
And I know he has the Master System.
Yeah. Well, you
But
have
I
to
don't
have
know
all
if he
games.
has. Yeah, I don't know if he has the Never Drive.
I still have to get my hands on one.
Yeah, you do.
I'd be emulating like half of the games here. Or instead of the boxing game, I would just play George Foreman.
George Foreman. There you go.
Well, that
It
one's
has
actually a little
hamburgers.
That one is actually a little different.
Nah.
Yeah,
from the other
I mentioned it earlier. Slightly.
Nobody would be
easier.
able to tell.
Oh no, that's true.
Except for the
Like you-
big hamburger scene.
Except for the burgers, yeah.
George Foreman eating a hamburger.
Ooh, Tenebrae is on very low HP. But it's at the very end of the map.
Yeah,
Lucky
it
for
should
him.
be fine.
So
I'm
Beatrim,
looking
you
forward
run.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No.
Beatrim, you've run Alex Kit somewhat extensively, right?
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
use the scroll glitch in the final level?
No. But I can only do it by pause buffering, and I've never been able to escape the room.
Oh, okay.
Like I can make it into the room that the task shows, but I have tried many times and could not
Fair enough.
get it.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot around with that glitch, and I think I've made done the task strats. I think I made it once out of hundreds of tries, just messing around, trying to see what's possible. Like you can, from the first screen of the last level, well, the second to last level, you can fight the final boss and kill him, but you can't move on from there because the game doesn't have the hitboxes there to allow you to climb the ladder or to pick up the hamburger or onigiri.
I'll have to talk to Afriti about it again, because I remember that back when there was this, I think it was an SDA submission a couple of years ago, we looked into this castle scrolling glitch precisely because the runner didn't use it yet. And we managed to pull it off within like 5 minutes, both of us. So I'll have to try and figure out what we found for that it somehow worked consistently. Oh, well, consistently.
Yeah.
I mean, that it only took 5 minutes to get it working, basically, without any practice.
Please do. Like it's easy to make it happen, but it's hard to get out of the scroll.
Yeah,
make the scroll stop, because it just keeps going.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Once
I've
once.
stopped the scrolling. I can't get out of the room. Like
Yeah.
I'm stuck. I can't jump out. I can jump, and then I can't move to the right. I can't get out
Yeah.
of.
Yeah.
So I can't get from the room below. But like, realistically, what does that save? I mean, it saves. So yeah, but it's like
It's
a
not
couple
like a gigantic time
seconds
saver.
or
But
something like that.
Yeah, it's not a big saver.
But I mean, somewhat recently, there's been, someone basically decided to do a better route.
Mhm.
I'm assuming it's the task route, but
It's close to it, I think.
or very
think
close
it's-
to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, just not using the helicopter in the level before the first castle.
The first time you meet Paperhead.
Yeah. So, like, you can go through that level without the helicopter, and that means you don't have to go into the shop, which saves a
Yeah.
lot of time.
Yeah,
and that
yeah,
means you don't need as much money, which saves
Yeah, you don't have to
more
collect
time.
anything beforehand. Yeah, I
And
remember
so-
that.
Yeah. So basically the community, so to speak, started running with that route, and so times got down well below 13, or not below 13, well below 14.
Mhm. Yeah, that was
Whereas
a big
they were it was like 1358 for
Yeah,
a year and a half,
2 years actually.
2 years.
Yeah. And now it's 1326
Yeah.
by a Belgian called Random Julian.
Obviously
Yes.
on Japanese, just to save the 25 seconds or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any difference. It's just 25 seconds less.
Yeah.
Um,
Did you get the helicopter for?
I did.
Okay.
I used very safe strats.
Okay.
I got like 3 extra lives that I don't normally get in a run. That and my muscle memory retreated on that level.
Tenebrae unfortunately just died. He was right at the boss fight as well.
Oh man.
And he was very close to a potion pickup. So it's
That's
very,
such
very
a
unfortunate.
such a
that he
rough
just died.
death.
Yeah.
Yeah, you start off in such a crappy spot with no good weapon and such. That's tough. It's not a long level, fortunately, so there is that at least. But still.
That knife, though. Excuse me.
Yep.
Pogington's got 23 stakes. I think he'll be fine if he doesn't waste too many early on.
If he doesn't accidentally pick up the knife as well. Actually, even if he picks up the knife, he should be
Even
fine.
for the knife, that's not going to be a big deal, I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah,
enough of
with-
those things. So.
With 29, it's actually in the manual. They're actually called projectiles, not stakes. And the cane-looking thing is called a stake. Believe it or
That's
not.
a stake? I always thought that was a hammer.
I know.
Yeah, I
what
thought it was a
everyone
hammer
else-
at first too, and then I looked
yeah.
at it again, and someone said it was a cane, and I was like, okay, yeah, I guess I can see a cane there.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can see a
but
cane.
no, it's
wooden
a stake.
No, pretty sure it's a cane. Pretty sure you don't know what you're talking about, Manual.
I'm just saying what the manual is saying.
Well, the manual is lying.
Manual
Yeah.
is wrong.
Well,
Developers didn't
Jump
even know what
might
they
be wrong.
made.
To paraphrase PJ.
Oh, Crusader is doing this stage without the bike.
Ooh.
That is tough. He got through, but
Hold it
still.
off, though. Oh.
Well, now he's at the boss fight, and that's a pain in the ass without the bike.
Nah,
It's
it's
actually
easy.
not
so
so bad.
game
You
You
can
over.
run
just,
up and punch him.
yeah, you can do the same strat as with the bike. Just run into him and arm swinging.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, he's using the score thing. Or was it the-
Yeah, continue mode.
It actually looks more like he just broke his bike instead of not taking it.
Yeah, that's true.
That's rough though. This stage is not fun to do normally.
Nope.
No.
I got very,
be.
very good at doing it as a kid, though.
Yeah,
Until I got very, very good at doing it with the bike, which
yeah, which is
is
slightly
way
easier.
easier.
Oh, nice. Pocketons just finished Master of Darkness.
Yep, just finished Master of Darkness. So we'll be moving on to Ninja Gaiden, which is 14th out of 15. And Crazy Rasmus there, helping us out in the chat. The game
Yeah, I guess
members.
we could just have said it, but
Now, you might think that, oh, what's he doing? Why doesn't he just punch that block? He is using the correct strat here. And I challenge anyone who's watching to go do it in a different way.
Yeah, I kind of, as I
He
just
is
look at
correct,
the layout.
yeah.
Yeah.
Except
Oh,
that will happen. Which is,
Yes, that's
The
Alex
big
Kidd.
Ooh,
Yeah,
yeah.
That's Alex Kidd right there.
in a nutshell.
Yeah.
And now, oh,
Oh,
because that jump is so hard.
Oh, wow.
It
can
is
do
so
like a-
hard to do.
you can do
Wow.
like a what he did there. it's
I want to
tough,
add
tough
like a
jump.
second of delay so I'm not ahead of everyone else, but I don't want to add Twitch delay.
Oh, just I'm using Hitbox for.
So am I, but like I'm I'm
Yeah.
a second or two ahead of everyone else for whatever reason. Probably because Fiesel's probably streaming to the US server.
Yeah. I like this strat of using the item to kill the boss.
That used to be my strat. That's where the
Really?
items in the shop. Yeah. Well, like when I was.
I mean,
9,
I know that's okay. Like way back in the days.
Oh
Sure.
yeah, yeah.
I
No,
think
I
that's
was
the
thinking,
second
like,
I
time
got
I've
to the
used
lake
it.
on a regular basis. I just couldn't finish the lake.
Well, I wonder if that item would be useful for some of the later boss fights, like a Rockhead or something, who's flying around all over the place. Maybe it could be.
I think
good
it
for-
just does what it does. I don't think they actually target.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it targets the boss. It might,
If it does, that could be interesting.
but I think it always goes 8. It's like 8 of them that pop out, and it just
Yeah.
goes, and everything stops, and that happens. You can't move. Or, maybe you can move. Yeah, it's been a while.
Lovely to see Podgington die on World 1 of Ninja Gaiden because it's just evil.
It
That
really
stage
is.
is evil.
It's
With the
actually-
bombs that look like they're pickups or something, and then they explode and you get knocked into the spikes. Every time I've seen somebody play this blindly, that happens.
Oh, like that.
Ah,
Just as
well,
you said it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those games where Ninja Gaiden, you just want to blind race it. Find however many people you can, just blind race it.
Yes.
Or at
It is-
least semi-blind, right? Because you might know now about the Nimpo and whatever. It doesn't matter, just go play it. It'll take you
Yeah.
like an hour, and
it's well worth playing.
Yeah, I did. I think Duckfist and I played this on Adam's rig at Summer Games Done Quick a few years ago. We both went through it blind, no problem. I think we even
Yeah.
figured out the Ninpo thing on our
Yeah.
own too.
Mhm.
Yeah. I forced Duckfist to play it again at well, I didn't force him at the ESA this
What do you
year.
say?
Yeah,
Did too. Yeah.
he was stuck quite a while on the second lava screen.
Oh yeah.
It's not a fun screen.
Yeah, the second lava screen is.
Yeah, it's fun to watch.
But hey, if you played it voluntarily, then that's a good sign, right?
Yeah.
Because you already knew what was coming.
Yeah. I did that the last DSA too. Just force as many people as possible to play Ninja Gaiden, especially of the NES guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just to see what they think, because they've all played Ninja Gaiden NES.
Ninja Gaiden NES, yeah.
Exactly.
I still have to play that one actually. Well, no, I've played it for like a minute or something, but I've never played it properly. Could do a race like that. Play both Ninja Gaidens.
Sure.
No thank you.
Let's do it.
Can we have a save state at the end of 6-2 or whatever? I'm not doing it. I've done it 2 or 3 times now. I'm not doing it again. I've done it on NES and the PC Engine version, and they all bring you back to 6-1.
Yeah.
Oh,
the PC Engine version does too.
Yep. I was playing it, and I'm like, oh, maybe this one doesn't, do that. And then,
What happens in 6-2 then?
well, 6-3 or right if you get to the boss and you die
Mhm.
and you game over. Is it just if you die, or is it?
It's just if you die, yes.
Okay, so if you die at the boss, you go back to 6-1
Why?
because
That is really dumb.
actually I've read that that's a bug that they didn't intend to put in there, but that's how it is.
So if you die at the end of 6-2, let's say, do you also go back to 6-1, or is it only for the boss?
No, it's only for the boss.
That sounds like a glitch then. Oh, that
Depending
sounds
on-
like a very shitty one.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
depending
very
on whether
off-point
you
glitch.
game. Yeah, depending on whether you game over or not. In your 6-2 example, you'll either go back to the last section of the level that you got to, or if you game over, you'll go back to the start of 6-2.
Yeah.
But for some reason, yeah, the boss. You know.
What other game does that? Toki.
Really?
There's a way to, well, it does it differently, but there's a way to die on the final boss where it takes you back. It actually takes, never mind. It takes you back to the start of the boss fight, I think. I'm not 100% sure now anymore. I'll have to double check it. But there's some broken mechanic that just takes you back a lot further than it should when you lose a
Oh
life.
yeah, I remember that. There was a race back in early 2013.
Yeah. And it happened
Oh.
to, I think it happened to Uyama back then.
Yeah,
Oh,
he killed the second form.
Yeah, exactly. He beat the boss, but he died at the same time.
oh.
And that just takes you back further than it should.
Okay.
Crusader is at the end, by the way, so that's
Oh, okay.
that's
Yeah.
good. Using the
Hopefully
continue option was definitely good.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Oh,
you got through
it's-
that pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's never
Without
a
the
bad
continue
idea.
option, yeah. Without the continue option, that would have been hell, though. I think, because the game is
Yep.
just
Yeah.
ridiculously unforgiving, and the platforming is tough. Tenebrae is pretty close to the ending of Master of Darkness now, as long as he doesn't pick up that knife. Okay.
That's a scary.
We'll go ahead
All
and
right.
split
Well,
the
I gotta go
ice
get ready
lines.
for this Mario 1 race, so I'm going to head off here. But thank you all for letting me help out on commentary. That was a lot of fun.
Thanks for sticking
doing
around.
commentary.
No, well, you're welcome, Monty. It's really good.
Yep. And, congrats to everybody who finished, and
Thank you.
best of luck to the other 3 runners. All right. Thanks. Bye, everybody.
See you
Bye.
around.
Bye.
All right, he made it into Sonic. That makes me
Yes.
relieved.
Let's see if he knows the. He knows the scroll. Well, this trick basically. Let's see if he knows how to optimize it though. Nah.
Did
Still
John
good, though.
get? Did John get the 18?
I don't think he did. From what I remember, he got a 23.
Ah, okay. Because he's been like ripping on me for not getting 18s because he did it once.
Oh, okay. Well, 18 is easy peasy.
Is it?
No, I think he got a 23. I'm not 100% sure though.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very very easy. There's a setup for it.
Okay.
I can teach it to you if you want.
Yeah, cool.
One thing I didn't see anybody doing was rolling underwater in World 1-2 of
I
Sonic.
don't know how to do that. I've been
Well,
told
no,
that
just
that's,
roll
way
off the
to go.
ledge. Yeah, just rolling off the ledge gives you massive speed boosts. Everywhere,
I've-
by the way, not
I've
just
seen it,
underwater.
I don't have the levels memorized enough to handle
Yeah, fair enough.
the speed boosts.
Yeah, I
It's one
gotta
of those
learn
games
that. Yeah,
One of those games that I want to pick up again, so... Oh, okay, he nearly soft-locked. If he had gone any faster off that ledge there, and you know, taken that ramp any faster, he would have soft-locked there. Tenebrae, unfortunately, just picked up a gun.
Yeah, there's plenty of.
There's
There's,
plenty of
yeah, there
stakes.
should be enough wooden stakes later on. Or, I mean, projectiles.
projectiles.
Projectiles, yeah.
Ah, John did do the underwater rolls, apparently. I must have just missed his Sonic section. Could be the part where he was having some kind of internet issues.
And I'm sad I didn't get any of the high jumps on the first boss.
Oh,
When you-
the quick kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, the quick kill is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of the biggest reset points in actual attempts.
Yeah, I can believe that. It's pretty quick.
If only there was a
reset.
setup for it. Yeah, but I mean, well, okay, the first map is easy peasy. Second map, getting a 23-second time is not too hard, and then you get to the third map and it's just this very high reset rate, and there's not
Yeah.
much you can do.
Yeah, a couple days ago I had like 7 hits on the first cycle.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
standard.
One,
Yeah.
And then one quick hit to end. It's 8,
Mm.
right?
Yeah, it's 8 in
Okay.
total. So you
Yeah.
get 7 on the first one, and then 8 on the
And then I got the one quick. Yeah.
and
I
that's
don't
what
think
you
Of
I've
have.
course,
ever
I
gotten
couldn't do
more.
that again.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever gotten more than just 6 hits on the first cycle. I don't know the timing correctly.
I don't either. It just happens.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a real timing. All right, we're on Dracula now.
He's got enough stakes as well, so it should be easy. He's going to take a hit, though, I think. Or not?
Yeah.
Oh, no, from a pad, though. I thought he was going to get hit by Dracula and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
No, good point.
Nice.
Excellent. Sometimes you'll miss. And-
Yeah. I think it's because he scrolls across the screen exactly as
Yeah,
your stake is passing through.
and if that happens, then you get to you might get to see his other attack.
Which takes forever.
Yeah.
Best to avoid.
Time for the bomb count. I'll predict 3.
As in bombs into spikes? Or
You could say that.
so this game, it came out in Brazil, right? But it was basically designed for 50 hertz. Ninja Gaiden.
It was released in the Sony United.
Yeah.
I mean, when it's developed in Japan, usually they never really bothered designing for 50 hertz, but I'd
Just because it's
say
so ridiculously
maybe
fast.
it is, but eh.
But lots
Have
of
you,
soundtrack clips for YouTube are like in 60 hertz speed rather than 50.
Yeah, but
That's mostly because of
that's
emulation.
just people
I'd say.
people don't know. But
I suppose.
like I find it maybe slightly fast, but I find the PAL one slow.
Yeah, I agree with that. PAL is
So it's
Well,
like
that might also be because you've already played the NTC version, right? When you've played it on NTC,
true.
anything on PAL feels really slow. Like I played Batman Returns on PAL yesterday, and that's just, no, I can't do it. It just feels wrong.
Yeah.
The sound is all. Hey, he didn't run into the spikes. Tenebrae, nice. That's one thing. That's one spot where everybody always dies.
Watch that though.
Oh, that's bomb number 1.
Yes. Was that a bomb? I thought he was knocked back by an enemy. No, that was a bomb. You're right.
Oh, it was bomb.
And now he wall jumped while he was inside the spikes. That was interesting.
Mind games on the bomb. Oh. Oh, that's number 2.
Yep. And there's gonna be at least another one for sure.
Most likely, yeah.
I like
It's
how he's
like
using
the-
the screen clearing attack just because. It's just as soon as anything shows up.
Yeah, screw everything. Everything
I didn't
dies.
use it there.
It's
Okay.
somewhat
There was a
easy
bomb
to use
hit,
it.
but it wasn't a kill.
It's somewhat easy
Ah.
to do it accidentally. So.
That is true, yeah. Just caught on.
He's saving all his Nimpo too.
He knows.
He knows.
Ah, I only got 2 bombs to kills. Ah, close. Okay.
Well, if you count the one time where he just kind of randomly fell into the spikes, then you get your 3 anyway.
Yeah.
We can blame the bomb there as well for distracting him.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, let's see if Chris Kedder can get the 159. I was pleasantly surprised to see some 159s. Oh wow, okay, that's a 201.
Yeah, I got
Literally
my
2
first,
seconds slower.
I got my
Special
first
stage.
159 today.
No kidding,
I
that was your
really
first
happy.
one.
Yeah, because I've been trying to figure out the timing of it.
Ah.
And
Okay, yeah.
now I know.
Yeah, there's references you can use with the edge of the screen and the bridge collapsing.
Yeah.
Like the collapsing bridge, not the bridge collapsing, but that's what I typically
So
used.
That's basically what I. Well, I look at the timer, and like at the end of 157, I start running from the edge of the bridge, basically.
Yeah, that works too.
It seemed to work at least.
Looks like he's very much into the special stage. Collecting
You got
extra
50
lives.
rings from
Yeah,
Bridge
yeah.
2.
You had 52 rings at the end there. Very unfortunate. Very easy to have too many rings there. Because there's 128 in total. And you just pass by a lot of them. You're bound to pick up a whole bunch of them. I used to actually purposefully get hit during the autoscroller in runs, just to make sure that I would not have too many rings at the end.
I did that in a couple levels today.
Yeah, you might also want to get purposefully hit to lose the shield, which lags the game like crazy.
Just doing the safe version of that Robotnik kill. And
Oh.
miscount or something. Oh, just as I said, the safe version.
Did he grab the life on the left?
No, he hasn't grabbed the life yet.
For the longest time, I didn't actually know that you could bounce this high off of Robotnik. And I just did these small jumps, went back into the middle, waited for him to shoot, did another jump, all that kind of stuff. It was super fancy. And then, only then did I learn that you didn't need any of that.
Yeah.
Looks like Poggington used the homing shot on that boss as well.
Yeah,
It's something I did. But it's not. It's not currently in the route, right, Rasmus?
I'm trying to figure out if it's faster. I'm not sure yet.
The problem is that you don't have the fire shield for the stage afterwards as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get it at the end of the first screen. So
Yeah.
I've been testing out lately to see if the time you gain from killing the boss with the homing shot is more than the time you lose by not having the fire shield on the next screen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it looks like I could save a second, maybe, but it's hard to. I haven't gotten a clean run yet to properly see. So it's something I'm testing.
There's also the
Just
time
this-
that you don't have the shield in the previous level.
Yeah, but it's I don't lose. too
That
much
one's
time.
not as bad as this one, but
No. Like, it's a second or so, but yeah, maybe maybe 2 seconds.
but yeah.
But the time you gain on what do you call it? The boss is just it's a huge time save. Because you can kill him in 17 seconds instead of 35 or so.
Oh,
Yeah, you can just hit him non-stop.
Yeah.
I mean
Maybe
that was
35.
that was something I did mistakenly because I was trying to follow the power-up route and accidentally picked up the homing shot.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, hey, this is fast. It's a fast boss kill.
Yeah, for the boss
might wanna
fights in
look at-
general, it's just a
I want
fantastic
to look at
one.
this. Whereas, I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
the
just-
fire shield is terrible for bosses.
Yeah, if there was a way to get the fire shield for the level and then the homing shot for the bosses on every stage, then you could
Yeah.
you could get a couple of minutes off the record. Like,
It would
easily.
also be a little more boring to run.
Oh, for sure. It'd
Because
be way easier.
you just run through and all it is timing your shields.
Which you can basically just spam out all the time. Except for the start, until you get Infinite Nimpa or something.
Yeah. I'm pretty happy with the Nimpo routes. In the current Nimpo route. I'm pretty sure it's the most optimal way to get to full Nimpo. That
Well,
meaning
also
getting
fast.
800 by the end of stage 3.
Crusader is having fun with Jungle Zone 2.
I had the most problem with this that I've had in weeks today. I think I died 3-4 times. And there's no reason for it. I just decided to be bad at it today. But yeah.
Yeah, it just
the-
happens.
I think I just died.
Oh, that was
Once-
an unfair death right there.
Yeah,
yeah.
all of them
That's
are
me.
unfair.
Especially since you can see the platform at the bottom.
Yeah.
You can see the top pixel of it. So that feels really
And it was
cheap.
right before the checkpoint too.
I think Mike89 was saying that it's handled differently in the Game Gear version.
Yeah.
think
The
it lets you
screen
fall
actually
down.
scrolls down if you fall
Yeah.
down. This version, it just kills you. And I think it scrolls up differently as well. That it follows you better than it does here. Because here you just have to stand still and wait for the camera to catch up.
Yep.
I don't know why there is such a design difference. I'm pretty sure that the Game Gear version came out later than the SNES one.
I think it's resolution as well. It's
Nah,
much more
I don't-
resolution.
Well, yeah, but that wouldn't change a big mechanic like that. That the screen doesn't scroll the same way. Running low on lives now. He did pick up a continue though in the bonus stage, so he's got 3 extra lives on top of this. Boss fight can be tricky. See if he goes for the extra life. Oh no, he game overed. Okay, no, he's got to continue.
Yeah.
I think he's got 2 continues, unless he didn't get the first one.
Let's see if
He's,
he
he's
goes
gone
for
to
the...
2 special levels. So.
Okay, yeah. Let's see if he gets the extra life on the boss stage as well. Because I don't know if you guys noticed, but every single stage has an extra life to pick up.
Mm-hmm.
Which can be very convenient for first playthroughs.
I'm watching the Game Gear run now, and yeah, the camera does move as Sonic is jumping. It doesn't
Yeah.
it does it normally.
Mm. Yeah, it makes this stage so much easier. Though once you've done it often enough, this stage is not too bad anyway.
I can't tell. Is Tenebrae catching up to Puggington, or what?
Yes,
2
a
levels.
bit.
Slowly, yeah. He's 2 stages behind, yeah.
Yeah.
It all
And-
depends on how well Parkington can get through this level and how well Tenebrae can get through it.
Yeah, the current level for
Yes.
Tenebrae, for Puddington is actually probably the toughest one, I would say.
Yes.
Just because of the lava floor changing all the time and the fireballs. Tenebrae is currently
It's,
on a
it's
an
the
easier
hardest
one
if
for
you
sure.
haven't practiced it.
Yeah,
Like
you gotta have the time
he's-
to ride.
Where he's just jumped, you can't jump. I did it the first time I went in there today, and I'm like, why am I jumping? I know better than to jump here. If you just run, you're good.
But yeah, Tenebrae could technically catch up. Well, very realistically, he could just catch up.
Yep.
He does have a couple of tricky sections to go on his own as well, but
I hate this boss in Sonic. It's terrible.
nah, it's great. And the speed strats
No.
are really fun too.
It's terrible.
I had a really
Well, you
good
don't like the
boss.
fact
Especially-
that the smoke
Especially
from
when
the
you
explosions
clip
kills
through
you.
the little ball at the end and die.
Oh, once you've beaten the boss and then you fall down, yeah.
That's even
Yeah,
better.
it's so much fun.
That's even better.
It's happened to me many times as a kid.
It has happened to me many times as an adult.
Well, I've learned my lessons, fortunately. And I did this boss often enough in attempts that I worked my way around it.
Yeah. Seems
The
like
unfortunate thing about this boss is that the longer you take, the harder he becomes as well, I find.
Ooh, he almost landed on this
Oh,
one.
okay, that's
Yeah.
Don't die. Don't die on the jump.
Okay, he jumped really
Okay.
late there.
Yeah.
If you just continue. That would be really bad if you use continue goal game over here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but he's done.
I've
with
done
Sonic.
that. Like within the last month. Game over with them.
Same spot twice.
Yeah.
Well, so Poggington's past the main terribleness.
I mean, there's still a nasty section coming up now, I would say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the secondary terribleness. But
Yeah.
he
I don't know which
has
one is
a
harder,
major
honestly.
choke point. Oh, the first one is harder.
I don't know, I remember having... I think
Until
I
you
had
know.
more issues with the second one.
Until you know. So it could just be.
It depends on whether he gets the fire shield, because he could get the fire shield here. There's one to the right.
Yeah, but you really
I
don't
don't
want,
want.
it.
I don't want to know how the boss skill is with that.
It's so bad.
It's
'cause
fine.
It's so slow.
It's slow, but I mean it's doable, and at least you don't
It
waste
takes-
minutes on this section. So
It takes 2
Oh,
minutes
yeah.
40 to kill the boss, I think, with the fire
Just
shield.
You
Hitting
just
one
run
hit.
slash and then run.
One
the
hit per
others.
cycle. Yeah. Takes way too long.
yeah, I guess you're right. The first section is definitely worse.
Careful, Pogging instead. Yeah.
Don't stand it.
Yeah.
It's got 1 life left.
Yeah, if he can game over, he will. I think he'll start right at boss fights.
I'm not sure anymore.
I
what
don't
this game
remember.
does with boss fights. I think it was very forgiving. Yeah, he probably
It
starts
is
with
really
boss fighting.
forgiving.
Forgiving in the sense of continues, not in everything else.
Yeah. Seems like Tenebrae is having some trouble with waterfall section,
Yeah.
chapter 4.
I mean, it's got a couple of weird wall jumps, so it's understandable. And that friggin' bird.
Yeah,
A guaranteed hit you have to take there.
high damage boost off that bird. Yeah, I'm already really looking forward to the next one of these.
Got any good ideas for good games yet?
I've got a bunch of games in mind that would be suitable. Moonwalker.
Yeah, I have a bunch
Lucky
of
Dime
ideas.
Caper.
So many ideas.
Bonanza Bros. Oh, wait, how many of you finished Bonanza Bros in the end, by the way?
I
Because I
have
remember that there was a
got.
race recently.
I've gotten to the very end of the game. I haven't beaten it yet, but I've gotten all the treasures on the last level. I just didn't make it to the.
Was it you
next
who
one.
had all the treasures and then you died to like the second last enemy or something during the race?
I did that. No, I wasn't in the race. I was
That
Oh,
happened
okay.
to me twice.
Because that happened to
I
a
got-
bunch of people, I think. That they got to the
Yeah.
very edge. I mean, stage 9 and 10 in that game are just ridiculous. You will get hit loads of times there.
Yes.
So it's a matter of just tanking your way through with continues and such.
Yeah. It's a
Like,
really
I
fun game.
tried to... Yeah, for sure. It's a super fun game. Difficulty spike is kind of extreme, though.
Yeah.
I remember trying to figure out... Like, I grinded this on emulator, just finding ways to get past those enemies. And for some of them, you can get past them, but it's so absurdly precise that you can't count on it.
Yeah.
It's way faster to just take the hit.
Oftentimes, yeah. There's a lot of interesting, like, small speed strats for it, and just finding a good route too.
Mm.
It's a really fun game.
Tenebrae having a tough time with that stat. Not having the fire shield. Yeah.
Yeah, especially
Yeah, it's
when
difficult.
when you notice that there's ice physics.
Yeah. You start counteracting them all the time.
Yeah,
Because you don't slide off edges, from what I remember, right? You just stop at the edge and you slide.
Yeah. correct.
So you technically don't have to worry about them too much a lot of the time.
No, but you do because you think you're gonna slide off the edge.
Yeah. It's just, you can't help it. It's automatic.
Yeah. The way he's doing
That
it by jumping and stopping is good strats.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the best way to do it, at least.
Slash
I'd
as
say
well.
so.
Adam, you should try out the game Hook we played a few weeks ago for Master System Monday. It's actually a pretty cool
Hook.
game. But
I've not tried
avoid
that
back,
one.
just avoid Back to the Future 2 because we had the worst one in our experience. Worse than Robocop 3 by a long shot.
Yeah.
Have
Yeah,
you guys
Back to the
played the
Future
Indiana
2
Jones
was-
game? on Master System?
Not yet.
I've tried it before. It's basically the same as all the rest.
Yeah, I played the Game Boy one.
Like the Last Crusade game
Yeah,
is
bunch.
kind of the same port everywhere, as far as I remember.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. I think that one actually does work on NTSC. I don't think it's too fast either. Probably because it was just a lazy port.
Yeah, it came across as a very crappy port to me when I played it. But what's so bad about Back to the Future? Because I interrupted you guys with that.
Oh man, where to begin?
Yeah.
Gameplay, hitbox detection, controls.
No
What isn't
continues.
wrong with the game? Yeah, no continues. Levels.
It's
It's
very
just
rare
boring.
for a blind player to not game over after the first minute. I think all of us got a game over before the first minute went past.
Yes.
That sounds a lot like what was that race we did the other day as well? Okay, I'm gonna have to check my SRL history. One of those games
Start
where
of-
it was. Yeah, go ahead.
The start of the Back to the Future race was basically after a minute, everyone was basically yelling, "Oh my God, what is this? Oh no! Oh, this control is that kind of stuff." Like just yelling.
Sounds like
It was
an
awful.
excellent speed game.
You should try it.
I got 100-second highlights on my Twitch chat, just the first minute of it of us. For
I got-
painful experience.
I gotta check that out.
First
Just a
100
reminder.
seconds.
Yeah.
And it was timely too, just 2 days before the Back to the Future Day. That's what it's called.
I found a Mean Bean UK magazine review of the game, and I think they all agreed. But the day one price for it was £29.99, and I thought, wow, I feel sorry for those people who actually bought the cartridge back then.
Back then, for that price as well. That's a lot of
Yeah.
money.
Especially with today's skills-wise standards, we can complete most of it in like around 10 to 20 minutes, and
Yep.
it's a lot has changed since then.
Mercs is a fun game, though. If you were talking
Yeah.
about Mercs. Yeah.
But yeah, the also Back to the Future was also priced at £29.99, same price as Mercs.
And there's a lot of games out there back in those days that were priced, full price basically, but that didn't actually provide particularly much gameplay. It's not like you could easily check which games were good and bad anyway, so people just brought out all this garbage.
Yeah.
All right, I'd say it's safe to say Poggington's gonna come in.
Yeah, almost
Of course,
certainly.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
You
right
would
now
have
it's
to
just
move
like,
on the next boss somehow.
Yeah.
Even then.
Yeah. You'd have to spend like 15 minutes on it. at
He's
least.
losing a lot of HP on this boss though. Like, depressingly
it's-
much.
It's normal.
If you just
If you spam, you should be able
Force
to
it,
beat him
though.
anyway.
if you just brute force it, you can win that way.
Yeah.
I
I always have like 1 HP at the end of that boss. So that's scary every single time.
Of course,
I
you
can't
also
help it.
start by spamming the ninja bombs, right? So
Yeah, but I still have 5-6 health left.
Yeah.
That should be enough. But if I've taken taken damage on the screen before, then yeah, it's always funny. Always funny.
This could be rough if he doesn't dodge the second phase very well.
Yeah.
But then it starts you at the second phase anyway when you die.
Yeah, but do you still have your
Yeah.
homing
Yeah,
fire
every-
attack? Oh yeah, that's only with a game over. I think that you lose that one, isn't it?
No, you don't lose it
No,
ever.
you don't lose
You never
it at
lose
all.
Oh
Nope.
wow, okay, no, never mind then. No problem.
It's so forgiving.
Yeah, okay.
The first time I did this, I had to beat this boss with the shuriken.
The one that you can only throw in a straight line, or the four-way shuriken?
Straight line.
Oh.
I did it,
Same here,
but
Beatram.
I did it. It just wasn't fun.
I think the first time I beat this
Actually,
one,
it
I
was fun because it was a challenge.
Whoa, hang on.
Double knockout.
Ah, it doesn't count.
Oh,
The first time I beat this boss, I didn't have homing missiles. I had to just use my sword.
Yeah,
That was a
same.
rough fight.
Yep.
It was a good
I
challenge.
should-
Absolutely.
With the sword, it's a very interesting fight, I think. With
Yeah.
homing missiles, it's too easy.
It's yeah. It's,
Alright, that's Ninja Gaiden for Pod.
let's see if he's not done already. Nope. Oh,
He wants to
he's
enjoy the
watching
cutscene
Xbox.
first. Oh yeah, he has to do easy still.
Yeah, yeah.
Eases are fine.
yeah.
Completely forgot about that one.
Let's see if he remembers how to do it. Uh-oh.
That doesn't look quite right.
You remember. You remember.
Okay. How precise is this? Because I remember
No,
it
It's
being
super
precise.
lenient.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's
I
super
could have sworn that it
lenient.
was very precise.
It
Is it
isn't
just like
that-
you have to be on the right tile or something, or
I feel like this is gonna fail though. Oh,
This
definitely
spot's
gonna
not
fail
on the
now.
channel. Ray Spot's gone.
Oh wow.
yeah, SRL seems to be dead, so I can't load SRL at least.
It looks like Pog doesn't remember completely what to do. Yeah,
Ooh.
reset.
Oh,
Could this be the comeback? Could Chris Carter come in next now?
Well, Chris Carter would have to go really quick through Ninja Gaiden if he
Yeah.
wants to come forth.
Well, considering
Once you
how
can
blind
figure
he's
out a
been
way
for
to
most
call
of
the
these
credits
games.
from
Oh man, if
From
he
Master of
if he
Darkness.
has, yeah, that too.
call the credits to East from
Yeah.
I'm sure they're in there somewhere. They
Considering
had
how,
loads of
how
space on ROMs, right?
considering how blind Chris Carter is in most of these games, I'm very surprised by how good his time is in the end. You know that he's only got essentially
Yeah.
1.5 game left.
Alright. I'm gonna copy paste this.
did you get it?
4,
Yeah,
you did.
5:33, I think.
Congratulations to
saw
Pogginson.
those. So,
Yeah.
Mercs,
Yeah, Mercs is not any release.
just those 3.
Yeah.
Ninja Gaiden, Master of Darkness, and Mercs.
Three of the best games.
I need to get Masters of Darkness someday.
It's apparently
Try it out.
cheap if you're in the UK.
Probably
It's
is.
expensive to buy if you are outside the UK. So,
Yeah.
Sonic 1 is like really expensive to buy in America because of this little sticker to make it the American release.
that's only
Yeah,
if you
breakdown.
want the American release.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just pay about £3 plus $80 million shipping, and then you get it instead. It's
Yeah.
But yeah, basically what they did, for those who don't know, there is a small handful of games that they released at the end of the life of the console in the US. And what they did is they took the same exact packaging, same shrink-wrapped copy from Europe, and they just put a UPC sticker on. Actually, it might not be with the shrink wrapping. It's under the shrink wrapping. So basically, they unpacked it. They put a sticker on the back so that it had a North American barcode, or one that they could say was from Sega of America, and then ship those out to retailers. The ones that I know of off the top of my head are Sonic 1, Golden Axe Warrior, and Spider-Man, because that game needed to be released everywhere, because it's just that good. But to the best of my knowledge, Sonic 1 is the last North American release, and it is one
Yeah.
of those with the sticker.
Then they went to all glory with lots of European exclusive releases until, I want to say, 1996, 1997 stopped in Europe. I think it was Smurfs, according to Bangera, I think. But,
Smurfs
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But there was loads of other big games on the Mega Drive that were moved to Master System, including Streets of Rage 1 and Streets of Rage 2. But none of you on Twitter chat knew that. There was a Streets of Rage 2 on the Sega Master System. Is it good? Don't expect the same quality as it is on the Genesis.
It's not bad though.
It's not bad,
pretty
it's
good.
just has a mixture of flaws. There's no wake up invincibility, so if the enemy keeps on attacking you as you're about to get up, you're gonna get hit. And there's a flaw with the grabbing mechanic where you actually automatically let go very quickly compared to the other games. And so what you normally do is to do a knee attack just before the auto ungrab, so that the enemy's in hit stun, you can grab it again, making a really easy and powerful infinite combo. You can do it on almost any enemy except the Jet, and you can even do it against Shiva and Mr. X.
Huh.
I thought it could be a good game candidate for the next Masters 15, but do it like after the third stage, so that A, it doesn't get too boring for the viewer, and B, it makes it a little bit shorter.
Yeah, it's absolutely a possibility.
The first game... Oh,
I was just gonna disagree with this guy in the chat about the SMS versions not being worth playing.
boo!
It depends on the game, but
Yeah.
you're right in some cases, but in a lot of cases, no. Like Castle of Illusion especially.
Fair enough.
Like if you said, "Oh, I don't need to play that game because I played the Genesis one," and that's way better. Like, no, you can't convince me that you shouldn't play that game. It doesn't even matter better or worse. They're so different. So different.
So I was about to say about Streets of Rage 1 that it doesn't have 2-player and the game limited to 2 of the same enemy types on the screen. And Mr. X doesn't have its own unique sprite for a melee attack. He just runs up to you and you just get knocked down immediately. Pretty bonkers as well, because the AI for boss fights, I think except for 2 of them, or except for 2 boss fights, in order for the character to turn around, they have to leave off screen before they show the opposite direction sprite.
Now, Tenebrae is probably about to switch to emulator once he finishes this boss. The East Credit Warp, which works pretty much everywhere, doesn't work on a Mega EverDrive.
Yeah,
So,
strangely enough.
actually, I should try it on Game Gear one of these days. I'm sure it works. I think there's just a problem with the mapper on the Mega EverDrive. That's my guess. My total wild guess.
That is probably right.
I mean, I think there are 3, maybe 4 mappers if you get really obscure. But the vast majority are just one Sega mapper, and then Codemasters has a mapper for their games. Then there's one for Korean games and stuff like that.
Yeah, so it looks like an emulator.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's bizarre.
there you go.
Learned a few things about games after having selected the games. Wonder Boy didn't work on Genesis flashcards for some reason, and we were able to find a patch for that. And then Double Dragon is a world ROM, but depending on the region, well, Tenebrae failed the run there.
Oh,
It's interesting. But depending on the region of the console that you play it on, it changes some things. And in the case that you're playing on a Japanese Master System or Mega Drive, Double Dragon is limited to 2 continues, which is just bizarre that there's that difference. That's the case with a lot of it. Yep.
we basically just picked. We made a list of good erasable Master System games, and just picked out of them and made sure, with the focus of making it blind friendly and what was the other focuses we had? Like making it blind friendly and
Not too long.
yeah, not too long really, and have all different genres basically. Well, as many different kinds of gameplay as we could get, and still have a good list of games. while still having like for this first one having early games, a lot of early games, and yeah.
Where was the dot done? 1702, so that's... Yeah.
So, Fiesel, how many of these games were you familiar with?
Just a handful. I think Ninja Gaiden was the only one I had beaten, but I'd played another, maybe 3 of them, had some experience with.
Okay.
They were mostly new to me.
How did you enjoy watching it?
That was really fun. I really enjoyed looking at this knockoff Castlevania. It had some really cool mechanics to it. I like the stairs jumping. I like the graphics better than most of the NES Castlevania games.
Yeah, the graphics are really, really good.
Yeah, some say that Master of Darkness looks like an early Genesis game because how good it is and how some of the older Genesis games had a lot of grey with not too much vibrant colours, the older ones.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Patsy, to elaborate, we tried to make sure that there weren't too many platformers after each other, like to mix it up, basically, not to have a block of platformers and then a block of
Except we sorted
sports
it out
game.
at the end. But
Yeah. Even though it kind of still happened, but it's kind of unavoidable, as most good games are platformers.
And as far as the mascots I'm referring to, that's Opa Opa from Fantasy Zone, Alex Kidd, was probably never officially a mascot, but pretty much was, and then Sonic.
If you look into the Mars 15 list, we do have a bit of variety. You got a bit of arcade racer, a puzzler, a shooter, a beat 'em up, a cute 'em up shooter, a boxing game, and then the next 5 were platformers with different pacing styles, and then an RPG with a really broken glitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sadly probably the last RPG you will see in the Master 15, but who knows? Maybe you can find a short golden.
Depends on how you define RPG.
That's true.
I would say that's not the last one that has a purple tag on the box for adventure and role playing.
True.
Community, please find a long warp for Fancy Star.
Yeah,
Yes,
Is there a
please.
glitch? Or something similar.
leveling glitch would be fine,
Yeah, that would
so
work
that
too.
you don't have to do it. I mean, full on respect to Cruscatter. I mean, it's the only completed single segment run I've seen of Phantasy Star.
Yeah,
How long is it?
6.5 hours, I think.
Right, which is a lot of grinding.
Yes.
I mean,
Hours of
just
grinding.
Miracle Warriors is as well.
Yes. That's a fun game, though.
Phantasy Star is pretty fun.
Fantasy Star is 636. And gonna figure. See if I can remember.
You know, I think there's a Famicom version of Miracle Warriors.
It's really bad though.
Is it?
Yeah, I
Did
was
you
checking
try
it out
it?
the other day. Yes.
Well, I think
don't
it's also
think so.
like.
It's not translated, first of all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's really bad. Yeah, my Miracle Warriors record is 6:19:56. That's a good 6 hour. Well, yeah, probably close to 6 hours of grinding.
Yeah.
Gotta love those 20 minutes of gameplay RPGs. But it's
got
where
good
it's
music.
mostly just long boss fights. Oh yeah, it has good music.
Is the stream frozen?
I'm trying to determine
Paused.
that. No, the stream is not frozen.
Maybe
He might
just,
just
oh,
be taking a break. Oh, he is paused. The game's paused.
Oh wait.
He might just
Okay.
be taking a break. Yeah, a lot of platformers at the end, but I mean, Castle of Illusion is kind of a well, it's a room by room platformer, definitely for the most part. With I don't know, it's exploration, but the speedrun isn't. I guess that's how I would call that. Should
Yeah.
remind you a bit of DuckTales. Alex Kidd in Miracle World is just an oddball in and of itself. Sonic is Sonic. I mean, Sonic is sort of its own genre anyway.
Yeah, I
Well, it
suppose
is.
It's a platformer, but it's a fast-moving platformer, and meant to
Yeah.
be done at high speeds.
And then you
Yeah.
have your classic Vania and Ninja Gaiden, which is a real solid. That's definitely an action platformer kind of deal. So yeah, stretching it a little, call them all different,
but they're not all the same.
yeah, definitely different pacing, like Luke said.
Yeah. Exactly.
Especially when you have Alex Kidd, who has fast and not moving
And sliding.
as
Fast and
Fast.
sliding off edges.
well. He doesn't slide off edges; he just keeps going.
Yeah.
He doesn't slide off. You just hit left, and he goes full speed as far as he's gonna go. It's your job to figure out,
When to stop him, yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll keep that in mind for next time. But you can watch the VOD as well. That'll give you a feel. You can even just skim through it and see what some of the games are like.
Yeah.
That screen that you just died on is bringing back some painful memories of our blind race.
Oh man. Yeah. That was rough. It only took a couple hours. Almost 3, but
Yeah.
that screen.
I'm pretty sure I spent 45 minutes on level 5. Round 5.
I think most of us did because of the labyrinth.
Yeah.
It's good to hear, Passy, and thank you.
So is Best of Ness this coming weekend? Next weekend?
This weekend
yeah.
starts Friday
Yeah.
at noon this week.
Oh yeah, it's fall weekend. It's gonna be good.
Yup, I'm not gonna get much sleep that weekend.
How many runs do you have in it?
Only 2.
Wizards and Warriors, both of them?
2 Wizards and Warriors games.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
I might do Gauntlet. I'll do that if there's... That's not on the schedule, but if we have a cancellation or something, I'll be on standby with that.
Okay.
Hopefully you get good passwords this time around, Fiesel, because I remember watching your SGQ run.
That was
You had a
hilarious.
bad one.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of funny.
It's like, no, the only thing that could go wrong is like if you get a bad password or something.
Right. I mean, the only other things that could happen are maybe at the very end of the game I might not beat the final boss, but at least they got to see the rest of the game.
Yeah.
The funny part is I almost got the developer for that game in the call. Like, he finally responded to me like
really?
2 days after
Wow.
SGDQ, and he was like, "Oh man, I would have loved to do it, but I missed your message." And I thought, man, if he had been there in the call when I got that A password, would have made him answer for it.
Well, I did that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing about the next time is, you know, there's so many events now, which is a really good thing. But there are now at least 3 of these multi-game races, so it is something that we want to try to make sure we're not stepping on some of the other stuff. Otherwise, you know, people have to make choices about which one they join.
Sure.
They're gonna pick the NES one.
Sure, yeah. Gonna do this in the spring, sometime after HDQ, I assume.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
Probably gonna time it,
There are no firm plans. But...
No. I've heard rumors that Bad Breaks is planning the next Big 20 probably a month after HDQ.
Yeah, it'll probably end up being February like it was last time.
Yeah. So it's not unfair to assume that the next Master 15 will be like a month after that, depending on.
Yeah, depending on when Mystery Tournament happens.
Yeah.
I also want to make
Exactly.
sure that we don't get in the way of the portable marathon, I think it's called.
Yeah, that too.
Which I think we inadvertently did this time, but
We did.
I think so. I think that's 2 weeks from now.
Hmm.
I mean, there's going to be no avoiding any of
Yeah.
it, but
Do you have a link to that?
the portable one, I think they have a
Should be
forum
up.
on speedrun.com.
Alright, I should
Yeah.
put it on the calendar.
I don't remember when it is, but I definitely saw it listed. And that's Game Boy games. Where did that go?
I found it. It doesn't say when it is. So.
Is the forum gone?
No, it's there. Seventh of November. Yeah, so in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Where? I'm going blind.
November 7th, you said?
Yeah, that's what it said.
There used to be a marathon on speedrun.com for it, and I don't see it.
Who's organizing this?
Mula,
Oh, okay.
I think.
I wonder where they're streaming it to.
It's
I think
said
they
in
did the last one on
That's right.
SRL.
I think it said on the forum.
Or I guess.
Starting between 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. EDT, and will be hosted on the ESA channel.
Where are you seeing this?
Right here.
Oh, thanks.
Ew, it doesn't mention Game Boy interface. For those unfamiliar on chat, it's a homebrew for the GameCube, which uses the actual Game Boy Player add-on, but instead of using the Game Boy Player disc to run the software, well, basically you use I think it's a Flash Media, it's a media disc. I need to look up again what it's called. Basically Action Replay, and you load up a software called Game Boy Interface, and it does Game Boy titles at 240p instead of the blurry 480i, and I think it runs speed a little bit more accurately to the actual Game Boy itself.
Yeah, it works really good. I saw it in
I
action.
looked into that,
a couple of weeks
and
ago.
I can't find an NTSC one of those things that you can actually use.
It's a shame
All
that
I
this is
found
not-
was the newer. All I found was the newer Action Replay thing that is broken, like that they removed all the features from. And
Yeah.
from what I read, you have to use like it's region locked. But I might be wrong.
Yeah, the annoying thing is that the homebrew disc is region locked, so I really want to bring it to America if I do go to HDQ and just use Game Boy Interface. It just looks so much better.
Yeah, 240p will.
amazed.
Every,
I still can't find the forum listed. Like,
might not be on
Oh.
SCA.
it's. Oh my. No, I'm not looking at SDA. I was looking at a thing where there's the ability to. I had to click show inactive forums.
Aha.
Yep. There it is. Yep. That explains it. But yeah, so we sort of almost got in the way, but I don't think he had announced the date or anything. And we just steamrolled it when we decided
Yeah.
to do it finally.
Basically, had to just pick this weekend.
Yeah, luckily it didn't really conflict with it. It's just practice time.
Yeah.
If anyone wanted to do both or something, made it a little difficult. So he was probably thinking the same thing we were, that, oh, well, you know, Big 20 is done now, so let's organize it. Four 2 with 2 lives. That's pretty good. Hopefully you can do.
And if people are interested in finding out when we announce the next Master 15, we have a Twitter account for Yeah, basically for Sega speedruns, and it's aptly called Sega speedruns, so you can follow it if you're interested in joining the next one. We'll tweet from there about dates and games and everything.
Follow it.
But that would, again, will probably not be until spring.
And you can check out my terrible Photoshop. Well, my terrible GIMP editing. But that masterpiece of an avatar on Twitter is pretty much what the actual box art looked like for card games. Where they just have a picture of the card and some guy holding it. It's pretty amazing.
It's good box art.
That's pretty good.
I mean, it's really only bested by the standard Konami's best that you see for like Dawn of Sorrow or something like that, where
Yeah.
they just have a picture of the box.
Oh yeah.
Like it's not even a picture of the thing in the box; it's a picture of the old box as part of the box art. Yeah, it's all good stuff. He didn't activate that bat. Okay, he got it.
It's not too hard to get.
Just
I
activate
really
him
gotta.
and then he flies over you.
Yeah. I gotta figure out if it's possible to jump on the spinning electronical balls and jump up before it stops. I think it might be possible, barely.
That sounds
It's
terrible.
something. Yes, it's gonna be awful. That's why I have to test it. So, Beatrim, are there any of these games that you're gonna continue doing attempts on after this?
Not immediately the one that you want me to, but I might do a little one with you guys.
Cool.
Master of Darkness, yes, but
I have a feeling we're gonna go a bit back and forth.
we need to go back and forth on that because I don't know how much
Yeah.
I can grind with my current strats.
Yeah.
So we'll probably end up going back and forth on this one. But I'm not really that interested in Sonic speedrunning still.
It's a bit too long for me.
I
The
don't
goal
know.
was
There's just something.
fun.
I enjoy the games, but not as a speedrun. I like watching it though. It's good fun.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm gonna take the James Buster Douglas title because no one else is gonna actually have a cart of that. So I'm just by default, I'm the real cart on real hardware guy for that. But Double Dragon, interestingly enough, is intrigued me.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And
That-
with
that
the
would be
strats that
interesting.
you have in the first, like in the second and third levels, a co-op run of Double Dragon intrigues me, flicker and all.
Yeah.
I think
Oh man, the flicker is so bad in that game.
it is.
Yeah,
But
that was asking what would happen if you turn on two-player. Would there be more enemies on the screen, or was it just literally more flicker?
It's only more flicker.
I'm pretty sure
right.
it's just more flicker. So a co-op run would be really cool because at the end, if you haven't game overed, I guess, you fight each other.
Yes.
So then there is the perfect run is to just have someone stand still.
Yeah.
Or die before the battle fight. So, but yeah, that game, I used to just kind of brute force everything, but it became a lot more fun after learning the first 3 missions. Now the trick is getting through the first 3 missions without using the continues that. Well, yeah, I'm not sure exactly how the system works, but when you hit mission 4, you don't have infinite continues anymore, so figuring out how to survive mission 4, and especially the final boss.
Yeah, without the continue glitches, difficult.
Yeah, that's a worry, but it's definitely a cool game. Teddy Boy all rounds, obviously. It's clear winner. Psycho
I'm
Fox.
not gonna play that game again.
I'm way too lazy to actually route the whole thing, but I would actually like to do a warpless run of Psycho Fox.
Yeah.
Psycho Fox looks interesting for Warpless, I guess.
Well, I mean, the main issue with it as a game is the physics. Oh no! What?
Why did Chris Goddard turn around?
Maybe he's listening to us. Okay, good. I think he thought he
Maybe
he went one screen too many, but I don't think he realized that. Yeah. Okay. He's got full health, 20 projectiles.
He should be good.
Yeah, he should do alright.
But yeah, Psycho Fox. I mean the physics are the problem, and then the secondary problem is blind jumps. But blind jumps aren't a problem if you're speedrunning. Not really, anyway. Because as far as I can tell, there's no RNG in the stages. There is some RNG in drops, but that might also just be something you can manipulate rather than actual randomness. And you only need one drop, really. Maybe you need to change... Maybe changing to Hippo in some cases to destroy the blocks might be a better route, but typically you just change straight to the Tiger.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. Cheetah, Tiger, one of those.
That's fast.
Big cat. But I mean, there's 21 stages to do in that game, Warpless.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big game.
It's pretty long, yeah.
It's now on Ninja Gaiden.
Interesting to see how he does. I think he's mostly blind in Ninja Gaiden.
I'm gonna guess 4. Bomb to death.
Yeah, and I mean, remember the niche that he, the type of games that he runs are pretty much exclusively RPGs.
Yeah.
Or, I guess, action RPGs in some cases. Things that you could consider adventure or role-playing. And so, platformers, action platformers, like, he's obviously a good gamer, because he's been doing pretty well for the amount of practice I've seen. Like, I haven't seen him do any practice. Maybe a couple streams. I'm sure he's done a little more than
one
that.
or two streams.
I'm sure he's done a little more than that.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah. But he's really, really good at the RPG stuff, too.
Yeah. He tweeted a couple of days ago that he prefers like lengthier games. He
He's doing a bit.
Oh, we found
like most
the
other
trap.
people.
The trap.
Most people does that, so comes to a surprise to everyone.
Well, I mean, it's really, really trolly design.
Yes. Ooh. Man. Wasn't a bomb, at least.
Yeah, that's right, not a bomb. Ooh.
Wow, Tenebrae only spent 3 minutes and 14 seconds on Fantasy Zone. That's really good.
Oh, I thought it was going to be deaths, not curse. Please die 4 times so my predictions are right.
Fantasy Zone, now that's an interesting... I would consider looking at Fantasy Zone on the Japanese Master System, which has built-in turbo.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that would... I don't know how fast the turbo is, though.
You got
compared
me.
Compared to VC, but obviously Green Link has a pretty good run of that, so...
Yeah, the execution difference or difficulty in a way, it makes it a lot easier. You don't have to hurt your fingers too much, you could be holding a button rather than mashing it. I think turbo mashed laser is actually worse than turbo regular shot.
Yeah. Now the thing is, though, I think this would be even still different because you'd have to enable and disable the turbo if you wanted to do laser, for example.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's not 2 buttons. You have to.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
You have to basically, instead of a reset button, there's a rapid fire button, which makes me think it's the same speed as a rapid fire unit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know how fast that is, but... And so you hit the button, then you hit the button that you want rapid fire enabled on.
That's right.
And then if you want to turn it off, you hit the button and then hit the button that you want it turned off on. So it's just a toggle, and you hit the button, or you hold it and hit it. It's one of those. But it's like a single push button in place of the reset button on the console. But it would be interesting to look at that and see if the route makes sense, if the VC route makes sense for
okay.
turbo on console with standard controllers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because VC has a bit of advantage when you're using a classic controller, because I can use my shoulder buttons for turbo commands, so my L button was turbo fire, the R button was turbo bombs, or use my regular face buttons at normal pacing, so just tap it rather than hold.
Right.
But on the PlayStation 2 has a little bigger advantage, because on the Sega Ages 2500, the last collection was Fantasy Zone, and they had Master System as one of the games included, but they also had a feature called High Clock Speed, which shortens the load times in between stages.
That seems really excessive to bother doing that.
Probably saves, I want to say 3 to 4 seconds at the most, but the reason why I haven't done any runs for it yet is because a PlayStation 2 D-pad's a bit Not my favourite D-pad ever. And also I want to get an RGB cable. Right now I'm with composite, and it doesn't look that great.
He's making good progress through Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah, let's see if the birds kill him.
I just said that, didn't I?
Those birds
I'm
kill
gonna
everyone.
take this curse.
Every
Oh wait, is that
dies.
the opposite? No, that's commentator's read, yeah.
Yeah, those birds are. If you don't know they're there, they're gonna kill you.
Oh, he's got Max Nimpo already. I just realized that.
Yeah, you got like that.
That section can be tricky because you just get bounced around, but you can also just go over the top. Thankfully, it's not too far from the checkpoint.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, a fun fact about the weapon he has a 4-way shot. Is that according to the manual, it's not shurikens, it's 4 small tempests. So often. Yeah, that's what the manual says.
Sure, yeah.
It's magic.
Ooh, gotta go use a continue. They're infinite in case you don't know, viewers. All the birds, they're so strong.
I'm really looking forward to Chris Collier starting to when he starts running Miracle Warriors, which he has on this list of games.
Some competition. Just because you want to do another 8-hour stream, or
Yeah, of course. I'm just curious to see how far down the game can be pushed.
Oh, so this is a game that you have on your offline image, Rasmus.
Yes,
Miracle Warriors. Ah.
it's a quote from the game. It's pretty much
I
the
see.
best quote I've seen in a video game. And he's struggling on the screen now.
yeah, I cursed him. I guess this is like the first real nasty stopping point
Yeah,
where you have to be more patient.
yeah. There's a lot of things coming flying at you suddenly, with all the birds and everything. Especially since the guys, the gun guys, they take two hits.
Yep.
Actually, a lot
I think it's really the combination of lots of stuff, including birds and pits.
yes.
Like the first half of this level has no pits, pretty much. Or
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a
at
single
all,
pit.
actually. Yeah. So.
I wonder if he's playing with the Master System controller or what his setup is like. Wow. So close. There we go.
Yeah, alright.
I haven't paid attention when he switched games, but are we sure he's on hardware?
No,
I can't really
I'm pretty sure it is. It looks that way. It's way too blurry to be.
Maybe you got an Everdrive. But I haven't paid attention. Mercy rule? Well, that would be depriving someone of going, but as far as like the broadcast, that's I mean that's up to availability. But yeah, there's no need to do a mercy rule because anyone can quit at any time if they so choose.
Yeah.
So there's no need.
Yeah, I mean, like looking at the Big 20 races, there's always someone going above 12 hours during those races. And yeah, wasn't there one guy for
Someone went
race number 2 who went for 30 hours and had to quit because he had to go to work or something?
Yeah.
It was 30 something
Yeah.
hours. Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
I don't remember how long he was stuck on it, but he was on like Super Mario Brothers, I think. Wasn't that was the first one, wasn't it?
LVK said something about Tetris.
Yeah,
For
Tetris.
one.
He was stuck on Tetris for like 6 to 8 hours or something like that. Maybe 8 hours.
Oh,
on
this
Tetris.
this is that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the first one. So yeah, Tetris was the first one as well. Yeah, he I don't remember
Oh,
how
he's
long
there.
he tried.
There he is, Sir Griff.
Yep. There you go.
10 hours on Tetris. God damn. It's a long time. That's dedication right there.
Yep. It should be applauded, not
Yeah.
not anything else.
It takes a lot of determination to pull through that.
No one spent 10 hours on columns. No.
No, luckily not.
New rule, you start at level 9, and then you have to get 600 blocks.
That would actually be very, very hard. I actually got
I-
600 blocks earlier today. At 657. That's a new PB.
What level do you end up with?
I don't remember. But that was probably like if it
Every
unless it
50.
if it doesn't caps at 9, then that would have been like what, 13?
It caps at 9. It caps at 9, and I don't understand how anyone can possibly actively do anything at level 9.
Luck.
I-
And good reactions.
You have
Gotta
it's
plan
not
that.
reacting, it's like
It's anticipating, basically.
yeah,
You have to
I-
anticipate everything.
it's insane to me. So
Yeah. Looking at the Tetris GMs,
yeah.
they just know the game.
Becomes part of them.
Exactly. Yeah, if you guys watching like retro games and especially 8-bit games, check out the Best of NES next weekend on twitch.tv/Best of NES. It's that's
Roger
definitely
games.
gonna be a fun weekend of gaming.
Yeah, according to the schedule, I think Fiesel's going to reveal to us all how he can time travel. Because I think he starts at 11, or the schedule last I looked at it starts at 1:55, and the run is scheduled to end at 1:15.
That's right. I guess I have the honor of being the daylight savings run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Time
Oh
travel.
yeah, when do your clocks change? Because mine's tomorrow. The last
It's the
Sunday
next
October.
week.
Ah,
Yeah, November 1st.
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, the UK's clock change always on the final Sunday of October and again for the final Sunday of March.
Yeah, it's just the last what? Goodness, it's been a while now. 9 years or something. 8 years. 8 or 9 years that it's been off a bit. I think spring always was off by a week,
Ah,
if I
okay.
remember correctly. But now we start earlier in the spring and then go 1 week. I think it's 2 weeks early in the spring, and then we go back. He might have had a video queued up and knows to not let him go all the way into the wall.
Yeah, you can time lock the boss right there if he jumps behind him too far. Well, for too many times. Let's hope he doesn't do it. Okay. The boss will continue walking into the wall and start screen wrapping underneath the level, I think. I'm not completely sure what happens to the boss, but he disappears, and you kind of just have to wait until the time runs out, which is 3 minutes well spent. Or if you have the homing shots, then you can kill him. Or the third alternative, which is very difficult and seemingly completely random, is that if you kind of wall jump on the basically wall climb, which is a technique that I've discovered in this game, which isn't intended. It's basically jumping off walls and using and if you use an impo, a secondary weapon, as soon as possible on the first or second possible frame, then you stop your forward momentum and you can move back, effectively climbing walls. And if you do it correctly on that boss, you you just hit him. If you have the fire wheel on, you just hit him randomly. I have no idea where to begin to explain it, but somehow you hit this hitbox and he suddenly appears in the middle of the screen. It's really strange.
Yeah, I think I had that happen once. I don't remember what it was that I did. I might have been wall jumping.
Yeah, I'm really happy no one time locked that boss during the race. Because, yeah, losing 3 or 5 minutes, depending whether or not you know that it's a time lock and not a soft lock. Because I've seen people resetting instead of just waiting.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I did that. I always do that basically, because I much rather
because
play
you're
for
speedrunning, but
yeah. True. I luckily haven't had it happen during a marathon yet. Knock on wood. Yeah. It's one of those scary things. Yes, that's correct. 09. So yes, this one and 3 more levels to go.
I was saying something before I noticed that. I don't remember what it was. Oh well. Time zone stuff, probably.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
endless confusion. A couple of times a year.
I would much rather not deal with it. Well, like, so we're where I live. We're sort of where we belong, but Atlantic time would be much nicer, which is 1 hour closer to Europe, basically. But
Yeah,
it probably will never happen. So
it would confuse things further though.
we are on daylight saving time for longer than we are on standard time. So by moving forward, it would just put us always at that time.
Yeah,
Like, there
but
you
it
go.
would depend whether or not you would use daylight savings.
Oh
while
no.
on that time.
No, you wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
No, that would be wrong. That would be bad. You
Yeah,
would just
I
stay
agree.
on Atlantic Standard Time the entire time. But it
well,
would be
I
much
guess
nicer.
you have to run for governor and get
Yep.
that set.
Well, state legislature is basically a volunteer job here. Well, no, it's not uncommon to hear people say like, "Oh, we should just be on the daylight saving time year round." Which there's a fix for that. But yeah, this is all boring talk. We should talk about waterfalls and how terrible this is when you don't have the homing shot or
Yeah.
fire shield. It's not that bad, but
The horrible part about
birds.
it is the background.
Birds. Yeah,
The
that's true. That is true.
background is horrendous on the screen.
Yeah.
That's even worse for it's black and white, I think. Well, you know the best way when you play a 60 Hz modified system on composite, which only displays
Yeah.
black and white. It looks eye straining at
Yeah.
certain times.
That's for sure.
Eye straining already.
I'm watching on Hitbox, so it doesn't look too bad, but the quality's a bit lower. Okay, on second thought, it's starting to annoy me now. Okay, the waterfall's done. Okay, there's a smaller one, but it's not too bad. Okay, I
Oh,
lied, there's an even bigger one.
if he'd held up there, he would have saved himself. I've seen it a couple of times where he basically could have saved himself, but there we go, like that.
That time we did, yeah.
Yeah. It's been a couple of times where he could have done exactly that. Just held up as he got hit. And yeah, just catched himself on the edge. Yeah, luckily he has the homing shot for this boss, so it makes it so much easier.
Oh, RaceBot's been dead.
Oh yeah. I was just about to check the races on Speedrun side, but I can't. Who wrote RaceBot? Do you guys know?
No idea.
I don't know.
Me neither.
Oh, he has lost his best weapon now. He's got the 4 Tempests.
Hopefully he finds the shield,
Yeah, hopefully.
because that makes this level far more palatable.
Yeah. It's close to the edge. Oh man.
Oh,
I mean, it's easy to do that because you want to see what it is, but then you can't get it once. Yeah, it's an easy thing to do.
I just noticed on the what's that on the picture of the Mark III. What's the input on the far right? Is that audio? Do you know, Beatram?
That looks like an audio jack.
The Japanese Master System. That's for the 3D glasses.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Because it doesn't require the card slots.
Correct.
Interesting.
Basically, so like the Japanese Master System, aside from not having a reset button, is basically has all the features.
Okay.
not having a reset button? What were they thinking?
I don't know, but a lot of like the Mark III didn't have one, I don't think. And I mean, they did get rid of it on the SMS2 for some bizarre reason. But the Mark III, I don't think had a reset button, and a lot of the early Japanese games don't have a reset functionality.
True.
So like Alex Kidd in Miracle World, the Japanese ROM doesn't allow reset. Genesis can reset it, probably because the reset just works in a different way. But yeah.
I posted this on Twitch chat so they know what the Mark III looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's no reset button that I can see.
No.
Um,
Strange. It's a strange design.
what?
Also
Overall?
having. Yeah, I would say so. And also having the controller 1 on the right side. That's mostly a Japanese thing, I would assume.
Probably, yeah.
But you don't see that anymore.
Nope. Yeah, I mean, that's mostly the same design as the SG-1000 Mark II. But yeah, so the Japanese Master System has rapid fire unit built in, the 3D port built in, and the FM sounds add-on built in. So it's basically the ultimate Mark III, but still has jail bars.
Oh, ouch.
The jail bars are hard to avoid. Well, for us at least.
Needs to be modded. It doesn't show up if you shrink things up so much, Actually, they did not strip all that from the North American release. They just never built them as add-ons. So the Japanese Master System came out in '87. Because the Mark III is effectively the same system. But I also realized I just said, actually. And I apologize for... Why do they strip... Well, that is a good question, though. Why do they do it? Probably for cost reasons.
Probably.
Yeah, Castlevania 3 for NES has a similar case of costs, so I guess America, the international releases can't afford too much on music extras.
Well, at least in that case, the hardware is not there. So you actually do need, or is it? It's not connected. So
Yeah, for Castlevania 3, there's no hardware for doing onboard sound synthesis on the card itself.
Yeah. So there's no hardware on the card, but there's also no support for having hardware on the card.
Correct.
In the
Yeah,
and the toaster the toaster has all the pins that are required to mod to get the audio pin.
You could
the right
mod your
place.
NES to do it.
You can mod that one to do it.
Yeah.
But and then the top loader doesn't have all the pins. So not only do you have to mod your console, you would have to mod the adapter or power pack or EverDrive. So yeah, I have a modded top loader with the audio mod. And then I modded my EverDrive so that I can do it. But it's, there's a handful of games that makes them sound better. Then there's the FDS games, but all in all, it's not too bad. Well, the NES didn't leave it up to the game companies in that case, but in general, I guess that's what you mean. Because they removed the connections to the right place in the audio processing section. I don't know where you connect it, but if it's a CPU pin or what. Or it might just be into the audio mix. It's probably more likely. But yeah, presumably they did that to cut costs, but then why did they make it look like a VCR? So to get people to buy it. It's totally not Atari, okay? It's definitely not ColecoVision either. We know you're sick of that. You can try this new system. But yeah, I mean, it's the same with the FM unit in the Master System. Some games still have, even though they were. Even though there was no FM add-on in the US or anywhere other than Japan, they still compose some games with both audio chips, and you can actually use them. So even though there might not be a Japanese release of the game, they actually do still have the audio in some of the ROMs, which is kind of weird, but probably just means that they were planning on releasing it in Japan. Chapter 6. you don't know,
Yeah,
if you don't know what to do, it's he has the right idea though. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Like
He
damage
definitely knows
boost.
what to do, but it's so rough.
I don't think he used any full screen attacks yet to instantly destroy the fireballs.
Yeah, I've seen other people not even try to attack the fire, which I admit it doesn't make sense to try to do that. But
Yeah, there's been a
but
lot
then
of
again,
people.
it is a sprite on the screen and it's not you.
Yeah,
Pretty much everything else is going to be something you can damage.
I think actually Duckfist was stuck there. Well, he was surprised when he realized you can kill the fire.
Yeah, I
Because he
vaguely
was stuck on
remember
that screen.
I remember him saying something like, "Oh, if I had known that, I would have just,
Yeah.
I would have just killed them."
Oh.
Wow, he got the frame jump. Because the lava is like pulsating, like there's frames in between that you can land and jump on, and it's really really tight.
Now we can all breathe.
Yay!
He made it past that screen, but is this a checkpoint? Or is it...
Yeah, this is the checkpoint.
His,
Okay.
because it's fades to
Yes.
black.
Yeah, the fade to black is always the checkpoint.
Is it a continue checkpoint?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there is a difference. I think.
No.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
The ones that are instant
Chapter 7, there's a difference.
Yeah, you're alright.
That I know very, very well. Because the last screen is a checkpoint, but the screen before it is where you continue.
Oh, right.
You might have, Jay. That sounds... I would have said that.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to come up with a second list when we do, because
Oh, for sure.
there's still more franchises we haven't put out there.
Yeah. Some good ones.
Yeah.
Some
Will
really
we
good
use
ones.
any of the games we played from Master Monday? They're good candidates.
We used to
somewhat.
play okay games on Master Monday.
Yeah. Now we speedrun them, those games. Well, there's plenty of games left that are like solid candidates. But it's gonna be interesting to putting a list together. That's for sure.
Yep. Oh yeah, definitely. Some of the games that I can think of that I would like to make a full game probably shouldn't be. So that's gonna be harder.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a
there's
lot of
definitely
really
one-
long platformers on the Master System. Lots of levels.
Yes,
like for
definitely two
instance, Psycho
games.
Fox.
I would like to submit, but they're like, even if they're both shortened to like a 10% of the game, they're still not going to be blind friendly, like Golden Axe Warrior and Dragon's Trap for Wonder Boy. Because
Well,
Wonder Boy's
we
case,
might end up relaxing the blind friendly because we really just wanted to try to get everyone to try the games for this
Yeah.
one especially. We didn't want to scare anyone away just because you know we're realists to some extent. We know that not everyone is going to be like a bunch of Master System games. Yes,
Yeah.
even though we're that way, like
Yeah.
it's not how the gaming community works. So definitely not the speedrunning community.
Why does he want that scroll so badly?
I don't know.
It's only Nimpo.
Don't jump there. There are a few lessons I've learned by playing this game.
Yeah, there's
Usually it's
couple
don't
places
jump,
where
don't jump, just run. That's actually usually the issue.
it's usually yeah. If you
It's like,
can
oh, you ran
run
into the
off edge,
birds and you got
shoot.
knocked back. Yo. Granted, that is a troll. That pit at the bottom. It's a pretty bad troll, actually.
Yeah.
Especially since you might think you're gonna be going right, because
Yeah, it's fair to
you're
assume.
playing a video game.
Oh man,
Usually
he's,
that's the case.
he's going into the boss with the fire wheel.
Yep.
Sit back, guys. It's gonna take a while.
Yeah. Get some popcorn ready.
Ooh, he knows.
Or does he?
Oh,
Uh-oh.
And he's never jump on this boss. That's the key. Like if you're gonna hit him with your sword, don't jump when you run away. That was beautiful.
I'm not really laughing at him, but yeah,
He's probably laughing too.
yeah.
Hopefully.
It's quite the effect when you jump, hit him, and then just fall straight down.
Yeah.
It's like you realize, oh, yeah. Okay.
At least this part is really easy with the fire wheel.
Actually, most of the level would be pretty easy with the fire wheel.
Oh, for sure. It speeds it up a lot.
Just not the
but-
boss.
But not 2 minutes a lot. Yeah, if there was... Oof, wow. If there was a way to get the... let's see. What I think. If there was a convenient place to get the homing shots at the end of this level, then having the fire wheel for this level would definitely be better. Okay, he has the strap down.
Or does he?
Ooh. Standing a bit too close.
Yeah, that was a nice try.
Yeah.
Nice thought. I like that thought. It just didn't work.
Yeah.
Is there another sub-weapon available somewhere between the checkpoint and the boss? I see a lot of scrolls.
There are, yeah, I think, well,
There's
not
some
there.
Things. What's he at? What's that? Oh, he still has the fire
It's-
wheel.
that was life, Nimpo, and time, I think. That's really time. I think there's another fire wheel at the top right. I'm pretty sure there's a fire wheel there. Which
I
you
think that's
don't
where you got
want.
the fire wheel from, as well.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not sure if there's other weapons there, which is pretty mean of the game.
Oh wow, that drop!
Yeah, I mean, you basically just have to walk over, slash, and then walk all the way to the other side.
Yeah.
And then walk and jump over, I think, right? No?
That's not good.
Because otherwise you might end up with nowhere to stand.
Yeah. Okay. seems to be onto something here. That jump he does is interesting. Seems to be a timing thing, but
Yeah, I was thinking he thought he had to hit him in the head,
yeah, that makes sense.
and it's not Dracula, so it's not the case, but he might run
It's a
out of
fair
time
assumption.
before he kills the boss.
That's possible.
That could happen.
Yeah, it could actually happen.
I mean, it's not likely because he had like 3 minutes when,
Yeah, that's true. The boss should
because those
only
do
take,
look like
2.5.
seconds. They're very close, at least.
Yeah, they are very close to seconds.
Takes around 7 in-game seconds. Spawn and then spawn again.
Can he get 2 hits?
It is possible, but
It is.
it's very tight.
He's trying for it. I just can't tell if he's actually landing the second hit.
Well, there's iframes, so you'd have
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
so
like
what
you'd have
seconds
to wait.
Yeah, what he's doing is not effective. He's not getting 2 hits on him.
No. He has to wait slightly longer, and then he would have to have the firewall up and jump to the left to avoid dying. I would say it's just too risky.
Unless the fire wheel cuts through iframes, but
He's got enough time now to do this safe.
Yeah.
Just play it safe. Please play it safe.
Ooh, oh man, he was close on the fire shield there. He barely got it up in time.
2 hits.
He can just bomb him twice now. Okay. There's no way he could die now. Oh, careful, dude.
You shouldn't have said
Dude!
that, man.
Oh my god, no!
No!
Oh man.
Oh,
Why did I jinx him? Holy shit. Oh man. I feel so bad now.
Look, it's Showboat team. Like,
Oh man.
I know exactly what he was trying to do. But oh,
Yeah. Didn't work. Man. Oh wow.
I think I got a much bigger swear word.
Well, it's only one more level after this, and then a couple of bosses, and he knows how to ease, so he'll be fine. Yeah.
they're the ninja bombs.
Yeah.
Hey! I don't know why you didn't do it last time.
He probably just didn't think of it.
Possibly.
Yeah, you get focused on fighting the bosses, and you forget that you have ninja bombs because you're just focused on keep going with the pattern. Does he know you just hold the jump button?
I think
This
so.
is an awkward wall jump, but
It is. There you go. It's really strange.
I do kind of like having the fire wheel here, though.
Having the fire wheel is glorious.
Well, yeah, like anywhere, pretty much. It's just
Yeah.
it's the ultimate
Wow,
cheese.
true. Like you can run through the fans there too, without taking damage. So you can just run straight forward.
It does have a Master System port. It also has a different Game Gear port.
Yeah.
It's quite different.
Yeah, it's not a port really. It's a completely new game. Like if it wasn't called Ninja Gaiden, it would have been completely fine. Well, it is completely fine now too, but they didn't need to call it Ninja Gaiden really. Oh man, poor guy.
Only the
stuck.
best games for Xaintrix.
Yeah, man, Alph is a special game.
Yep, certainly is. One of the few US exclusives.
True. Man, it's so much. This screen is so much easier with the fire wheel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could save like 5 seconds on it. It's,
Just need some kind of weird iframe glitch on that boss. And a way to
yeah.
stay alive during it, and then you just fire wheel this whole level.
Or just some kind of memory corruption that lets you change weapon
Oh, that would be amazing.
whenever you want to.
Alright. We're in the home stretch
Home
Nice.
stretch.
with the fire wheel.
Yeah, the fireball this time.
It's gonna take a while.
It's going to take quite a while. Because
Should it?
unless he game overs here, he's got the fire wheel.
Even if he games over here, yeah, he's. No, wait.
I'm pretty confident that you don't start at the boss, but you didn't last time.
Yeah, you might be
anyway.
right. Yeah, yeah.
You
might
didn't
be
in the
right.
last chapter.
Wow, you beat Maze Hunter 3D without the 3D glasses.
Nice.
How do you have eyes still? Like 3D games do not look good without the glasses.
No, they don't.
Okay, final two bosses. Next. We had the fire wheel. Nothing but close combat from here on in.
Were the 3D glasses? What kind of 3D glasses were they? Were they like red, blue? Were they
They
polarized?
were shutter.
Oh, they were shutter. So it actually connected to that port then.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yep.
For the,
Yeah. In the
the
West.
Western release, it had a card slot insert kind of thing, like a box to put in the card slot.
And that had the
Yeah, that
same
had a port.
TRS port. But they had the same thing for the Mark III as well. Because the Mark III didn't have that port. It gets confusing when you talk about Mark III versus Master System, but it's the same platform, but two different consoles. Does that make any sense?
Kinda. Maybe.
Is all the same hardware features as far as like playing a game goes, but the Japanese Master System specifically has all the add-ons built in.
Man, I like this Stratovis. It's really interesting.
It looks fairly familiar, except I didn't have the Firewheel. I just had.
Yeah, I'm mainly talking about the way he's using the firewheel to like.
Yeah, he's making
Basically.
very good use of it. Like just graze the boss.
Yeah. But it is difficult because like he wants to get hit by the other. He doesn't want to get hit by the boss himself because touching the boss does 2 damage while projectiles and thunders only do 1 damage.
Yep.
But it's hard to do with the firewheel because he loses the firewheel when he touches the boss.
I should actually. Well, yeah, I have no way of seeing the 3D. I just wonder what it looks like capturing the 240p at 59 whatever 5994 or 92. Which is it on SMF? One of those. I wonder what that looks like.
Yeah.
Probably looks close to what it looks like without the 3D glasses, but there's no way to actually hook up 3D glasses that would have the same timing. Which is kind of disappointing.
That's true.
Here you go. This is my speedrun of Space Harrier 3D. You can just trust me that it's. You can just trust me that it's. Actually, that one you can turn off, but like you have to. Like you have to like beat the first level or something. There's some ridiculous thing you have to do before you can use the code to turn it off. It makes no sense. Like, if you're gonna have a code to turn it off, just have it work from the start. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. Such an intense fight when you can't just cheese it.
It really is.
I mean, of all the other weapons, I guess the Firewheel is pretty good because you don't have to worry about the other attacks.
You kind of want
But
to be hit by those, though.
Why?
Instead of being hit by the boss, because the boss does double damage.
Right, but if you don't have to avoid those, then you don't want to be hit by them.
That's true.
You just like unless you can time it so that you're that you can run up and hit the boss when you're taking damage from everything else, then it doesn't really make a difference.
Where does he start if he game overs?
previous boss. So at the start of chapter 8. So it doesn't lose much progress at all.
I think he's figured out a way now to use Fireball without hurting himself for the boss. He actually needs to be underneath the boss when the boss is hovering the lower half.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's
That
pretty good at
does
finding
appear to be what he's trying to do.
strats. Seems to be working pretty well.
This is gonna be a heartbreak. Yep.
Oh,
Oh, he's getting there. That's
yeah,
progress.
he's getting closer.
I really like his strat for this first boss too. It's very, it makes a lot of sense, but I'm not confident that I would have come up with that.
Not sure if you should have ninja bombed her.
I think he might be trying to kill himself so he can get
Oh, yeah. Of course it is. Of course it is.
If he's patient, he's got plenty of time, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, probably.
4 minutes all the time.
Gets like 4 damage per 5 damage per lower cycle, something like that. Possibly
So-
6.
ooh, yeah, 6-ish.
I think if he ducks, he might get. Well, that's tricky actually. If you duck, does the
Yeah.
fire shield intersect? I don't know.
It's all. Yeah, just have to figure out where to position himself. He seems to have it down, but he's also losing a lot of life.
Yeah, the fireballs that comes in after losing the shield from the damage, that's messing it up.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay. Man. Oh. He's getting there. He's getting there.
I think he's impatient to try to get a hit before he comes down, and he
Yeah.
just doesn't need to.
You would be impatient too if you were on this.
Oh,
game
I would be
after
after
5-6 hours.
after almost 6 hours. I'm not saying that to.
No, I know.
Yeah,
Just
it's
joking.
just it's the. Yeah, I would be very impatient. I don't know how people blind those or semi-blind those Big 20 races either. I mean, that's
Yeah, it's
well, number
it's
one.
an
Like
investment of time.
I think it was I expected everyone to just fail at tennis that was blind, but I think it went the same way it went for people who practice tennis on that, which was like some people just like, oh yeah, tennis it took like 30 minutes, and then other people it's like, oh well, I was not blind on tennis and it took me 45.
Yeah, turns out
That
the heavyweight
definitely
champ
turned me
was
off.
our tennis.
Huh?
I said that it turns out that heavyweight champ was our tennis,
Yeah.
basically.
Well, I don't know about that. I think that was the longest I actually took, because I had a full game over after like many rounds. But
Yeah.
it is one of those, like, I had somewhat of an epiphany because I realized that you move forward when you punch, and I realized that like during the fight.
Yes, he's down.
Got him.
Yep.
Well done. He's now
So
just
now
got
just-
one more
Sub
game left.
6 hours is impressive.
There you go. Sub 6 hours is good for being mainly, or a lot of semi-blind.
Definitely not well,
There you go.
like,
Well
not-
done.
not heavily practiced, I guess. I'll say that.
GG.
It's only the 6th time we've had it, Jay. Come on now.
I'm surprised they didn't go for the full run.
Oh, yeah.
Jay, basically what it does was scroll the screen to set some memory addresses and then just completely screw them up to after buying some mirrors. Alter the code basically and say, yeah, I'm done with the game.
Yeah, just calls the credits. There's another really fun thing that it can do, but it's only happened once.
Oh, there's
That
so
we
many
know of.
things that can happen.
Right. But this particular one is extra fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, he basically says, oh, you're going for the Books of Ys? Here, just have mine instead. I'll read them to you, so you don't even have to read them yourself. I'm pretty sure that's canon. I think that's what it is.
The most interesting thing about the screen to me is that there's nothing in the game that moves that way. Absolutely nothing. So it's a
Yeah.
completely... It's... Yeah, I don't know. It's beautiful. Ninja Gaiden: The Master of Darkness is terrible. The rest is okay. Well,
So that was
That was
Master 15 number 1.
and as I mentioned earlier, once or twice, the next Master 15 race will probably be sometime next spring. We haven't decided anything yet, but that's it's probably when you guys will start hearing from us regarding the next Master 15 race. So stay tuned for that. It's hopefully going to be as much fun as this one.
Five times the amount of boxing.
Yeah.
5 times the fun.
Exactly.
Hope you viewers enjoyed all the games that we showcased tonight. Hope you got some interest with the system too. There are some very good games out there that none of us have even played yet. It might be an undiscovered gem, I mean. But yeah.
Oh, John, we were gonna beat the game next time.
You have 3 more Alex Kidd games to choose from, so
That would be
Yeah.
an interesting twist, though. We can talk about something like that later. I just got an idea.
Ooh, man.
But
I know exactly what your idea is.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it, I guess. But yeah, thanks to all the commentators and Fiesel for letting us do the race on speed gaming.
You're always welcome to.
No problem.
All right. Good show. Thanks for putting this on.
Yeah, no problem.
You're welcome.
It's a lot of fun.
Well, I guess that's it. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for watching.
Have a good weekend.
Thanks for watching, folks. Until next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.